And we are live. Welcome to NFL First Look Strategy Show. I'll never know what this... Yes, it is. That's what it is. NFL Strategy First Look. I got it right. I am Josh Engleman, back for Week 18. I am joined by Chris Spags. We are brought to you by No House Advantage. Lots to talk about. The weirdest week of the year. You're going to get teams that care. You're going to get teams that don't care. We're going to get teams where we don't know if they care or don't care. It's always really, really fun. But before we get started, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you know when everything goes live. Spags, back together once again.
I'm excited to see you. This is a crappy week, obviously, for people that were sweating some stuff going into week 17, and then just people who are human beings after Monday Night Football. And week 18 is absolute chaos where, the ownership's going to be, I think, a hard thing to pin down. Some of the players that are going to pop up are going to be a hard thing to pin down. It's going to be chaos relative to the motivations. So you got to really love the grind. You got to love the opportunity in front of you today. But holy cow, Josh, I don't know why out of all things to choose to come back to relative to your personal interests, why this is where you'd want to be this week.
It's a tough week. I'm still playing. Got nothing else to do today. The wife is out of town. She's in San Francisco. So I'm just going to park it in front of the TV and watch 7 straight hours of really bad football. For some reason, I have to go longer than 7 hours. FanDuel, including the 8 o'clock game in the main slate for today. Of all the weeks to do that, this doesn't feel like the week that you should do that. And yet here we are. I am getting to a bunch of Aaron Rodgers as of right now. So it's going to matter at least a little. But, it's the NFL. Normally I'm eliminated by 2:30. So maybe it won't matter tonight. But yeah, I'm going to be watching everything, all things football in the final week of the season.
That old school fantasy draft sweat where you get to strap in for 12 hours and hope you get money back at the end. That's the joy we've all missed, I'm sure, in the last 5 years of also not playing on fantasy draft.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun. I'm just looking at my exposures, and so far, I don't really hate it, which feels wrong for a day like today. So I assume whenever I start running my crunches at noon-ish, when we're ramping up for 1 p.m., I'll end up hating everything that I have.
Story of your life.
It really is. It really is. Do you have any thoughts on like overarching thoughts? Are you, for any teams that are fully out, are you treating any teams where you have no interest whatsoever, like broad-based stuff? Or are you just kind of playing it as the projections come out for you?
I think the Cardinals are a team I have no interest in. And this is definitely one of the important conversation points to hit up top is that obviously the projections are going to matter and they're still going to matter even, relative to yesterday. But, there's a lot of things in week 18 where the Chiefs, I think, rotating some guys in yesterday ended up kind of dropping the floors of Juju, dropping the floors of Travis Kelce a little bit more. You saw more Justin Watson out there, saw more of the Noah Grays at the tight end tier out there. You kind of expect more of the same today where, teams that know they should be able to win pretty easily. Maybe you do see them rotate some more guys in and just those snap shares, those route shares coming down just enough, make the projections feel a little bit more fickle than usual. Then you also have to balance the contractual motivations, the records. I think there's a chance the Vikings absolutely feed Justin Jefferson today just to make up for what happened last week and the fact that he's 193 yards away from, I think, tying or breaking Calvin Johnson's record. So that's something that's in mind, and you kind of have to juggle it all. So more moving pieces than even there usually is NFL-wise, more variance. And of course, at the end of the day, I think it's going to be one of those 4K, 5K running backs that go off, and it probably won't even be one we know about right now, like a Jonathan Williams. It'll be somebody else who, we're going to go full go today, and then they pull that guy, and then the backup guys come in, or a practice squad running back goes off, and that's what week 18 is to me. And Josh, if you want to pose me the question before the show, we could talk about it too, but I think this is completely different than the trash tank time in the NBA.
Now, I know that the final few weeks of the NBA regular season are stuff made in your dreams. Mm-hmm. You love all of those 10-day contract, random filler bench dudes coming out here and playing 30 minutes. The Tim Quartermans of the world who may or may not lose their job while we talk about him. It's classic stuff around these parts. You don't see this the same way. Is week 18 in the NFL not the same for you as it is for the NBA?
So there are two kind of key things, which in the NFL, there's just such a big drop off between, backups and the starters. And even for the Giants today, if they're not going to play their starters, I think they're apparently going to start Davis Webb was the overnight news that people are probably surprised by because Tyrod Taylor was supposed to start earlier in the week. And then now it's Davis Webb. Like they're not trying at all against the Eagles, and their team is also kind of low on talent anyway. They're obviously going to the playoffs, so who am I to judge them that much? But then you drop the whole talent level that much more. It's like, yeah, the Eagles should probably be up 30 points at halftime because that's sort of where the discrepancy is between those teams. That's what football is more. Same thing for backup QBs, where backup QBs become backups because they can't get the ball outside the hash mark. So you see guys like David Blau checking down a lot to the slot, checking down to the tight end. It just ends up a lot uglier. I think the one position where you could say it goes the other way is running back. But I also thought Zamir White was going to get touches yesterday. Josh Jacobs in a contract year. He's a guy that's actually playing for some money in the future. And Josh McDaniels is like, no, play the whole game. Like, just go out there. I know you're dealing with personal trauma. Like his dad's having heart issues. And he just goes back out there and plays a full game that means absolutely nothing. You really have to juggle like coach speak versus coach like philosophies, like what they do overall, and then also the talent behind them. And then even then, like logic won't always win out. So that's where it's a little bit less fun. Whereas in the NBA, like anybody's a bucket getter. Just give them 30% usage and a 25% assist rate, and they'll give you, good fantasy points per minute.
Yeah, I'm sort of with you here. It's a different vibe at the end of the NFL season in comparison to the NBA, because you know that guys are going to be out there at least playing a minimal amount of time. Whereas with the NFL, it could just be a total grab bag. The good news is you can generally, like if a random person, and there's going to be probably one or two really, truly random plays from today that have big time days that no one expected. They're also not going to be really essential for you to have to get to the top of the tournament because they're going to be so low owned to begin with. Those outlier performances are going to be in, if there's 100,000 people in your contest, those outlier guys might only be in 500 lineups, 1,000 lineups at best, where they also then still need to hit a lot of good stuff around it. So you can kind of avoid one of those major issues. It's the like 5 to 6% owned guy that goes crazy on a day like today, where it's like, okay, he really does have the keys to the first place spot, and there's no way to get there if you don't. But if you get the, I don't know, who's like a really random person at the bottom of like the running back tier, Josh Kelly or something like that, where if he scores 3 touchdowns today on some random occurrence, it's not going to matter all that much because he's just not going to be in enough lineups to start.
I think that's a fair way to look at it. I guess there's a little bit of an ego thing for me too, where look, I've been paying attention to this stuff since January. Like we at Football Outsiders, we've sent our guys out to the Senior Bowl, to the Combine and all of that. And like I really got in early in 2022. So you kind of want to see those takes you had early on, or the knowledge that you accumulated early on and spent time trying to pull up, have that materialize in week 18. So I probably played too much Zamir White yesterday relative to the role, relative to the opportunity. So I think that's where I run into a challenge. I think you're right overall. The tough part for me too is that there are some matchups that I think people on like DraftKings in particular, I'm sure same on FanDuel, will land on today. Like Zach Moss is one that jumps out to me, where not projected for a ton of ownership, but people are going to see that 32nd ranked DVP on DraftKings are going to go to that matchup, and they might luck box that being right. I think we have Zach Moss at much less ownership than I would think he would be. I think we have him under 10%. Yeah, we have him at 9.5. Like if those people luck box Zach Moss in a game where some alternate spreads have it going over 48.5, like Zach Moss could break a slate, and he was kind of an obvious play, but you didn't get there because the projections don't make sense, because the projections assume Christian McCaffrey is going to go for a half and change and be really productive in that time period, but he could easily not be productive in that time period, and Elijah Mitchell could take some stuff away. So I think that's where there's some variability, where there could still be even obvious plays that people are just going to fall face forward into. I'll use that instead of another appendage that would have been much less classy before 9 a.m. in the morning, but like they're going to fall face forward into it, Josh, and they're going to get there and they're going to win a tournament today. It's going to be absolutely stupid.
It is. And I think now is the time that we talk about some of these absolutely stupid plays that we're going to get to. So for the 500-ish people that are in here right now, for the 50 likes, which feels just oddly low for today, hit that thumbs up. We're about to get it started right now. And we're going to get it started at the running back spot with the guy that you were just talking about. That would be Christian McCaffrey, 9,300 on DraftKings. He's the only 9K plus running back. The only other guy that's in his tier at running back is Austin Eckler. So I think that we could talk about these guys in the same breath. 8,900 for Eckler, 9,300 for McCaffrey. McCaffrey 3 times as owned right now, 23% ownership coming in on DraftKings, 7% coming to Eckler. For the Chargers, they're resting starters. They should be, as best I can tell. Obviously, for the 49ers, they're going to be letting it rip, or at least I assume that they're letting it rip. How do you want to treat these two guys as pay-up options? Are you trying to get to McCaffrey here? Optimal odds seem to match. Not very great optimal odds coming into Eckler right now in our boom bust tool. How are you managing the 2 pay up options?
I think McCaffrey looks pretty good. There's some vague chance that Eckler could be going to set the pass catching record for a back, which would be, I believe, 14 catches he would have today, which doesn't seem likely, but it does go aligned with Justin Herbert setting the completion record. I think he's got 34. So these are some of those incentive things or, record things that probably aren't the most likely based on the team total, but there's a faint chance that maybe you just hit a lot of screens to Eckler early and just sit him down. I don't know. So that's something that I do have in the back of my head, but I agree McCaffrey's the better play. The Niners are the one team where they should be going in that late window regardless. The Cowboys, I worry about having full motivation today because of the fact that they basically can see the Eagles pulling ahead and go, yeah, never mind. We don't have anything to play for now. The Niners are still playing to get into that 2-3 seed, or probably the 2 seed more so. So that's something where I think McCaffrey is safe, but you do have Mitchell coming back. You do have Jordan Mason, who they liked. It's very possible that McCaffrey puts up 18 today, and maybe that's enough to hold off, the other dart throw plays that people be playing at 5 to 10 to 15%. But I'm not confident enough in that. So I'll play McCaffrey, but I'll play him in a cap and I'll play him in lineups where it's like, oh, he's the flex. There's enough salary to get there. But I think there are probably better options to go to just to save the money. And I think other positions too, you could spend that money at instead.
With him having the highest projected ownership right now, I assume he's slotting directly into a cash game. Do you feel comfortable with that?
Yeah, I would think so. He's not going to kill you outright. I think otherwise you're going to one of the value guys. Would you rather play McCaffrey or Jonathan Williams? I guess you're probably playing both relative to cash games, but I think that's sort of thing, or Algier versus McCaffrey. You can make the case to kind of pay down at running back and just take, 8 to 15 DK points and move on to the position and assume that McCaffrey goes the wrong way. But I think relative to ownership and relative to how cash games go, I would still play McCaffrey in the majority of cash game lineups. I feel pretty good about that. But I think there are arguments to be made the other way now because there's a lot of value at running back you can go to. It's just stinky value where their ceiling is basically McCaffrey's floor, even in a game where they do pull him off at halftime.
Right now on the FanDuel side, he's 10K. I have about 9% of McCaffrey, so I'm getting to a little bit of the pay up, but ultimately I'm sort of avoiding that very upper echelon. I'm not really starting my true exposure until I get to Dalvin Cook at 8K, but I'll poke my FanDuel thoughts in as we keep it moving. As we work our way down that salary tier, we get to Saquon Barkley at 8K. He's not going to be the guy for today, that's for sure. And then we get to the 7Ks. Chubb, Cook, Mixon, Pollard. Cook and Mixon are the 2 guys that are getting to double digits in ownership. We have Dalvin Cook projected as a very interesting play. Our optimal odds quite a bit higher than the current projected ownership. As you start to work your way down, is Dalvin Cook jumping off the page for you?
I think Dalvin Cook looks pretty good here. I do think that what I've talked about with Justin Jefferson a few minutes ago, I think that's something that would sort of pull away from Cook a little bit if they did want to really feed Justin Jefferson, and they should be able to against the Bears defense that's really bad against the pass and bad against the run. But overall, I think Dalvin Cook looks like one of those safe plays that, the Vikings have motivation. They're going to play to get their seating right for that game where they're also not playing the same window as anybody else. So they kind of have to go full go for that one regardless. Dalvin Cook, I think an easy matchup. I guess you could see Madison get a little bit more work if it's sort of like yesterday for the Chiefs where they know they can beat the Bears no matter what they put out there. So maybe you do save Dalvin a little bit and have him ready to go for the wild card round where they're going to need everything they have to overcome that bad defense. But I would agree with you that Dalvin Cook is where it starts to get appealing. I think the lower tiers, though, are also pretty appealing. It would not shock me if Najee Harris is one of the chalk plays of the slate, which is crazy to think about given where he's gone in the past, where he used to be a chalk play. And now he's also a guy that I think is coming back into favor. Got a lot of the share last week, started to get some more pass game work. And people have loved attacking this Cleveland team on the ground all year long because of DVP matchups, as well as some advanced analytics. They're basically the worst in EPA and all that stuff too. So it kind of goes both ways. But I think Najee Harris, I think people are going to pay down at running back and they're going to target the guys they know they have motivation. So I think Najee is going to be one of those guys, Zach Moss. I think people are going to be excited to play Jonathan Williams as the shiny new toy. I think it's possible that the lower tier gets a little bit higher owned. Just because those people won't be playing projections. They'll be playing oh, this guy is playing for something, huh? And then that's what they're going to put him in for.
Yeah, when you look at the ownership for today, it gets so murky once you get past Christian McCaffrey because you've got Cook at 12, Mixon at 10, Kamara at 11, Montgomery at 10. Kenneth Walker is one of the guys that's taking a pretty big step up. He's at 18. But then you get Cam Akers, you get Najee Harris, both around 14. So we're adding more guys to that low teens range. Tyler Algier in that low teens range. Devin Singletary in the teens as well. When you just look at these guys that are pulling ownership, do you have an overall favorite?
Overall favorite, I mean, I think Najee's in a good spot, just what we know of Cleveland and, just how bad they've been on the ground this year, but also what Pittsburgh tendencies are and the fact that they are playing for a playoff spot. Like, you would think they want to keep the ball out of Kenny Pickett's hands a little bit more than they might have normally throughout the course of this year. And I think they're actually kind of live to have a playoff spot. Like, you now need a New England loss for them, you need a Miami loss. Both of those things are firmly on the table relative to Buffalo having motivation to play this game. And then the Jets also, I think Joe Flacco's probably an upgrade and Skylar Thompson certainly a downgrade for Miami. So I think that relative to all those things, like Najee Harris is like one of the plays that would stand out to me. Cam Akers, I do think is kind of interesting because he's sort of a leverage against Kenneth Walker, where I normally don't love playing two running backs in the same game on main slates just because of the fact they do tend to pull away from each other a little bit. So if Cam Akers has a big day, you could see Kenneth Walker come down a little bit as a guy who doesn't really catch passes that much. So I think they make sense. I think it's really one of those, and it sucks because like this is kind of a non-answer. It feels like a get 15% of a batch of guys and really just be agnostic towards those kind of things and just hope one of them kind of comes together with the rest of your pieces of your lineup. But that's me obviously trying to cover my butt a little bit more with just how chaotic this is going to be because none of these guys stand out besides McCaffrey, and then McCaffrey comes with some potential risk.
How do you feel about the gigantic positive leverage on Tyler Algier?
I mean, I'm proud of him. Like, he's one of the guys I've been touting since July, so I'm happy he's finally reached that level. But it's one of those things where, like, he's been good this year. I think he needs 100 yards to get 1,000 rushing yards on the year for a Falcons team that hasn't had a lot of moral victories. That seems like one they could feed. But he's also been, to quote the Deeper Dive guys, been a decimal back lately. So that's something where it's like he's not going to catch a ton of passes, and he's probably going to give you all the yardage via rushing, maybe not even get into the end zone at all. So that's something where he could have 100 rushing yards and he gets you less than 15 points, and that wouldn't be a shocker. So I like him. I think people are a little too excited to play him just because they didn't know who he was. Now he's on the scene. He's playing really well. And that just kind of happens with people where they get fixated on the guys they missed out on and try to jam him in time after time. And he hasn't been like a world beater by any stretch. He's like a good running back. He's like a good classic running back. He's not Christian McCaffrey or anything close.
No, not so much. I am getting to a lot right now, 6,500 on the FanDuel end. It's scaring me quite a bit, but there are going to be stands that get taken today that you're just not going to love. And I think that he's going to end up being one of them. As you go below him on the DraftKings side, though, who do you pay down with? Because there isn't a single running back in double digits in ownership below Tyler Algier's price tag at 5,600. You get Leonard Fournette, you get Lat Murray at 9.5, which is close. You get Zach Moss at 9.5, which is close. Are they the two preferred pay down options? Do you see anybody in like the ultra egregious land down in the low fours or anything? How are you getting different at the bottom for value for running backs?
I think that Zach Moss does stand out. I do worry about him picking up a little too much public steam to justify you kind of having to ignore the projections a little bit to get him in more, or give him a boost or whatever. So I think that's something that I'm gonna have to figure out for myself. But I tend to think Zach Moss is gonna be a better play than not, just because of the fact that these are two teams who are literally going to run out the clock, but also have bad defenses. And again, there's like the alternate spread spooked me with that game where it's like they think this has a shot, like a 60% shot of going, I think it was over 48.5. It's like, I don't see that. But if the alternate spreads are there saying that, that means that there is some sort of world of possibility there. And that could be certainly largely on Marlon Mack's back. But I think Elijah Mitchell is like the direct pivot to Christian McCaffrey, where let's say McCaffrey gets some PPR work, but then Mitchell ends up finishing drives and then also ends up being the guy who they just want to get him into shape in the second half. Like, that's a possibility. So that kind of intrigues me. I guess, I talked about Jonathan Williams, like he's going to get all the work for Washington against the Dallas team that's very good on the year, but still probably not the most motivated to do what they need to do fully today, just because they really don't control any part of their destiny. They need other teams to lose to get anywhere. Besides that, I mean, one of these guys is going to hit. Like Raheem Blackshear, I feel like is kind of one of those guys that like is going to go for 150 today total yards because Deonta Foreman ends up getting sat somehow. Like, that's one of the things you have to watch out for. It just feels like there's a guy that, like, I almost want to say every name below Tyler Algier, just be like, yeah, this guy's in play, this guy's in play. Because one of them's going to hit and you're not going to know who it is. And that guy will be in the perfect lineup, even if they're not in the winning lineup.
Yeah, on the FanDuel end, Jonathan Williams is 5K. He is a guy that I'm getting to with a pretty sizable chunk of volume. He just projects differently than everybody else as a pay down running back. So I am getting there. After that, I've got some shares of Corey Clement. I don't love that. Lat Murray gets to 10K, but he's 64 or 10% ownership, but he's 6,400. It just gets so ugly. And you're trying to tell this story of choosing a guy with, I don't know, I mean, like you can see the boom rates for this entire area. Like the best you're hoping for is what, 1% chance to boom. But like one of those guys is going to be the guy that booms. I mean, even Zach Moss, like that's the guy that you're pointing out, 8% chance to boom. That's when we start talking about a guy who's not projected like everybody else around him, because no one else has that same sort of rate. It's multiples above. Cordell Patterson is at 2%. Like that's the next closest guy in that area. So you mentioned it before, but I like that Zach Moss shout out. Is there anybody we haven't talked about yet that we need to be talking about at running back, either positively or negatively?
I guess Miles Sanders would be the one that I would probably want to highlight as a positive. I guess there's a couple we could highlight as a positive, but again, this is just really for the sake of like completionism and trying to make sure that we're covering everything, because one of these guys is going to hit, and it's going to be frustrating when they didn't come up and we didn't flag them and point them out to you guys and all that stuff. But like Miles Sanders, I think can get there, especially if the Eagles do boat race the Giants early. I think it's possible to play Jalen Hurts and Miles Sanders together and feel like that's your Eagles stack, and you try to capture what I think will be the 4 to 5 touchdowns they could produce when those guys are actually on the field and the game matters. I would say Raheem Mostert too. I know we have a little bit of a better projection, or I think we did earlier. Let me make sure that's still the case. But Jeff Wilson comes up a little bit more. We do have a better projection outright on Jeff Wilson. Mostert caught all those passes last week out of desperation for Miami, and I kind of worry that maybe he's taken a little bit of that role away from Wilson. You could still favor the projection for Wilson, who's been more of the pass catching back for Miami, but they need whatever they can do to get that ball downfield. Skylar Thompson's not that guy who's going to find Tyreek for 50-yard chunk plays like we've seen all year long for Miami. So I think that Miles Sanders, Raheem Mostert would be guys that I would highlight the most. But, you know, Jamal Williams, too, playing for some incentives. He can tie Barry Sanders or break Barry Sanders' touchdown record. I think he also needs like 6 yards to get 1,000, so that one doesn't matter that much. But they've talked about giving him some touchdowns to try to have him break Barry Sanders' record, as though Jamal Williams, of course, a man that should be breaking Barry Sanders' records. But I think that's another thing to keep in mind, too. Like, it's just going to be one of these guys, and we can say all the names and hope that one of them's right. But I think your gut instinct out there, for all of you guys watching on YouTube, all the great chatters out there, your gut's going to be as right as Josh Mines today and anybody else you're going to hear today, I think, for the most part.
All right, so let's sum up running back then. Let's say, who are the 5 guys that you expect to be most exposed to for today?
Oh man, that's tough.
And you know, if you want to say like, I think there's a pretty clear line in the sand here at 4, or you know, I think it's probably 6. Like we could have some freedom here.
I think it would be, for me, I'll still take some McCaffrey just because you'll have the salary to spend. This is sort of the issue with McCaffrey, though, is you'll have the salary to spend. You'll spend it on McCaffrey, and then everybody else is going to have that kind of same logic. But I think I'll be at least with the field on McCaffrey. I will also take some chunk of Elijah Mitchell just in the hopes that McCaffrey doesn't get there, and I can then jump those McCaffrey lineups. So that's sort of how I'm going to play that side with the 100 lineups or whatever I'm playing today. So I'll count those guys as one guy, because I think that's sort of the same part of it.
Sure.
Miles Sanders, I think, would be one of those guys for me. Najee Harris, Zach Moss, and then I guess Jonathan Williams on value, just because he's not going to come up. Like, I don't know that the casuals are going to get crazy about Jonathan Williams because he's playing Dallas. They all know that Dallas is a shutdown. DU's had given much tougher games to much better running backs. So I think he's an okay value play to go to if you're spending your money somewhere else and trying to capture a ceiling with another spot. I think those are my 5, but yeah, it's like, you know, it feels like a bunch of guys who are going to put up 15 to 20, and then you hope that's enough to get you there.
I have, as of right now, 6 running backs exposed 20% or more. Tyler Algier, Kenneth Walker, Jonathan Williams. Again, these are all FanDuel, by the way. Jonathan Williams, David Montgomery, which I feel like happens every single week, and I don't think that I've ever been happy by doing that. Aaron Jones at 7,400, and then Dalvin Cook at 8K. Everybody else is below 20%. Only guy in that I have that I'd be like 2x the field on is Zach Moss, who we talked about a little bit earlier, but pretty concentrated at running back at the top. I guess from a chalk perspective, I'm lighter on Najee Harris. I don't mind that as much on FanDuel. He's more certainly better suited on DraftKings than he is on FanDuel. I'm light on Joe Mixon as of right now, and then a little bit light on Christian McCaffrey. 10K price tag is absolutely no joke on FanDuel.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. Actually, how's Alvin Kamara looking on FanDuel? Because he's a player that we're getting with the Awesemo or the Stokastic projection, excuse me. And he looks interesting relative to that, but I don't trust Kamara. Like, he's only had really one good game this year and then one passable game when it was snow and they couldn't throw the ball at all. And it kind of makes sense how he could get there, but the Saints seem to not like him anymore for whatever reason. And I don't know that he's a good play for you, but it does seem like people will get him if they're using an optimizer today and the Stokastic data.
First of all, I can't believe you used our dead name. Second of all, Alvin Kamara is 7th of the guys in my exposure. I have about 15%. He's projected for around 18, or at least he was when I first ran these scrunches. So I have some, but nothing too crazy.
Also, I will say this is the first night where our baby's been sleeping good for about a month. Now he's teething again and regressing and all that stuff, which is one of the fun things to look forward to if you're a parent. Your baby just suddenly regresses and stops sleeping in the same pattern they were before. So I was up for 3 hours. I couldn't get back to bed from 1:30 till 4:30. So that's why the A word came out of my mouth. We all know I've taken out of my repertoire. We canceled that in 2022, and we're not bringing it back in 2023.
It must be awful to have to like be awake in the middle of the night.
Yeah, because you know what, especially if you have any vague anxiety or some work that you have to do for things, like you then kind of stir around thinking about it. And it was like one of those things too, where I was asleep for 2 hours. He woke me up. Then I fell back asleep at like 4:15. Another cry because he now needs to be given bottles overnight because he's going through like a growth spurt. So I have to give him a bottle, leave him with it. And then it's like, great. You literally woke up 1 minute after I fell asleep after this 3-hour shift of tossing and turning in bed. So yeah, parenting's a joy. They're very cute, but then they crawl around and eat bugs and flip dog bowls, and it's chaos every minute of the day. But boy, Josh, most rewarding experience like that in your life.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
So like we can do the bottle in the middle of the night. Is that just like you sit and play video games or something while the bottle's going? Or
now
no?
you just hand it to him because he's almost 10 months old. So like,
Okay.
just give it to him and he actually won't drink it if you hold it for him now, which is a classic my child. I guess honestly, we're both stubborn. So I think that could be a little bit of both of us. But yeah, like you just hand it to him now. But before it used to be like you'd have to sit there and feed him or whatever, or feed him in the crib, I guess, if you're being lazy. But now, like, yeah, at a certain age, they just drink it themselves. And like some of them are stubborn enough to just want to do it themselves because they think they're grown men at 9 months old.
Yeah, I don't know anything about babies.
Oh, they're the worst.
I do know about our schedule for the rest of the day coming up after this. You don't have to go anywhere. There's 4+ hours of coverage on this stream right here. So at 10 a.m., when Chris and I finish this one up, NFL Deeper Dive. You get Laffy, you get Ben, you get the boss man, Alex Baker. You guys know him as Awesemo. We're allowed to say it in that regard, just not in any regard to the site itself. And then you get NFL Live before lock from 11:45, taking you all the way up until 1. But we don't stop there. We've got NBA Live before lock at 5 p.m. We've got NFL Showdown Live before lock at 7:15. Unfortunately, that Showdown game being a part of the main slate on FanDuel. Thank you so much for that. So much content coming up for the rest of the day. I'll have NBA contenders as well. The NBA slate looks absolutely awful today, but that doesn't mean that the content stops. So make sure you're watching that. And don't be afraid to hit that like button. We are now just getting up to that 1,000 viewer mark, 140 likes. I think we can keep like a 20% ratio. We got 1,000 people in here. No reason we can't have 200 likes. So hit that thumbs up, folks, as we move to the wide receivers and much more exciting position to talk about, in my opinion. I just like it better at the top end. And we're going to talk about a couple of the pay up options. Justin Jefferson, who we sort of alluded to during the running back section, is the most expensive wide receiver at 9,100 for today. And he is pulling ownership. He is 17% owned, but basically all of the pay up options at wideout are pulling ownership. Justin Jefferson at 9,100 is 17% owned. Jamar Chase at 8,400 is 17% owned. You get CeeDee Lamb and AJ Brown in the low 8Ks. They're a little over 10% owned. Stephon Diggs at 7,900 is 20% owned. He is the highest owned wide receiver for right now. Only guy in this upper echelon that isn't pulling as much ownership is Tyreek Hill, but we all know sort of what general ceiling Tyreek Hill has. When you look at wide receiver for today, at least from a pay-up option perspective, I assume you're trying to get to maybe 2 of these guys, given the value that exists elsewhere. How do you feel about the pay-ups?
Yeah, I would say if you're not playing McCaffrey, it's definitely easy to get to Jefferson and one more guy or, whatever configuration you want. I would say perhaps trying to stack up the Eagles would appeal to me the most, just because I think people might be afraid to do that out of fear that somehow you wouldn't get full run out of like AJ Brown or Devonta Smith is a little bit cheaper, but still, high price enough, I think, to lump him in with that. And I think that's one way you can get different is to try to cut that parlay down. Like personally, I prefer to have Miles Sanders, but I think you could play 3 Eagles and it wouldn't be crazy. And I think too that people don't get that it's a lot easier for a wide receiver to get there in a short stint than it would be for, let's say, Jalen Hurts if he were to play 2 quarters. Like obviously Jalen Hurts could stack up touchdowns fast. AJ Brown, Devonta Smith, it takes 1-2 big plays resulting in touchdowns. Those guys have shown that time and time again. So I think they're worth that money for sure. But besides that, I mean, I think Justin Jefferson's really the one that stands out. Tyreek in a tough matchup anyway. Like the Jets are a shutdown defense in terms of limiting those deep throws all year long. Obviously, that could sort of bend, but don't break against a team that does want to do that. But it's hard for me to get there at this point with a 3rd string QB who hasn't shown much this year, besides maybe basic level competency. So I don't want to be there. I think the Eagles jump out the most, and the Bengals too, honestly, like are both good plays. I guess it's just tough for me to pay the price tag for Chase, knowing that Higgins is there, that Hurst is there, that Boyd's there. Like Burrow's got a lot of ways to do that. And one thing I will point out, the Ravens sneakily one of the worst teams downfield all year long. They don't give up a high volume of it, but they do give up a 0.9 EPA on throws to 20+ yards, which is worse than the league now, worse than Tennessee. So that's something where Joe Burrow, I would expect, will try to take advantage of that as much as they can. And the Bengals are one of those teams too with like extra motivation where they are really angry about what happened to them in terms of the rulings and all of that stuff. Not just on a data thing, but when you add matchup with motivation with a good team total, I think targeting double stacks of the Bengals could be worth the money. And that's certainly one good way to spend your money that actually cuts down the parlay if you are kind of low and cheap at running back or other positions.
My suggestion to fix all of these issues for the Bengals and Bills is to let whoever's the best at Madden from each team represent. Instead of a coin flip, you play a best of 3 in Madden with both teams. Way more interesting. People would watch it. You can monetize it. Better than a coin flip.
It's good cross branding, which I think the NFL loves too. I think there might be some competition committee issues, things, but if we want to get outside the box here, let's go back and forth for this. We got people love when you don't talk football on the slate that they're tuning in for and all that. What if they did one of those classic XFL, not the new XFL, the vintage XFL, do one of those scrimmages for a football where they just do that for like, let's say like soccer goals where it's like 5 rounds of that. And they just have guys getting separated shoulders going after the ball. Like that's what I would throw into the mix, Josh, for competition. And that's real football competition.
I'm in for all of it. Anything other than a coin flip, sign me up. That's what I think. That's why I landed on the Madden idea. I think that's the perfect opportunity to have some fun.
Who's been playing a lot of Madden this week? And I've been on a few TikTok binges for reasons unclear. Like TikTok is just easy to kind of get lost in if you're not afraid of, oh, I'm a boomer, I can't go on TikTok. Just like scroll through because it'll immediately figure out what you like as an algorithm and give you some fun stuff. So I like watching food videos, dog videos, whatever on there. And been seeing AJ Dillon come up a lot, and he's just playing like that ESPN college football game that got remodded with updated rosters. He's playing that every day. And I'm like, don't you have like, I know like football, and he says it every day. He's like, oh, people always say I got to worry about football, but like you got to worry about football like one night a week. I think like think about Detroit. Think about how you're gonna run hard, do some squats. I don't know.
He's thinking about football while he's playing football. No.
Sure, it's a different kind of he's honestly not that good. He might be playing on a hard mode. I didn't see what level he was selecting, but I was not impressed by his Central Michigan team and the offense they were running. I think they were pretty primitive from what I could tell.
Shocked. Central Michigan not looking like a powerhouse. All right, back to the wide receivers, so everybody can stop yelling at us if we are getting off the straight path here. To me, wide receiver is as difficult as it has ever been. Because you have these pay up options, and whether it's Jefferson or Chase or Lamb, Brown, Diggs, like you kind of feel like you're rostering the same guy no matter what. Like you're getting an elite wide receiver talent. And then there's just no one else that stands out from a value perspective, at least based on ownership. Like you get DK Metcalf at 6,700, but he's 11% owned. Similar story for Chris Olave or DJ Moore. You've got this entire giant group of wide receivers that are getting 7 to 10% ownership. How are you sifting through it? Is it even really necessary to pay that much attention to ownership at wide receiver today? Or are you just sort of building the things that you think are going to be out there most, ownership be damned?
It seemed like with the Stokastic data, I was getting a lot of the value-ish guys. Like Tutu was coming up a lot for me on the Rams. Tutu Atwell, of
Yeah.
course. Brandon Powell coming up a lot for me. Also Cortland Sutton coming up a lot, which no thank you. I think I've taken that bullet a few too many times this year. I don't need to go back there. I honestly don't love anything I'm getting projection wise a receiver, and like part of me wants to just give everybody the same projections, just see how it goes, because I think that's the kind of slate it is. But I think what I'll do is maybe give a little bit of I haven't done my randomness crunch yet, so I'm not sure how that's all going to go down. But like, I think it's possible Chris Olave doesn't play a full game today. Like, I know the expectation is he is going to, but he's a guy that matters in the future. I think he needs 18 yards for his 1,000-yard year, so they could just give him 2 passes and then hit that, and then that's it. Just pull him and say like, okay, cool, let's not worry about Michael Thomasing this guy and ruining him for his career. So like, maybe Rashid Shaheed is a guy that I think is going to be a little too popular because everybody's talked about him across the industry this week. And also Carolina last week got strafed by a downfield pass catcher in Mike Evans. So the assumption would be that maybe they could do that with Rashid Shaheed or Chris Olave this week. I'm not sold on that. I'm honestly just not sold on anybody besides, I think Metcalf is one play that you highlighted there where I would swallow that 10% because, the motivation's there for Metcalf. The Rams have been quietly very bad about defending the downfield pass all year long. So, and the Rams too seem game to try to play spoiler in this spot. And I think it wouldn't shock me if they pulled out a win just because that's sort of the least expected outcome. And that's kind of how this all goes. But I think that Lockett Metcalf would look pretty good. And Lockett's projection is so good too that I think Metcalf gets a little value because Lockett is coming up a lot for me in an optimizer. And I think that always gives a little bit of boost to guys who are basically 1-to-1 plays.
Yeah, I'm getting a pretty sizable chunk of Lockett on the FanDuel end. He's in 24% of my lineups. He actually might be my most exposed. Yeah, he is currently my most exposed wide receiver. Not ever going to be mad about situations like that, but I'm getting to this 6K range so aggressively on FanDuel. Lockett, Christian Watson, Olave, Drake London, Alan Lazard is a guy popping up quite a bit for me right now. It's all really bleak at wide receiver. I think it's just, I'm trying to get either a relatively sizable stack on a day like today and just hoping that one of these teams really breaks free, hangs 40 something real points, and there's a very clear path. Maybe get one secondary stack in there and just sort of hoping the pieces fit together, because I don't think that there's any just natural places where it's hard to unearth a lot of leverage when everybody has the exact same ownership projections right now. When everybody's 8% owned, like, you can only get so far above that mark and feel really good about your pivots. I find wide receiver to be basically impossible, which is not at all what anybody wants to hear on an advice show.
So you said one interesting thing there about, who's going to score 40 points today. And I agree that that's a good way to look at it, because it is sort of, if you get the QB right on a team that scores 40 points and it happens to come through the air, then you could hopefully knock out, 2 positions with that. And I think, I'm curious who you would say, like, who are the teams that could put up 40 today and it wouldn't shock you and it would make sense relative to motivations. It wouldn't be like one of those 1 to 5% plays like we talked about earlier. Like, which teams do you think could actually put up that number and be that kind of slate breaking team?
The Eagles for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I could see, but that vibe is going to look a little bit different because that could also be Hurts on the ground. But he's certainly pulling a lot of ownership for me right now. A team that I think could hang a big number. Buffalo, absolutely. There's always a gigantic ceiling for something going on with Josh Allen, with Stephon Diggs. Like, you're just always going to feel pretty good about the weapons that we have here. They don't actually rank as high as you would expect, probably because of the Pats D, but Buffalo is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th in our top stack tool right now. Philly is number 1. Minnesota is 2nd. Mm-hmm. I don't feel that one as much, but at the same time, it's Justin Jefferson. So, like, you always are live for 2 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns, getting Dalvin Cook involved.
Bengals, I would throw in there too.
Yeah.
I mean, revenge, like a team where they, like, if they were to lose this game, then it would be a coin toss thing. Like, I think it wouldn't shock me if they put it down on them as like a little bit of an FU to kind of this process. And they're capable of it for sure, especially with, the Ravens haven't played starters a lot in practice this week. Like, there's been a lot of things that maybe say the Ravens might not be full go this week. So I think a Burrow steamrolling would be fun. But I think the Kirk Cousins one that you hit on is fun to me too, because you got to think, and I've talked about this on a few pieces of content this week, so I'll just say the point, and I apologize to anybody that's hearing me saying again. But like, the Vikings killed everyone last week. Like, a lot of people are mad at the Vikings for what happened in that game. Kirk Cousins was, I think, the main reason why they went to crap, but certainly Justin Jefferson didn't do his part either. But like, I think that stack is live and a lot of fun to go to because it'll probably be a little bit underowned just because of people being so mad. Like, he killed 50% of DraftKings best ball teams, killed 40% of underdog best ball teams, like also killed all the fantasy teams that played him in their redraft leagues, as well as just obviously on regular DraftKings. So Cousins, to me, going that way with Jefferson and, maybe Hawkinson, or you could do Cook, Jefferson, like Cousins. I think that's pretty live as a team that could score 40 and would be a good get well spot and be a spot where you're also, buying when there's blood in the streets after what they did last week.
Cincinnati, 9.8% chance to be the top stack on DraftKings. That's the fourth highest just top stack percentage mark. Minnesota is at 15%. That is second. So we are talking about two of the more likely top stack teams, and Cousins at 5.5% ownership, not pulling a ton there to go along with that top stack odds. If you want to go Cousins, Jefferson, I don't have a huge issue going to Cook in a stack like that. If the passing touchdowns are going to Jefferson, there's no reason that Cook can't also be getting it done on the ground. Like, I don't mind that 2-man combo at all. I like the shout for Minnesota. It just always scares me. I don't ever feel like I get Kirk Cousins correct since Washington.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in general, it's does this game matter and is it after 1 p.m.? And then it's like, ooh, okay, Kirk Cousins now a full coin toss here. And then if it's like a 1 p.m. game where she should roll, like, I think he takes care of those spots. But I think I was on a lot of the Justin Jefferson train this year, so I enjoyed most of that ride. Obviously, besides when the bottom fell off and then drove us off of a cliff like Thelma and Louise, that was not fun. But besides that, though, like, they've been good this year. And I do think there's something in the fact that, like, if you're the Vikings, the only thing that's going to get you ahead in the playoffs, it's not going to be your defense, because we've seen that time and time again. They get strafed by everybody. So you have them go out there this week. They put up one more statement game. You build up some momentum for whatever they're going to be doing next week, probably the Giants. Like, that feels like a thing you'd want to do for a team that could use some confidence, because that was an embarrassment against Green Bay. And I don't think you want to enter the playoffs like that. So people talking about them resting starters, maybe at some point if the game gets out of hand, but I think they go full go. And I think they can put up a lot of points against the Bears team that is clearly not going to be there. The issue is Nathan Peterman's on the other side, and he can throw that game away too. And you can see the Vikings defense put up 3 touchdowns.
Are you trying to tell me that Nathan Peterman's not good?
Josh, I could tell you, I love backup quarterbacks, love dumpster diving for these guys, just learning about him. I would not play Nathan Peterman. And it sucks because there's been these guys coming back in this year where David Blau, like, looked okay against Atlanta. A few of these backups have come in. Jarrett Stidham, like a guy that I would have filed away as an also-ran. Gardner Minshew. Their first game does tend to be a little bit better when the coach can kind of get them out there. They don't have the new film, and sometimes it can work out. But I swear to God, if Peterman goes up, if Peterman wins $1 million today, I'm done. Like, I'm done. I'm just going to take a long walk around the block. I'm going to smoke an impossible amount of weed. I'm just going like, you know what? Football this year is just kicking me in the balls.
Are there any wide receivers that you look at that are like Chris Spags specials for today? Who stands out as like the weird stuff that you want to get to at the bottom?
The weird stuff that I want to get to at the bottom. I do think that Rashid Shaheed is one of those guys, though he's certainly not going to be a surprise to anybody. I think he's over 13 PPR points like the last 4 weeks, and has been kind of a guy that I think has been the main reason Chris Olave came back down to earth a little bit, besides his hamstring issues, is just that Rashid Shaheed's taken away some of those deep balls, and Dalton seemed to favor him a little bit more. So I think he's in play to do kind of what Mike Evans said last week. The issue is I think everybody's just going to be aware of that and think about that way. There's really no young guys who are that exciting. Maybe Alec Pierce can finally have the outlier game in a game where I do think there could be a little more scoring. And obviously Houston's D is not that good. It seems like it wouldn't be crazy, but I think that's a little bit of a personal bias thing. Besides that, it's just, I think the young running backs appeal to me more than young receivers. We've kind of seen what the young receivers can do for the most part. So I wouldn't say there's anybody that I'm straining my eyes to find somebody just to give a good hot take, but I think it's really Rashid Shaheed, Alec Pierce, guys who have some pedigree and have done something. Maybe Jahan Dotson, like, I think is one of those guys too, just because Sam Howell's been a gunslinger and he's going to have to throw the ball because like Dallas is going to be good on their end. So I think that's a possibility, but it's your mileage may vary.
Yeah, I don't have anybody that's too crazy. You mentioned Tutu Atwell before as a guy that was popping up for you. He is the guy that's popping up for me. That's like sort of in the egregious price range. Don't mind it at all. it's not even like a gigantic stand either, but otherwise it's, 5% of a couple random guys getting pulled around based on game stacks and other stacking rules set up. It's not just individual guys popping up for me. It's just bleak. Wide receivers hard.
Can I read a chat here? It's not a super chat, which obviously we care the most about, but Braden Vegmorin saying in the chat, I live for the Spag specials. It's like the secret menu at the restaurant that you don't know if they spit in your food or gave you the best dish ever, which exactly the kind of restaurant I'd like to have, Josh, where it's really all about a choose your own adventure. Are you going to be nice to the waiter? You're going to be nice to the staff? Then you get the best dish. And if you're mean to the staff, then all sorts of bodily fluids going into that food.
Hak tui.
Hak tui. Delicate spits. French style spits.
Absolutely. Anything else you want to touch on at wide receiver? Any names that we haven't mentioned? Anybody that has caught your eye? I don't really have anybody else to add here.
Maybe McLaurin for the same kind of thesis about Howell being a gunslinger who's going to try his best. And, we did see Gardner Minshew force that ball downfield against Dallas. I guess Trevor Lawrence do the same thing. So maybe there's a little bit more of a weakness in that, in the coverages, if you can kind of snuff that out and make it work. I don't know if Howell's good enough to do that, but he at least played at UNC. So like he's played some real teams. It's not like a, Zach Wilson kind of thing or a Malik Willis thing where they played, guys who are accountants now, and that's sort of where it is. So I think there's a chance that Howell could be useful and actually create value for his pass catchers. Besides that, no, I mean, Terrace Marshall, maybe like you assume that DJ Moore doesn't play as much and Marshall ends up being kind of the wide receiver one and can get there. But yeah, I think to me, it's like try some Justin Jefferson and hope it works out is really my main take for the week. And then for everything else besides that, like don't get too much Tutu, don't get too much Brandon Powell, and kind of try to level the ownership out for a lot of these other guys.
Let me go to the tight end spot. And well, it's not fun to talk about tight end. And it never is. Today is one of those days that's ultra not fun because we had Travis Kelce yesterday. The highest dollar tight end today is George Kittle, who has shown some signs of life as of late. The most owned tight end at this moment is Dallas Goedert. Now, I will say I'm getting to basically all of the Goedert on FanDuel, just locked and loaded. It's allowing me to play a lot of the Eagles. I don't mind that at all, but Goedert is the guy that I have my eye on most. But do you have a guy that you like most at tight end, or is this the grab bag of all grab bags?
I think it's honestly a week of grab bags, but I would say this is probably the most grab baggy. Pat Freiermuth seems like he's the best optimizer play to me, which I don't mind, but I think if it's going to be a good optimizer play to me, maybe a lot of people get there. The one thing that I guess could give Freiermuth a little more value is that I do think the casuals will go more towards Najee Harris. So you're probably just playing Freiermuth alongside the well-projected, the smart players who are using data and all that. So that's something where at least you're kind of getting away from a potential group who could luck box that. So that's something that I think stands out. I'm with you on Dallas Goedert too. I think he looks pretty good. I'd probably prefer AJ Brown and Devonta Smith a little bit more, but I think Goddard at a tight end position where you just want some correlation there in the hopes that he can be that guy. No issue with it. Higbee, I think he's like got to get one catch today for a contract bonus of $500K. So like he'll be out there and he'll get his one catch. But honestly, that 1 point, that 1.9 points might be enough at tight end today. I think that's probably Hayden Hurst. I think would be the other one too. That's coming up a little bit for me. That I'll probably force in a little bit more just because I do think this could be a nice Bengals day. And Hurst was really involved on Monday night. His return to the lineup. I think that'll be the case against today versus the Ravens. A revenge game for him too for the chat. We all love a good revenge game. But it's whatever you get, I would have no issue with. It's tight end. I would just be wary of just getting caught in a chalk conundrum where like Kittle probably gets really highly owned and maybe a leverage on McCaffrey, but it's a little bit of a tough spot to expect him to get full production with Debo back as well.
I'm looking at these numbers. We've got two guys that have double-digit boom percentages in Freiermuth and Dallas Goedert. Only a couple guys pulling, north of 10% ownership. It's just ultra flat. You're trying to buy at a minimum a touchdown, probably trying to buy the double touchdown game from someone here. I wish that I had something that like stood out immediately. Freiermuth is the guy that has the most positive leverage. It's not even really close. Dallas Goedert's to Albert O is 3. You get a couple other guys that are in that 3% positive leverage range. There's not anything too crazy for negative leverage. Like being a 1% optimal guy that's projected for 3 or 4% ownership isn't exactly crazy. These guys are in no lineups, basically. That's where it starts to get really, really bleak. This is all just stacking stuff. These guys are coming along for the ride in some of my game stacks, but Goddard is in, at this moment right now, half of my lineups.
Which feels fair. Like, I just don't know that Goddard kills you on this slate at that price tag. So, especially I'm sure on FanDuel. So, like, I think that seems logical to me. And honestly, I think out of all the positions we could talk about today, tight end might be the one where you just want to take some production. It could be that, like, that week, actually, it's been a couple times. It happened with Kelsey, happened with Mark Andrews. Could be one of those spots where it's like you just take the guaranteed points and build unique around that. And it doesn't matter what value metric you get as long as you get 10 to 15 points out of your tight end. And I think Dallas Goedert's probably as good as anybody expect at least 10 from.
I hope so. That's my plan, at least. Do you see any ownership coming in here? Do you see any guys that you're just trying to avoid at tight end, or does that not really exist today?
Let me see what Kittle's ownership is, because I think he's going to get steamed up a little bit because of how soft he's only under 5%. I think he comes up closer to 10 just because of the matchup against Arizona. And the fact that Kittle's also been good for the most part for a while. I think people won't adjust for the fact that maybe it's because Debo is out that Kittle got a little bit more work. And also, the lack of motivation for the Niners, or, the fact that they could get there pretty early against a Cardinals team that has one of the lowest totals of the year. But I think people will attack that matchup because they've been bad against tight ends all year. It's also possible people go to Higbee a little bit more. I think Seattle's been bad versus tight end, and I think people know that Higbee has some incentives. And I did forget to point out too that somebody in the chat just mentioned that Hayden Hurst has some incentives too, where I think if he catches like 3 touchdowns, he gets a lot of money, but also I think he has ones that are more normal where he gets like a certain amount of completions. I'll actually check that out right now because I think I have it written down somewhere. Hayden Hurst, 100 receiving yards for 250K, 2 receptions for 250K, 3 touchdowns for 125K. So if Hayden Hurst hits all of those, I mean, that's the lock of the century.
I mean, those sound like pretty good deals for Hayden Hurst. It takes a little bit of performance and gets a pretty big outlay in cash for him. It's not as good of a deal as No House Advantage is giving out right now. However, if you click the link in the description and head on over, they'll match a deposit up to $100. Now, that is the real deal. Who cares about Hayden Hurst's $250,000 for multiple touchdowns? You can get up to $100 at No House Advantage. You're picking player props here. You're taking over unders and you're ranking them on a confidence interval. So your favorite's going to be worth 10 points. You'll work your way down from there. 9, 8, 7. You guys know how to count down from 10. At least I hope so. If you don't know how to count down from 10, please don't sign up for this. This is not going to be what you're looking for. What you should do, though, is use the tools that we have at Stokastic.com to make your life incredibly easy when it comes to playing at No House Advantage. They've got the Sunday kickoff today. 15K prize pool, 5K to first. This is going off for the early slate. It's only 20% filled right now. If you head to Stokastic.com, you can see that we have No House Advantage projections, which means we take every single prop that exists and we apply our projections to them. So we'll give you the percentage chance it goes over, the percentage chance it goes under for everything. That should help you sift through everything that you want to look at, start to build out your lineup. If you want to save even more time, you want to be ultra lazy, we've already done the legwork for you. We have No House Advantage optimal lineups ready to go that you can just grab and load into the contest. It should take you 10 seconds. That's not too bad. So you can start with $100. They'll match with another 100. So you have 200 right out of the gate. You can get as many entries into the 5K up top contest as you'd like. As I type it in right now, 200 divided by 15, you can put 13 entries there. You can take the first 13 lineups that are in our optimal lineups page if you want. You could pick and choose if you'd like, move some stuff around, but we are giving you a blueprint pretty quickly. It's there for you. Take advantage of No House Advantage. Click the link in the description. Whew. It got really, being gone for a couple weeks, getting back into like the flow of doing reads and stuff, really not easy. You build up like a lot of muscle memory for that. It went away big time on Tuesday. I'm pretty good now at this point, but it was tough.
No, one of the weeks you were gone, I did a deeper dive and I had to like have the ad reads and do them and whatever. And I guess I had to do them a little bit last week too with EMAC. And it was one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, like I do ad reads like for Splash Play. We have like one of the sponsors or whatever. And it's like, I do it, but it's just me kind of talking because it fits like, within the content flow. But like an actual ad read is hard to do, but you did it masterfully. People were pointing out the seg. I was like, wow, Josh really transitioned this. You got some fun burns in there. I feel like you're a pro at this, Josh. You really have put in your 10,000 hours and it shows.
I appreciate the kind words there. Now we could put in some kind words about some quarterbacks and probably a lot of non-kind words for most of these guys. Good Lord, does this list of dudes look absolutely awful. I'm going to put it out there right now. I'm getting a lot of Jalen Hurts and a lot of Josh Allen. That makes me feel so much better because those guys are real quarterbacks. There are a lot of non-real quarterbacks out there for you today if you want to get to them. So I'm just going to open it up completely to everything. When you look at quarterback today, who's the guy that you want the most?
I think projection-wise, it has to be Hurts. You know that there's motivation there. You know he can get it done in a variety of ways. You know that he's not likely to outright bust. The issue is like when I talk about Hurts out loud, obviously, you know, a little more rushing upside or a lot more, we could say for sure. Feels like Mahomes did yesterday, and that did not work out that well, where Mahomes was a little bit overowned, a little bit overvalued. People thought he was going to hit the 430 passing yard record, and he just ends up with kind of a middling game where he didn't seem like he was full effort, kind of did just enough to get there. So maybe Hurts is that case with the Giants team where Davis Webb is not going to be the one that pushes you in action very much. And again, like not a lot of talent across the board for that team. So hard to expect them really keeping up. And I think their best case is to kind of hang around like the Raiders did yesterday. So that's a little bit of a risk for Hurts, but he's clearly the number one to me. I would say Joe Burrow's live. I've highlighted him enough, but I think that fits too. Price wise, projection wise, it all looks pretty good. Kirk Cousins, same thing for me too. And then, for FanDuel, I think your case for Aaron Rodgers makes a lot of sense there. Like that game's got to matter to them regardless of the outcome. So at least that's one thing you can get right and know that also there's a chance the Lions force him into more action and you see more Rodgers. So he looks good. And Geno, I'll throw into the mix. Geno Smith playing for something here. I do worry the Seahawks somehow blow this game just because it feels like one of those things that happens in a week 18, but certainly a good matchup. Rams on the year, bad versus wide receiver ones, bad versus wide receiver twos, bottom of the league in DVOA in both those spots. So easy for Geno to theoretically get that production. It's just a matter of like, do they go more on Walker? I think the appeal of Geno, though, is that if you go to a Geno double or even a Geno single and then Walker doesn't get there, like you might jump a lot of the field with your quarterback. And I think that's something where motivations are there, the upside's there. And also the box scores haven't been there for basically like a month for Geno. So he could get lucky again, have one more big game, and people probably won't be on it as much as they should.
The second highest boom percentage for a quarterback today does not belong to Josh Allen, does not belong to Joe Burrow, belongs to Brock Purdy. Is it Brock Purdy day today? 5,700 on DraftKings, 10% optimal odds. That is the second highest mark of anyone on today's slate. He is the highest positive leverage option at quarterback. San Francisco, not exactly ranking high in our top stack metric, probably middle of the pack at best, but is it Brock Purdy day?
Maybe. I mean, it makes sense that, like, I guess if you were going to play McCaffrey, that's one way to get different and still play Purdy. The backup's Josh Johnson. So maybe there's a chance you could see Josh Johnson if the Niners were to pull away easily in this one, which is a possibility based on the total. But if they pull away easily, it probably came from one of Purdy or McCaffrey or at least one of the receivers. And Purdy's been good. Like it's been shocking to me how good Purdy's been, especially if you compare it to the early part of the year with how bad Trey Lance was in his early stint. Obviously, the hope is that he would have gotten better as the year went on. But Purdy's been accurate. He knows who to feed. He's got guys to get the ball to and not do a lot of work. So it's possible that he could go, like you could stack him with McCaffrey. You could stack him with Debo. You could stack him with Kittle. You could stack him with Ayuk if you want to go that way. I'm not sure that's the wisest move. There's a lot of ways to go with them. So I get it. I just worry about getting a full game's run from them just because like I don't see how they don't absolutely slaughter Arizona with what they're putting out there today.
You would think. Are they still 14-point favorites? Something in that neighborhood at least?
They were last night. Actually, let me double check, but I think they're still around there. Yeah, 14.5 now in a game with a 39.5 total.
Oh my God.
Just dumpster fires.
It really is, man. It really, really is. I missed the super chat earlier too. I want to go back to that. Race fan hit us with the paying up for Jefferson and Diggs on DraftKings and down at running back. I don't think that's crazy at all. It feels you're never going to feel bad having Jefferson and Diggs in your lineup. That's for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's the ceiling play that you would hope. And I think Diggs, I think, is going to get a little more steam than we're probably giving credit for. He was projecting a little better earlier in the week, but I've seen like Warren Sharp tweeting about, oh, Stephon Diggs crushes man and the Patriots play man a lot. And that's one of those things that I think does start to pick up steam when you have, the kind of people who are everywhere saying the same takes kind of things do start to lead to those guys coming up a little bit more. But I think that Diggs is certainly a live play just because of the fact that the game matters. What if it's a Gabe Davis week? Like, we haven't talked about that, but like there's at some point it has to happen. If it's the playoffs, if it's like this week, but it's got to happen one of these weeks. And week 18, when it doesn't matter for anybody, would be hilarious.
Seems like it would be a Gabe Davis week. I have a little bit of Gabe Davis at this moment, so it's fine with me.
It's always worth having a little, I think.
Eric Traub hit us with the super chat. How do you gentlemen feel about Deshaun Watson as a DFS play, not in real life?
I think so. Cleveland confuses me because they're another one of those teams that feels like the Raiders did, where they should be playing for the future. They should see what they have in their backups. They should see what Jerome Ford has a running back. But I think they're kind of interesting because Nick Chubb is seemingly getting good projection and he hasn't really ramped down his snaps so far. And Deshaun Watson, it seems like they've been trying to get him right. And I guess it's a matchup where you could do that against Pittsburgh. Like, I think they're also pretty live to play spoiler against Pittsburgh today. Pittsburgh really feels like they shouldn't be in the hunt for a playoff spot. So maybe Cleveland kind of gets their juices going just to know that they can knock him out. So that's something. God, a week where Deshaun Watson goes off really feels like a classic week 18 thing. So I don't hate it. It's not a play that I was necessarily thinking about forcing. I think Chubb appeals to me more, but I still think it makes sense for sure that they're going to be full go and try to save their coach's job. Like, that's something that matters too.
I think for Watson, he's just the guy that you look at that unquestionably has a talent level that doesn't match his salary for today. Like, we know of all the dudes that are around him that Deshaun Watson could be a much higher salaried quarterback if this were a different scenario. There's like an unknown factor for him on a day like today where you would not be surprised at all if he hung a big number and like that was sort of like the jumping off point to get to next year. That said, 2.7% chance of being optimal, a 1.1% boom rate. None of these things are all that likely, but he is the guy that sort of doesn't match the price tag. Because like you start looking at the rest of this stuff, it is really, really ugly at the bottom. Lots of guys that shouldn't be in the NFL, lots of guys that won't be in the NFL after this week. Are you playing anything egregious? Are you getting to like, are you going to do Flacco, Peterman, Webb, Sam Howell?
Sam Howell, I'm going to take a few stabs at just because I think it's a fun play. Like, he's the kind of guy that I think could absolutely blow up in a major way today, like in the bad way, but he'll be a fun journey to accomplish that. So I'll take him for probably like less than 5%, just so I have some stake in the first Sam Howell start in the hopes that he is kind of the future in Washington, even though I don't think they're going to treat it like that. Sam Ehlinger's projection is kind of crazy to me, but that fits what we talked about with Indianapolis and Houston potentially being that game where it just goes off because the teams aren't playing for anything and they're not trying that hard and they just go out there and have some fun and play some ball. So it'd be funny if Sam Ehlinger has the outlier day now. Kenny Pickett's projection's good. And it's also worth pointing out, Ehlinger, Pickett, and Desmond Ridder all better projected than is Deshaun Watson right now. So that's kind of a surprise, but maybe gives a little more value to what you think about Deshaun Watson as a tournament play. But you could talk me into some Pickett, some Ehlinger, some Ridder. Everybody else here, besides some vague emotional interest in Sam Howell, I think is probably better left to the other people.
Anything else we should touch on at quarterback?
People are asking about the Bucs in chat, and I've seen this take a lot that like, oh, Tom Brady's going to want to pad his stats. If you have watched a single Bucs game this year and you've watched that man get hit and you've watched his face afterwards and how it looks like he's literally turning to dust, like he looked back when he was told not to, he's turning into a pillar of salt every time that he does end up getting hit. Like, I don't think Tom Brady is going to be out there very long, and I think that plug's going to get pulled fast. So I wouldn't chase that one. Like, we do have a projection on Blaine Gabbert for a reason. I don't think that it's going to be one of the spots where Brady gets the full burn. So I would just encourage people not to chase that one. People probably saw the great Pat Kerrane winning money with Mike Evans and Tom Brady, or with just Tom Brady last week. So like, people might chase Brady this week, and I just wouldn't do it. Like, this game doesn't matter for the Bucs; they're locked into their seed. So keep that in mind. That like, it's very unlikely they play a full game, if not even just one half.
Absolutely. Let's close this out positionally, talking about everybody's favorite position. That would be, well, I had a joke there, but I'm not going to do it. That would be defense. And for defense, we don't even have anybody being ultra chalky. The Niners D, 4,100 on DK, is 10% owned. We don't have like a broken price tag or anything for the sort of weird teams are resting stuff. I thought somebody might just break through and be ultra chalk, but today seems like it really is just a defensive random number generator. Do you have anything that you look at here positively?
I think the Jets and Vikings stand out a little bit just relative to like team tendencies as well as the projection and salaries and all of that. And again, like there was a point in the past few years, I guess really every time that the guys played, where you could just play the defense against Nathan Peterman, no matter what the price tag was, it would still pay itself off. So like, I don't know that's going to hold for one more year, but the Vikings D is also pretty bad. But that is one way where if you're not playing Jefferson, not playing Cousins, maybe you are also playing Cook. Playing the Vikings D is not the worst way to go. The Jets, to me, they were kind of interesting because I think they can absolutely get some takeaways against Skylar Thompson. And also like they basically like deflect a lot of passes, which is something that I look at. I think I might have been Alex a few years ago that told me like that's a stat that sometimes can matter, where basically if guys' hands are around the ball, then they could get picks more easily. And that's something where it's not a direct correlation, but it is something that leads to it over the course of time. So you add in third string QB with, DBs that get their hands on the ball a lot. Jets scoring a defensive touchdown here, and that being the way the Dolphins don't win or don't make the playoffs, like wouldn't be a shocker there. So I think they're a good projection, good price tag. All that makes sense.
I have just a complete crapshoot of defenses. Yeah. I didn't know if I would just get ultra concentrated on like 2 or 3 of them. That didn't really happen. Vikings, Saints, Broncos, and Dolphins are the guys that I have the most, but I'm getting to half the league today. It's going to be disgusting. I hate defense. Please get rid of it next year.
Well, that'd be fun. I would enjoy that. I don't think it'll ever happen because people like can't. That's like too big of a shift. But like, would you get rid of defense and put in super flex? Like, would you put in another flex like that? Those are probably too radical. It would just be remove defense.
I would be fine with just not having it altogether. If you want to make it super flex, I think that's reasonable as well. But at the same time, just get it out of there. It's not helpful in any way.
Yeah,
or
same thing with leagues with kickers
I don't
too. Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, I hate it all. I hate it all.
Great week to be back, though. Great week to be back.
Well, look, it's defenses. It's an impossible thing to talk about.
Yeah, I agree.
And considering our job is to talk about it, it makes it less fun.
Well, I could do some hand waving. I like the advanced stats hat wave where it's like, or hand wave where it's like, yeah, DVOA stats say this. And then pass deflection rate says, oh, they get a great pressure rate here. And then sometimes like last week where it's like, oh, Carolina blitzes a lot. And then Tom Brady has not thrown a deep pass to Mike Evans reliably all year long. It's like, nope, never mind. They don't get home. So that's the part that ends up being what matters the most. And Mike Evans has the best game of his year that he did not have anything close to in the first 16 weeks of the year.
No, he did not. All right, 1,750 people in here, 262 likes. I think we could run that a little bit higher. Let's get it up over 300 before we turn this one over to the NFL Deeper Dive crew. That's going to be Laffy, Ben, and Alex getting started in a couple minutes. We're going to close this one out with the big question. Who are your favorite stacks for today? Where do you think you're stacking up games the most?
I think the obvious one is going to be Philly. So I'll limit myself to 3. I think the obvious one's Philly. The Vikings one I like a lot. The Bengals one I like a lot. I think you can afford all of those today and make sense of it. Those would be my priority ones. And then if you want to live a little, have some fun, the Sam Howell stack, the Sam Howell double to Terry McLaurin and Jahan Dotson, and just be the only person playing that today and be a part of the Sam Howell celebration as he throws 4 picks to a Dallas defense that's just dying to go home and rest for next week.
Are you looking at any bringbacks for Philly on that Giants side, which is not all that appealing?
You can talk me into Matt Breida, I guess, or Gary Brightwell if you want, but no, at receiver, like, do you trust Davis Webb to get the ball to anybody? Not so much. And it's like, do they play Daniel Bellinger this week at tight end because he's a young guy and maybe he can have an upside day? And that'd be the thing that kind of does fit a lot with backup quarterbacks. They target the tight end a lot. So maybe Bellinger, but nobody's coming up with naturally the projection. So it would have to be me going like, I like this guy and want to get him in. And I'm not sure it's worth that, though. That is a way to get different from the field. If you want to play a hurt stack, like you're getting different if you do force in a bring back from the Giants.
Oh God, that's so bad. So bad. Right now, Philly is my most exposed stack. They are our number 1 stack in our top stack tool on FanDuel. Buffalo is my number 2. They are our number 2 stack in our top stack tool on FanDuel. So far, I'm in lockstep. Third is actually Seattle in our top stack tool. That is not my third. My third biggest one would be the Cincinnati Bengals. So they are currently 6th in our top stack tool. And not a lot separating 4, 5, 6, and 7. They're all like in the high 40s. So The only one that I'm not actually getting to is Seattle, but I am getting to Lockett quite a bit. I am getting to Kenneth Walker quite a bit. I'm just not bringing Geno Smith along for the ride as much. I'm getting to more Hurts, more Allen, and more Burrow. I think we're done here. Anything else you want to add to this slate before we get out of here?
No, I mean, I think you got to prepare for the wildness of this one. Certainly it might be a late swap slate as well, which I'm sure they'll talk about in the next few shows, but that's something to keep in mind where, the early games, some late reporting could be something that comes up late and it just wouldn't be a shocker. So keep that in mind. But I think, just play. This is really a play the guys you want game this week. Try to keep your projection up with guys, have secure roles, secure motivations and all of that. But otherwise, I think this has got to be a pure entertainment week for people out there. My podcast partner, Pete Overzet, does the bit every year where it's like week 18 is cash game week. And I think leads in on a little too much, but that's neither here nor there. But being though, he's right that it is a week where just it gets crazy in tournaments and that offers opportunity, but it also offers the opportunity to lose the entire amount of money you're putting in. So keep that in mind and play for fun more than ever this week, I would say.
Well, folks, that will do it. You don't got to go anywhere. Stay right here on this stream. It's running all the way up until 1 p.m. You've got Laffy, you've got Ben, you've got Alex Baker. You guys know him as Awesemo. The NFL Deeper Dive is coming up next. Thank you to No House Advantage for sponsoring our show. Good luck today. Final week of the regular season. We will be back next week for the first round of the playoffs. So we'll see you in 7 days. We'll talk to you later. Peace.
We are back from the holidays. Happy New Year's, everyone, and a very happy New Year's to everyone that's about to get inducted into the Hall of Fame here and get their free month of Stokastic Plus Platinum, $120 value. You want to get involved? You want to get up here, inducted into the Hall of Fame, have us do all the bragging for you, and get a free month of Stokastic Plus Platinum? Easy. All you do, go to stokastic.com/avatar. Download the profile picture. Use it wherever you play. Then tweet your wins at Stokastic HOF on Twitter. Finish top 3 in a field of 5,000 or more. Boom. Free month of Stokastic Plus Platinum. You're in, and you're getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. Or you can come on back and we'll do it again. Let's see who we got on the board this week. Some huge winners. First up, That's Stunner. This guy just crushes all the time. Actually tweeted from our handle. Great call by Ty Schmidt using the boomer bust tool to identify Donovan Mitchell as a strong option in NBA last night. Looks like a lot of people listened. Yeah, 100K first, second, 30K, third, 10K, fifth, 3K. And then a Stokastic avatar sitting right there. Wicked Mumbles in 4th place as well. Follow that up with the 4-point play. You got That Stunner at 15K and Wicked Mumbles second with 62.50. Big night for those two fellas rocking the Stokastic and the old school Awesemo avatar as well. Logan Grew. Luca is a god, just like the guys behind the Stokastic projections. Also, shout out to the analysis. Great analysis from the best today. Thanks, guys. $20,000 win to Logan Grew, rocking the new Stokastic avatar. Looks good, man. Congratulations. And then Scott Vetter, very simple man, at Stokastic HOF, $15,000 win in the $150,000 fair catch, followed up by Wayne Hoggs. How about Wayne? 10,000 third place, took down my first NBA top 3. I'll snag that free membership indeed. Laffy, ship my money. Thanks for all you boys do. No, man, thanks to you. Appreciate it and congratulations. And then Lord Malachi, been watching content since 2020 bubble season. Picked up a PGA, MMA, NASCAR win, along with MLB, NBA, and NFL. Appreciate you guys a ton for what you do. Mama, I'm in the Hall of Fame. You've now been inducted, brother. And how about this from Lord Malachi? What a sweet thought here. Special shout out to my guy, Josh Engleman. Positive energy and thoughts your way. Josh is back, baby. Josh Engleman's back in the house. Colin Crampton, not a top 3, but hopefully still Hall of Fame worthy. Huge night thanks to the rare Awesemo DFS sighting on NBA Live before Lock A, who's with us on Friday night. And I'm glad to see that helped out old Plubert here with a $10,000 win. We got a lot today. Zach McMurray, what a way to start out the new year. Binks in 2 different contests. Shout out to the boys over at Stokastic. Best advice and tools in the DFS industry. Thanks, man, and congrats. 3,000, 3,500 in the shot. And then in the 2 different Sunday shots. Love to see it. Juan. How about Juan? Sorry, a few days late. Didn't know you were giving out free membership. Yes, we are. Just got to meet the requirements and rock that avatar like you're doing. You guys are the best. He says $1,000. Little 4-check hockey action. Congrats, Juan. And then can't say that name up top. We'll go to Hugo Seth, 68, because that would be uncomfortable. $1,000 win here in the 15K single back. Shout out to Stokastic and the YouTube squad for turning my Washington into a Cleveland. I even made a Twitter for you folks. Congrats, man. Next up, you got Jerry. All right, Jerry, popped my NBA cherry last night. Super proud DFS moment. Thanks for all the awesome daily content. $1,000 in the mini max. Love it. First place to Jerry and Eric Johnston. Great resources as always. $875 going to him in the Friday windmill. A few more here before we wrap it up. You got Sammy Z. Shout out to Stokastic for the win. $500 victory there. Congrats, brother. And then Olamar. Looking forward to that free premium month to take my game to the next level. That's why we do it, dude. Appreciate the team for all the provided insight to make us better players. 400, 250, first, second, and fifth in the piggy bank. Man, those are difficult to get that high. Huge fields. Congrats, man. And Melissa, over on Prize Picks. You know all about Prize Picks. An incredibly nice way to end 2022. Thanks for the projection, Stokastic. Use the $20 risk-free bet. Beautiful. Melissa closes it out. Appreciate you guys hanging with us. Welcome to everyone who's inducted into the Hall of Fame for the first time. Welcome back if you've been here before. Remember, go to stokastic.com/avatar. Down that. Use it wherever you play. Tweet your wins at Stokastic HOF and get a free month with Stokastic Plus Platinum when you win.
Yeah, I got there with the Henry over for receiving on one catch. But...
Yeah, but that's what he does. He can have one, what was it, like 1 for 19, right?
Yeah.
Ew, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Stokastic, put that down.com NFL Deeper Dive presented by No House Advantage. And it's a special week because we're finally, you get to week 1, you know that the season's going to fly. And that it has. We still got playoffs and all that good stuff, but we're in week 18. 13, not 16, not 15 games today. We had 2 yesterday. You got 1 tonight, but a lot of moving parts for today. I mean, a lot of moving parts. Certain coaches may approach this game like Todd Bowles and Kevin O'Connell, potentially as like what we used to see in week 3 of the preseason. So we'll talk about all of that. Dress rehearsal type stuff. I don't know. We're going to get into it though. I'm Dave Loughran at Lafayette_D, LOUGHY_D. Very happy to have you guys hanging out today. We're going to break down all 13 of these games. And alongside me doing this, as always, Ben Rasa at JazzRaz DFS. What's happening, brother? We're here. Week 18.
We're here. It's week 18. Ready to go. Not sure I'm actually ready to go. This is tough, but you know what? We're going to talk about the scenarios. We're going to talk about motivation more than we normally do, trying to infer what's going on, and someone's still going to walk away with $1 million today. So no reason that can't be one of the loyal listeners, or hopefully me. That would be good too. But a lot of money up for grabs, even in this crazy slate.
A lot of money and a crazy slate. But we've got Alec Baker to help us navigate these waters as well. Rocking the hometown Detroit Lions jersey. Hey, by the way, at Awesemo DFS, I'm pulling for you, man. I would love to see Seattle lose to the Rams and then Detroit come into Lambeau and walk away with a dub. That would make me happy today.
Yeah, that'd be pretty sick to, I know there's a lot of Seahawks fans out there, so, we'll see what happens today, but It's pretty nice that the Lions have a chance of making the playoffs, which usually isn't the case. So it takes a little parlay to get there, but there's a lot of situations like that on today's slate that will be interesting to break down.
Well, I must say, slightly disappointed in Josh. Usually he's got, usually you would think, you know, he comes back, been gone a few weeks, reinvigorated, you know, only gets us to like 300 likes, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, again, maybe week 18, he wasn't prepared to run through the finish line. You know, he's not used to that extra week. So we got some work cut out for us. I have a feeling, normally I take the pessimistic view. I'm gonna pull a wild card right off the bat. I think we're gonna be just fine in the like department. I have a feeling we're gonna have a big rally during the show.
We will. Let's start it now. Hit that thumbs up.
Yeah.
Take a single second of your time. It's week 18. If you've held out all 17 weeks, just take this 1 week and say, you know what? The holdout, fine, successful, but now I'll change up the game. Let me help these guys get the 500 likes out of the gate, because otherwise, if it didn't help us, we wouldn't ask. It does a ton. It's just the way YouTube works. You got to appease the YouTube overlords here. So you guys know the drill. Atone for your sins. Wash yourselves clean of that stink and filth. All it takes is 1 second to hit that thumbs up, and you will be reborn. All right. Anyway, we got 13 games to talk. Oh, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. I can feel it. I feel it in my bones already. People feel good today. People are happy. They're in a good mood. And if you hate this show, hit the thumbs down button twice. First game up, Tampa at Atlanta. Alex, I do honestly think this could be a dress rehearsal type game, in the sense that, yeah, Brady's starting. Todd Bowles has been kind of tight-lipped about how he's going to approach this. They're I don't know where I come up with it. It's just off the top. Don't ask me, man. I got a strange mind, and it sometimes works against me. But are we confident that they run these guys all 4 quarters? I'm not even remotely confident of that in a completely meaningless game.
No, I mean, the inactives will be telling here, but my baseline assumption is that, you know, the starters play the first half, and then maybe the younger guys play the second half. So that's a little bit of a tough situation. I mean, even if Brady played a full game, it's not like the Bucs have been crazy good this year. So you're not missing out on a ton by fading him completely. So that's kind of my plan. One of the guys that I think is more likely to get rested than everyone else is Leonard Fournette, because he has that West Frank injury that he's been playing through. So definitely wouldn't play him. But then it gets pretty murky, like who to play as far as backups, because Keyshawn Vaughn is the name that maybe comes to mind, but that's a big question mark how much he'll play.
Thomas said half these games are meaningless. Yes, but you got to understand there's a big difference between meaningless week 18 game where you are out of the playoffs and a meaningless week 18 game where you've already locked up your seed. Giants being an example, Tampa being an example. Minnesota, I mean, they're largely an example. These guys know that, well, I won't say definitively, but it's unlikely that San Francisco loses as 14-point favorite. So those are the real games when you're talking meaningless, not the games where it's like Carolina and New Orleans. If their guys are playing, why would they not play the entirety of the game? Just to get that out there, just to draw a difference here. Because if we're saying meaningless game on everything, it's a lot different than like, hey, this team has zero mobility with seeding and they still have something to play for. Either way, Ben, they acted that the reason I think this could be a dress rehearsal type game, and we won't spend too much time on certain spots, but I still do want to get your guys' analysis on how we approach these, like what, 2 or 3 teams really in similar situations. But we know that they have, I think, what, 3 quarterbacks active. I think Kyle Trask is likely to be active for this game as well. So could this be like a Tom Brady first half and then Blaine Gabbert third quarter, Trask fourth quarter, or Brady first quarter and then, you know, Trask plays the third and fourth, Blaine Gabbert plays the second quarter?
Definitely. I mean, again, I think you're going to see a lot of parallels to what some teams do in the preseason, and Tampa is one of the teams you have already alluded to. They got bigger things to worry about than Atlanta. It's not just like, oh, we're going to finish up the season and that's it. Like if somebody happens to get hurt, I mean, I don't think Tampa's going to make a run anyway, but certainly if someone twists an ankle or is out, you can forget it for them. So I would assume they're going to be very cautious. Obviously, that's going to make the backfield very difficult. It's going to make getting to Evans last week, who you really needed, and Godwin, I think, pretty murky at best. And they're also playing an Atlanta team, 40.5-point total. This wasn't, even if it was all systems go, I'm not sure how much Tampa I would want in this situation to begin with, if this was week 14 or week 12 or any random week.
So that's the interesting thing to me, because if this was a meaningful game, there's that part of me that voice that creeps in, and it's like, man, Tampa had the best half of the season as the playoffs approach. Good call on that last week, Ben. But best half of the season, of course, they got off to another shitty start, as they've done so many times, and then Brady just lit it up. Some thanks to Sam Darnold with those turnovers, but lit it up. Like, do they want to come in with additional momentum? But it's just not the case. I don't think you're getting a full game from him. I think for the most part, with their price points, they're not priced to not play the full game. This isn't preseason pricing where everyone's 5,500. It feels like a pretty easy stay away spot. Alex, Tyler Algier, though, we have him with the highest optimal percentage score in our boom bust tool of anyone on a 13-game slate today. Talk to me about this backfield for Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has a little bit less to do with Tyler Algier and just more to do with there's not many guys you can really trust on today's slate, but he's been getting a big workload. He got 20 carries, 18 and 17 in the last 3 games. And that's corresponded with Caleb Huntley being on the IR. So there's a reason why he got more workload. And we kind of expected as a rookie, he would start to get more work throughout the year. And in a meaningless game, you got to think it's going to be Algier, not Cordarrelle Patterson, getting the cut touches when it matters. So I don't really see any reason not to play Algier. It doesn't mean by any means he'll go off, but if Tampa's playing a lot of backups, you got to think that'll benefit the running game of the Falcons. So I think the price is pretty good for him.
Also, Ben, Vita Vea is out for this game for Tampa Bay. I mean, just an absolute behemoth that you're taking off that defensive line.
Yeah, I mean, we're always going to focus on the skill position players for Tampa Bay that are probably watching from the sidelines, but there's a lot of unsung guys, I'm assuming, on their defensive side that also may be watching from the sidelines late in that game. And Algier's a guy who's shown he can handle workload. I'm not going to call him a decimal back, as we've talked about early in the year. He really wasn't doing much, but he's flashed more and more that he can give you something. In the receiving game, he had 5 targets in a game just a couple weeks ago, and he just really makes sense from a lot of different, standpoints. So he's going to be popular today. He should be. I really don't worry about his workload much, if at all.
Do you think they open it up a bit for Ritter here in a kind of meaningless game? Do you think they say, like, let's see what we got in the young fella?
Maybe a little bit, but I still think they, it's not like Madden where it's like, all right, we're just going to start throwing 60 yard. Like he's still Ritter. I don't expect them to drop back 40 plus times. They're going to want to get him on the move a little bit, give him easy throws. So I'm sure they want to see more, but I don't think they're going to just suddenly do something drastically different than the Falcons have been doing all year.
For sure. Also, Rand said spreads tell everything. Atlanta favorites, so Bucks resting. Yeah, but be careful. If you look at first half spreads versus second half spreads, pre-lock or pre-kickoff, going to be wildly different. Like Minnesota's a 7-point favorite, but they're 5.5 first half favorites. So big difference there. Like, yeah, they're favorites, but a lot of that, the spread in on its own is not gonna illustrate exactly what is expected or what's projected for this entire game. So look at the first and second half spread. That's fair to say, right, Ben, when you're looking at these week 18 games?
Oh, it's definitely fair to say. I mean, and this is something, again, for DFS, a lot of that's going to be tough, but I will just give a quick shout out to the odd shopper side of things. Our insider access live betting is going to be really important today, because there will be teams that have a 2-quarter lead and then they completely ease up, and you're going to be able to take advantage of some of those opportunities. So if you are betting these games, it's just one of the many reasons you want to check out what we've got going on the odd shopper side, because live betting, as you said, 5.5 and 7, you don't see that too often, if at all, during the year.
Not at all. Alex, close us out for Atlanta. Anything you like in the passing game today?
I mean, Drake London's going to be popular. I don't really have a strong opinion on that one. They've been pretty bad at passing the ball, and I don't think that's going to change necessarily. I guess there are a lot of Tampa defensive players out, so maybe it's a little bit of a better matchup than normal. But I don't know if I have a ton of trust in Ritter and Drake London. But I don't think it's like so bad that you couldn't take a shot on like stacking it up or something like that, because these are young guys that they're going to want to play in week 18. So I think there's some potential there.
Okay. Yeah, I like London, actually. I have no interest in stacking this team, but I don't mind London at all, especially if Algier is going to be as popular as he is. It isn't to say that London's not getting some ownership either, but he's seen a massive target share with Desmond Ritter ever since he took over. Maybe they do open it up a bit for the young fella. Let him throw a little bit more. If that's the case, second half going up against all backups, you could see a real connection that he's had with Drake London already start to blossom a little bit more. So I like London. What about New England and Buffalo, Ben? You got New England 8-point dogs in Buffalo. Of course, Buffalo, Cincinnati canceled. What an insane situation that all is. I tried to read like how the seating would work. Had a couple drinks the other night. I just closed. I was like, I'm not even going to bother. This is a million different scenarios that could play out here. But ultimately, that's unimportant for this game. Patriots are 8-point dogs against the Bills in Orchard Park.
Yeah, I mean, in Orchard Park, I run like 43.5 point total, which doesn't stand out. But when you look at the rest of the games, it kind of does. And the Patriots are going to do everything they can here to try to steal this game. I just don't. The problem I have with the Patriots is they've kind of been a pain point all year for me. Jacoby Myers at times has been a bright spot. He can't stay healthy. He took a pretty big shot late in the game. He did score a nice touchdown there, but his shoulder, he's going to play, it looks like. We'll have to keep an eye on it, but who knows how much. And then you've got Stevenson in that backfield. I just really don't have a lot to say for this Patriots team, despite knowing motivation's not an issue, healthy total. A lot of things are going their way. I just really struggle. I'm not a Mac Jones fan. Don't think I'm getting to him today.
Okay. Yeah. And then at running back last week, it was essentially a split between Stevenson and Damian Harris. So that's not particularly encouraging going into a tough matchup with the Bills either, Alex. The only thing I will say is the Patriots are still live to make the playoffs. So this is a meaningful game to them.
Yeah. I think the Patriots are going to be going for it today. I mean, it's a must-win game. So I think the most logical thing is to go for some pass catchers, because they're going to have to throw the ball a lot in most games where, Buffalo is supposed to put up some good points. So going Jacoby Myers seems sensible. He's kind of popular today. Hunter Henry may see a boost with Jonnu Smith out for this one. And I don't mind possibly going to Ramondre Stevenson, but the price point on DraftKings is a little bit too high. He's a lot better priced on FanDuel.
Yeah. So I actually we talked about this last week with Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith, and the fact that maybe we shouldn't entirely overlook Hunter Henry in a spot like that. Now, did he have a great game? No, but he's 5% owned or projected ownership. He played 100% of snaps last week. And I'll do you one better. He ran a route, Ben, on every single Mac Jones drop back. So all 36 dropbacks, I think it was, Hunter Henry ran a route. He was on the field for every single snap in that game. For 3,300, when you're getting that type of at least opportunity being on the field and not just being out there blocking, but legitimately running routes every time your quarterback drops back to throw, I actually don't mind Hunter Henry at all this week.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely could do worse there. You mentioned the tools identify him as someone who's not going to be popular, doesn't jump out. And there is also a chance, again, we're inferring some here. Who knows with Jacoby Myers? Maybe he is limited in some way. Like I said, he's sporting a Q tag. You've got Thornton and some of those other guys. But it's not inconceivable that Hunter Henry has a healthy target volume. And at that price point, again, you could do a lot worse than that. I'm still not going to the stack, but I don't mind a one-off.
What about Buffalo, Ben?
So yeah, Buffalo, obviously there's a lot of unknowns that we'll really never know how they're going to react. You still have big time playmakers for them. They are, I think, I mean, you could disagree, maybe the most complicated team in terms of like some of these weird scenarios and whatnot. Obviously, they're going to be at home. I think they'll be playing hard. So I don't mind deploying these guys, but it's still a divisional game against a team that absolutely is all in 100% to get the game. So I'm just going to kind of treat Buffalo as a neutral team. I don't think there's a huge shift in how I would evaluate it. You still have big time playmakers on this offense. If I get to them, I think that's fine. But at the same time, it's 13 games, and there were some other priorities for me before the Buffalo stack.
Well, Alex, how about you? Stefon Diggs today. Does he stand out as a strong option against this Patriots team?
Oh, not like a smash option, I'd say. I mean, you gotta feel confident that Buffalo's gonna try to win this game all out. The only thing is the Patriots are a pretty good defense, so it definitely isn't going to be as easy as a typical week for Buffalo to make it happen. So it is a little bit of a situation where these guys may stand out just because of the motivation, but compared to just a normal week, like they're not as good as usual as far as the projections.
Not just Diggs, but Buffalo in general for you?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if you compare it to like Philadelphia, where they're favored, they have a team total of 29.5. Buffalo's at 25.5. So that really shows that there's a big difference in those two teams. And those are, and San Francisco's at 27. So Buffalo isn't like the number one option today by any means.
All right. Let's talk about Minnesota and Chicago. Welcome to all you guys who just popped in now. We're going to the third game here. We got a lot to get to. This one may not take too long. It's more or less just trying to figure out how you want to approach. There's nothing we can really tell you that's gonna help you here. And what I mean by that, what I mean is like my assumption is that these guys. My assumption is they play a quarter or two, the starters. I mean, that's pretty much it. Look at the first half spread compared to the second half spread in this game, right? Minnesota, 5.5 point favor. If you're betting Minnesota in the first half, I actually talked about this with you on the Odd Shop, Ben, on the Odd Shopper channel. I got Minnesota at -3.5 because my assumption was this is going to be the case from the beginning, but there was no real clarity on that. Then we see O'Connell come out. He starts talking more about it. It moved to 4.5. Now it's at 5.5, -115 on that. Second half, -2.5. So yeah, look, Nathan Peterman on the other side. They probably struggle to move the football anyway, even though Minnesota's defense stinks. But Chicago has they have objectively the worst defense in the league right now. I can say this with confidence. If this was a game that Minnesota needed to win, they'd probably be the best team on the slate from a DFS perspective across the board. From Jefferson to Cousins to Hockenson to Dalvin Cook, to KJ Osborne, all of them. But unfortunately, it looks like that's not going to be the case.
No, it's not going to be the case. It's just not. And what a weird thing. Yeah, again, more on the spread, because you mentioned you hit this early 3.5, and then it balloons to 7, even though Minnesota's not playing their guys deep into the game. And it's because Chicago's got so many problems of their own, and we'll get to them. So it's a really tricky situation. I don't see how you deploy any of the big time weapons on Minnesota. You're just not getting full volume for them. It's pretty clear there. I think the tougher thing is what to do with Alexander Mattison, who was a guy that always seems like if he was in a different situation, could be a super effective back in the NFL, but he's behind Cook. Maybe this is his chance, but at the same time, maybe it's a chance for them to give everyone 6 carries and call it a day. I think that's one of the bigger decisions to make on the slate, because I don't see how you go to Jefferson or Cook or Cousins, given that they're just not going to be out there late in the game.
Well, that's the problem, right? Like New York isn't intending on starting Tyrod Taylor. They're intending on starting Davis Webb. Like this just might be a back of a roster type deal, Alex. And if that's the case, and by the way, someone asked if Jefferson's going for the record. No, maybe in the first half, possible against this Chicago team. What's he need? 194 yards or something. But even if you're breaking the record, there's still an asterisk next to it. It's still a 17-game season. So whatever. It is what it is. Either way, Alex, how do you approach Minnesota here? Both starters and then potential backups in this game.
Yeah, Minnesota is probably the most difficult team today. I know a lot of people are gunning for Justin Jefferson to get that record. I'm a little bit skeptical that they're going to really pursue that given they're locked up in the playoffs right now. So I don't feel like very optimistic about Justin Jefferson, I'd have to say. But there's also a chance they just play this like a normal game. And I mean, if they win this game and San Francisco loses, I think, then they move up in the standings or something like that. So correct me if I'm wrong there, but I think the chance of San Francisco losing, it's like aces versus ace king or something. You know, it's in poker terms, it's a pretty bad beat if San Francisco loses. So Minnesota, like that's still like 10% of the time or whatever. So Minnesota does have an incentive to try to win this one, but not as much of an incentive as other teams. So maybe they just try to ease off the gas a little bit sooner than other teams. But it's very difficult to really know what to expect here.
So with that in mind, do you think with the projections that we currently have, do you think you get to any Minnesota?
I don't think it's crazy to go to Justin Jefferson. I really don't have a great sense of what's going to happen in this one, but the Vegas total of 25 seems to suggest that this is a reasonably good spot for the Vikings. But I'm a little bit worried about every player pretty much because they could just get pulled if like a little bit earlier than you want.
Ben, we wouldn't even be talking about this if it was Vikings against the Patriots, right? Or Vikings probably even against the Packers, but it's Vikings against the worst defense in the league. So with that in mind, are you taking shots? Do you think, I spoke for myself, but maybe you feel differently that they try and get Jefferson to 194 yards in this game? Like, I don't know, dude. What?
I said, if they do that, I mean, I've seen some dumb things in the NFL that might top what the Broncos did all year.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? And I'm actually going to push back a little bit on that because I don't think it really matters who they're playing. They're either going to be out there for the game or they're not. Like, if they play 3 series, they could be playing us 3 and our man Tyler behind the glass. You just don't have enough work to get there. Like, the Bears are a great matchup if they're playing, but if they're pulling these guys off the field in the middle of the second quarter, it's just not possible, barring an extreme outlier, that they return dividends. So I'm really skeptical of Minnesota today. If you're building a large portfolio and you say, I think there's a 10% chance they play into the fourth quarter, I'm going to take some stabs at a low-owned stack now. Sure, but I think that is a really, really aggressive decision and most likely won't work out.
I agree. My point in saying that earlier, though, was that because it's such a good matchup, some people might be more willing to take the risk that they play an extended period of time. Like, if you're running that risk against a Niners defense or something, you just go, all right, the matchup sucks to begin with. It's not really that good of a spot. So I'm thinking they'll probably still get some ownership. And we're seeing that with a number of these starters, just because it's the juiciest matchup in the league. And if they do play, hell, I mean, if they played 3 quarters here, you might see them get there, but it's hard to say. Alex, any final thoughts on Minnesota? Just really probably the weirdest spot on the slate.
Yeah, I think just going off the spread, like 7 points. Minnesota, Vegas just does not like this team. They've been like pretty big underdogs, like in situations where they're facing teams with much worse records. So like what I'm kind of reading from the spread, a 7-point favorite on the road, is people like the money is expecting them to play like pretty close to a normal game. So there is a chance that it just goes completely wrong though. The projections I'm seeing from across the industry are projecting, this one to be pretty normal. So if you do feel like there's a significant chance they pull the guys, then it makes sense to just completely fade Minnesota because it seems like they're kind of popular today, at least Justin Jefferson. But I just don't feel confident enough one way or the other to really take a bold stand here.
Okay. And Gordon Powell asks if you can take some shots on tertiary options since Chicago's so bad. The problem with that, though, is like now you're just getting lesser. Yeah, they're cheap, but lesser talented players in a good matchup. Sure. But without Kirk Cousins, probably, Ben, like then you have to, then you're hoping that they play like enough of the game. So it's kind of your thought process, your mantra. You have to get a bunch of different things right for it to even make sense to begin with.
Really difficult because there are guys that are the backups, and then there's guys that never play. And if you're going to pull your starters off, you're not really going to be too concerned. And it's like, I think Madison's a good example of that. It's like, okay, here's what I need. They got to pull Dalvin Cook. Now I need Madison to get to work, and he has to play well. Like they could go to Ty Chandler. They could go to a million different other things. And it's just really difficult. So I think the point is spot on from chat. You absolutely can look there, but you're threading a really difficult needle. For me, if Minnesota beats me today, that's one of the many ways I could lose because I'm not messing around with this team.
See, I like when you take a definitive approach like that. That's helpful forever. When you say, if I lose,
because when Justin Jefferson has 350 yards, I'm not sure how useful it'll be for people, but that is what I'm doing.
How about Chicago, Alex? I mean, it's Nathan Peterman. Khalil Herbert's back too, so Montgomery doesn't even have the backfield to himself. It's a really good matchup, but once again, like you're talking about 5-pick Peterman coming in there to close out the season.
Yeah, totally. I mean, Minnesota's defense we didn't mention, but they seem completely reasonable versus Peterman. Yeah, he's legendary at throwing the picks. He's never really been very good. So I think none of the Bears pass catchers have really been in play like as really good like solo plays anyway. So I'm really looking at David Montgomery as like, is he gonna get enough of the goal line and carries that he wouldn't normally get like with Fields in to see an improvement? But Khalil Herbert isn't there to mess it up. So I might take a shot or two on Montgomery on FanDuel where he's cheap, but on DraftKings, it doesn't look like a great idea.
He's still not priced for Khalil Herbert to be in this backfield either. Yeah, I agree. Ben, Chicago, there's no, even if Peterman was looking decent, he doesn't have anybody to throw to.
No, it's a terrible situation for any quarterback. But this makes it even to me. I mean, it's a pretty easy situation when you really look at it. They're a complete mess. Fields was getting there by one thing and one thing only. He's a dynamic playmaker. Just look what Fields's box scores would be if he didn't have any rushing attempts week in and week out. He would be one of the most irrelevant quarterbacks in the league. And I don't know why that would change today. The backfield is a mess. We talked about Herbert already. I don't have a lot to say here for Chicago.
All right. Let's talk about Baltimore and Cincinnati. Hit that thumbs up. Oh, okay. We're over 600. Yeah.
Starting to move.
You're right. The wheels are turning. All right. We got what? Over an hour to go before we turn over to live before like, and we need under 400 likes. We got almost 2,700 people watching. Atone for your sins, my friends. You'll feel better about yourself. Hit that thumbs up and let's move on. Also, we just changed it to 5 free days of NFL. If you're looking to get all of our content, all of our NFL tools for free. Of course, in this instance, it's just today because you don't have football after that, but still you're getting the afternoon slate. You're getting the full slate. You're getting the early only. You're getting a showdown contest tonight. A million different ways to play it. Of course, you're always more than welcome to bookmark this link and use it next, say, Thursday, because you're going to have Saturday games, Sunday games, and a Monday game. And if you do it Thursday, you're getting all of those days. Plus, you're getting to familiarize yourself with the tools. So all of, like, you're talking our boom bust tool, our ownership projections, top stack tool, all of that stuff, lineup generator, player projections, projected stats data, everything for NFL that you need. All of our showdown content on top of that. I'll tell you more about it in a little bit and how you can just get all that for free for 2 months. It won't be available to all of you, but for some of you lucky enough it is. But yeah, take advantage of it today if you want to check out all our tools or bookmark it. Set a reminder in your phone. I just got the new iPhone yesterday. Man, they're scumbags. I got to tell you. Absolute scum. Yeah. They don't include the charging brick in the packaging anymore now because they're trying to protect the environment. And what kind of shit is that? And then they go, oh yeah, so I get one for myself and my wife. And they go, oh yeah, it's $25 for each. So then you're paying $50 on top of that just to be able to use it. And of course they changed the charger. So the new cords that they give you don't fit in the old bricks. It's just a ruse, but they got me by the gills. I'm hooked. They know it.
What number? What are they on now? Like
what?
15X. What iPhone are they up to? I'm not up to date on
14 Pro Max, and I regret it. But I can't go anywhere else. I'm sucked. They got me. They know it. You have what? The iPhone 3, right?
That's a nice humble brag. Just the Pro Max, like.
Oh, you got to throw the whole thing
top
out there.
option.
Yeah. you got to throw the whole thing out there. Of course. The last phone I got was like 5 years ago. So I had a cracked screen and everything for 2 years. Ben scoffs because I know he's had his.
Yeah, I don't use my phone. I have an iPhone. I don't know. Definitely under 10. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I'm just saying, scum, and they got me by the balls. But anyway, like I said, bookmark it, and like if you use the 5 free days, we just extended it from 3 because with NFL, it's like why are we only doing 3? There's no point because if you do it on a Tuesday or Wednesday, you're not getting full access. We want you guys to have full access for multiple slates. So you'd have Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. That's all the main slates and the showdowns. Everything. So bookmark that. Set a reminder in your new or old phone when it goes off on Thursday morning that says, use that link, get the 5 free days. It's in the description. Tyler can throw it in the chat as well. All right. Let's talk about Baltimore and Cincinnati. Before we do that, a couple super chats. Tyler, send me the super chats, please, that we had throughout. Wally Balls, $10 super chat. Thanks. If you normally use randomness for GPPs, would you make it higher this week? Okay, Alex, this is a good question for you. Keep it the same or just bump certain teams' randomness depending on the situation. Thanks for 18 weeks of the best info. Thanks for watching, man. Thanks for the support.
So our projections already take into account all the uncertainty to some extent, but there are certain spots that this is hard to really know what's going to happen. Like a good example is the Saints. That we haven't talked about them yet, but it's like nothing to play for, you just throw up your hands. You're like, yeah, I guess this is what's going to happen. So the main thing is I'm just crossing off certain plays. Like if you're using projections, you probably won't have to like uncheck Tom Brady, for instance, but like I'm just narrowing down my player pool in a way that I wouldn't do in a regular week. So I think just crossing off players that you don't feel like you have enough confidence in isn't a bad idea.
Yeah. Okay. And it's a unique situation, not something you're normally doing, but this is very unique for sure. Humboldt said, my self-worth just improved by hitting the like button. It'll happen, man. You look at yourself in the mirror. The muscles look bigger. Your skin looks clearer. Everything improves. Give it a shot. If you don't believe so, you come back and you can unclick it later. All right. What else do we have here? Ben, I'll throw this one to you. So SH Eagles, R White gets how many totes? Yeah.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Like it could easily be Vaughn.
Yeah.
Likely. And they also have Giovanni Bernard. So
Right.
they have 4 guys that are, the inactives will be telling, but I don't think Rashad White is going to get like a rookie treatment like this game and play a lot. I think more likely he's not going to play as much.
Yeah. He's
For
too
sure.
important.
And then 3 max. This is from Ben. Thanks, Ben. 3 max. Should I use 3 different defenses due to variance? Ben?
I mean, I don't think should is the right word. You absolutely can. I mean, defense is always kind of a crapshoot and it's hard to hone in. So when you build your lineups, if you're at different price points, I think that's probably, you're getting more allocation. I'd rather use 3 than 1. That's for sure. You kind of spread it around, you take your shot and you hope no defense scores twice. And it's not a huge deal.
Beef Squad said, liked the video and added 2 inches.
This guy knows.
I'm actually mad that I didn't think of that, but that's good, dude. And I'm happy for you.
We need to hire him as a marketing person for the company.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you should see what happens when you sign up for the membership.
I just hope he's not like, and now I'm a strong 3.5. And then we go, You got to like a lot of videos, man, but we'll get you there. All right, Baltimore and Cincinnati. I'll tell you the truth, Ben. They're 9.5-point dogs, 39.5-point total. It looks like it could be Anthony Brown in this game. And Cincinnati is just a great football team right now. Like, they can beat anybody. They're 12-1, I think, against the spread over the last 13, which is remarkable in its own right. I don't really want to take many chances. Maybe we could talk about Mark Andrews, but Lamar's out. Huntley's a true game time decision. Anthony Brown took first team reps at practice all week. I think I'd rather just go elsewhere. Really low implied total for Baltimore. And even with Hunt, maybe Brown will be a welcomed improvement, because Huntley really let me down. I thought he'd be better than he's been. We've seen it in the past, kind of like a Lamar light, but it was horrible with him at the helm.
It's a big problem. And, again, I let Vegas guide me for a lot of things. I'm on Odd Chopper right now. Cincinnati's taking pressure all over the place. It's up to 9.5. It's at -115. A lot of money's coming in on the Bengals. And I think it's because you see kind of the writing on the wall with Baltimore. A lot of guys might not be out there. Dobbins is another example. They're holding him out potentially for rest purposes. Like, there's going to be a lot of guys on this Ravens team that might end up like that. They've had a fantastic resurgence on defense, but that doesn't really help us here. So Baltimore, they're towards the back of my priorities as well. They want to run. They're going to run. Gus Edwards and Drake and these type of guys. I'm not sure how actionable that is. I have little interest in this Ravens team against a Cincinnati team that once again is primed. I don't think of them as, the Super Bowl caliber team that they are, but they're right in position once again.
They are still ugly. That's a good idea, Andy. Yeah, we'll just start mentioning the spreads as inches. Yeah, 9.5-inch dogs here for Baltimore. $50 super chat from Shy Fan. Thanks, man. That's awesome. Thanks for 18 weeks of content. I tied for first in Rams Broncos showdown slate. And, that was an insane game. And won 4,500. And am grateful for your content and tools. Well, we're grateful for you, man. Seriously, you guys help us keep things moving here. And congrats again. Alex, anything for Baltimore at all today, especially with the uncertainty at quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Anthony Brown would be crazy at 4K if he does start, because he is a running quarterback just in the same kind of style as the other two at Baltimore. So that's going to be a good points per dollar. But Mark Andrews is also somewhat popular today just because there aren't a lot of great tight ends to count on. The only issue is they just have not been throwing the ball very much in the last 4 weeks. They've been skewing much more heavily towards the run than with Lamar. So I do feel like Mark Andrews is the volume is going to be questionable, but they really need to win this game. And Cincinnati is a tough team, so you're going to have to see some passing attempts out of Baltimore in the same vein. So Mark Andrews is probably the only guy that I'd really look at, but I think he's fine play, but not a great one.
Okay. I do like the under here still at 39.5, Ben. I 24-10 something, like, would not shock me at all. Yeah, Baltimore gets Cincinnati gets some points up, but in fairness, Baltimore's defense recently has been spectacular, and they're truly the only reason at all. They are the only reason since Lamar Jackson went down. And let's not pretend that Lamar Jackson was lighting the world on fire either, because they actually weren't. But the defense is the only reason that they are 3-2 since Lamar Jackson went down. They've scored 10, and that was against Denver in the last drive of the game. 10, 16, 3, 17, and 13, but they've allowed 16, 9, 13, 14, and 9, albeit not against great opponents. This is clearly the best opponent offensively that they've faced in a while, but just throwing it out there, this is still a good Ravens defense. Yeah,
Roquan, that you can look at why the Bears are so bad. That's one of the many reasons. Top end talent got sent to Baltimore. Baltimore is a good team, but everything you're talking about, the implied total for Baltimore could be really bad here. This is a really tough spot for this Ravens team. So if I have any interest in this game, it would be more on the Cincinnati side.
So I think one of the things here with Cincinnati then is which one of these guys do we want to pay for out? Like, do we love Jamar Chase at this price point? Do we look to T Hick? I just got the hiccups. I don't know. That's wild. Do we look to T Hiccups? Do we look towards Joe Mixon? Is there anybody there that's viable to you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Bengals are one of the teams that is completely motivated. So I think that we can really bank on them today. And these are some fantastic fantasy players. The only caveat is that they are big favorites, so you're expecting a little bit less passing volume than a typical game. So it could be a situation where you want to run it back with Mark Andrews, for instance. But yeah, I think going to Chase, going to Higgins, Mixon, they're all pretty reasonable options today. One note that I forgot to mention is if the Ravens lose this game, which is more unlikely to happen, then the Chargers have a irrelevant game in the late 4 p.m. games. So this is a really tough one, because if Baltimore pulls off a huge upset, then that's going to really improve the quality of the Chargers players today. And I'm thinking people are probably going to fade the Chargers guys, because it just is you're banking on Baltimore to win, basically, else they're going to be rusted more often than not. So if you do want to play as if the Ravens are going to win, or a late swap if the Ravens pull something off to the Chargers, that is an interesting strategy.
And to your point, Alex, once we started getting the news throughout the week that Lamar Jackson was trending doubtful, that line between the Chargers and Broncos, when else do you see one game affect another game this much? That game moved 6 points from Broncos +3. Now Broncos are 3-point favorites at home without anything happening in that game outside of the fact that Lamar Jackson is out.
Totally. Yeah, that's great evidence that more often than not, the Chargers are going to rust players. But if Baltimore wins, then trying to get at those guys makes a lot of sense.
All right, Ben, final thoughts on Cincy. Top options here?
I mean, the top options, they still have the top options throughout the year, Chase and Mixon and these guys. It's just a tough environment. It has nothing to do with week 18 in my mind. When you play Baltimore in a divisional game, a sub 40 total, it's not the easiest spot, but you may have a lot of money. Most of the top end players across the league that we've mentioned so far, we think they're going to be potentially watching late. So some of these guys get a boost just by default, because to me, they are ahead of guys like Justin Jefferson.
Let's keep it rolling then. We got Houston and Indy. Hey, if you think that Lovie Smith's coming out here and saying, nah, we want the first overall pick, you might be wrong. It really seems like he intends on going out there trying to win this game. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen teams do this. So if they win and Chicago loses, which is likely at this point, they're 7-point home dogs with Peterman at the helm. Chicago gets the #1 pick, and then they go and they trade it for a massive haul, and they set themselves up long-term. Houston just needs to lose this and they're in. But I got to be honest, Alex, they're 3-point dogs in some spots. It's still sitting at 2.5 against Sam Ehlinger and company. I think, and this might not have any effect on what we want to do from a DFS perspective anyway, but like Lovey's, usually you go, this guy might look to win the game so he can keep his job. He might win this game and lose his job. So I don't know. Maybe Brandon Cooks is remotely interesting, but they have no Damian Pierce. It's a pretty ugly team from top to bottom for the most part.
Yeah, I think the money line on this one is surprising, given what you're saying, where Houston is only a +135 underdog. Brandon Cooks, I feel a little bit iffy on, because if they're trying to get the young guys to play more, he's probably the lowest on the totem pole. So going to Chris Moore, I guess, could be a good option. But beyond that, I don't have a lot of confidence in who's going to be out there a ton. So I guess Chris Moore is maybe the guy I'm looking at on this team.
Any interest for you, Ben, for Houston?
Not really. It doesn't, again, I don't think it's because of week 18. It's just a team that hasn't been that interesting for quite a while. And they played competitive down the stretch. Chris Moore is a guy that we've seen get, decent target share. He had a double-digit target game against Dallas in week 14. And certainly it would seem logical that they'd want to get him more work than a guy like Cooks, who probably is not, part of their long-term plans. So you have a couple options, but it's still a pretty bad game, bad environment. The Colts are straight done. That helps. I mean, they were absolutely non-competitive, but it's still Houston on the other side. So maybe a one-off with one of the receivers, but that's about all I got.
Because on the other side there, Ben, you're talking about, pretty ugly situation anyway. Sam Ehlinger has not been productive whatsoever in the couple appearances that we've seen. 2 starts, and then last week playing a decent amount after Foles went down. Man, I suppose you could look at Zach Moss here, but what's the touchdown equity look like right now? I honestly think they could struggle. Houston, if they play all their starters for the entirety of this game, they actually have a pass rush that's in the top half of the league. Their secondary hasn't been that bad. Like, this defense, don't get me wrong. They're no world beaters at all, but it wouldn't shock me if Indy also just struggles mightily to move the football. It's a 37.5-point total, and they're barely field goal favorites at home.
Yeah, I mean, again, the Colts have, I think, maybe more issues at this point than the Texans. The Texans are just bad. The Colts have no stability at quarterback. You mentioned the backfield, and a guy like Michael Pittman, I still think you could roll the dice in tournaments. If it was Matt Ryan, I was actually looking forward to getting some healthy exposure to Pittman. He's a guy that he still has 29 targets over the last 3 weeks. He's going to be busy. The equity for touchdowns is obviously limited in this game, but he's inside. I really wanted to get to more of him. I am worried with Ehlinger, as you mentioned. The limitations offensively for this team are immense, but I think you can still look to whoever might be out there for the Colts, whether that's Moss or Pittman.
Okay. Alex, what do you like for Indy, if anything?
Yeah, I think the Colts are fine going to Moss or Michael Pittman. These are guys I'm considering, but not like super prioritizing. And then Jelani Woods with Kylan Granson still being out is a perfectly reasonable tight end option. So it's more guys that I'm kind of sprinkling in today, though, because this game doesn't look overly exciting.
All right. Well, let's talk about a really exciting game. How about the New York Jets and the Miami Dolphins? Skylar Thompson, Joe Flacco. You know why this is interesting, Ben? Because if I had told you in week 18 or in week 12 or going into week 13 that, week 18 would be Joe Flacco against Skylar Thompson, you'd think I was crazy. The Miami Dolphins were 8-3 through 12 weeks. The Jets were 7-4. These teams have both lost 5 straight games heading into week 18. The wheels have fallen off entirely. Even the Jets' run defense, which has been stout all year, imploded last week out there in Seattle. It's ugly. I will say, though, and listen up, I will say Joe Flacco, in the 3 games that he started this year, they were not afraid to let him sling it at all. Now, of course, they were playing from behind in a lot of these spots, but you're talking about, and that really only, against Cleveland too, because they had that miraculous win. 59, 44, and 52 pass attempts. He averaged 300 passing yards per game. Not encouraging to see, the overall numbers, because it's still Joe Flacco. Like, his yards per attempt was brutal, but the amount that he threw, I'm still going to be looking to some Garrett Wilson today. I might even sprinkle in some Corey Davis if they go back to a pass-heavy approach against a bad Miami secondary.
You can definitely look to these pass catchers you mentioned. At times, it's been tough with Wilson and White. Now Flacco, but the volume could be there. I'll add in Conklin as well. He's kind of in that Hunter Henry kind of same range in terms of price point. He could see between 5 and 10 targets again, and that would be healthy volume. So I have no reason to doubt that they can take advantage of a pretty bad Miami secondary. I'll talk about the line in a second. There's some things going on across the industry with this game that I think we could look to as well. But just sticking to the DFS side for the Jets, I think you got to look to the pass catchers. I'm not going to get to Flacco himself, but he could throw the ball 40 plus times easily here.
How do you feel about this offense with Flacco under center, Alex?
Not great, I'd say. I mean, the Jets are a team that doesn't have much to play for, while Miami is sure to be running their best players out there today. And Joe Flacco starting, that he's had a good completion rate, which is something, but I think it's not going to bode well for the Jets offense either. So I'd say Garrett Wilson is interesting, but he's supposed to be kind of popular today. So I'm just seeing the Jets as not a great team today.
Okay. Are you seeing Miami as a viable option with Thompson starting?
Yeah, with Skylar Thompson, I don't know if I want to stack the team. It's not crazy, but going to someone like Tyreek is perfectly fine because there's just not a lot of spend ups that we feel completely confident in today. So he has that quarterback downgrade, but still worth a shot or two. But yeah, Miami defense, that's pretty good. Other than that, I'm not seeing a ton of value.
What about you, Ben?
Yeah, I feel the same way. And certainly Tyreek's the type of guy we've seen time and time again, of course. Can you get him over the top? Yeah, but they could give him a 2-yard pop pass and he could break it for 90 yards. And Skylar Thompson can do that just as good as anyone else. So there are ways to get him the ball. I just want to point out, if I can quickly, on the spread side of things, the spreads are all over the map today. I'm on Odd Chopper, and in the first half, you can find the Jets +3 over on BetMGM. Then there's other spots where they're just +1.5, and just you don't see that too often in a normal week. So obviously, it's a spot to take advantage of, and that's why you want to shop the lines. I know, Lofty, we've got some things going on with BetMGM, but I just wanted to point that out. Rarely do you ever see books in the NFL where there are actual windows for middling in a first half like that. And these lines are moving quickly, but it is shocking to see that. And it shows the uncertainty that like BetMGM and a lot of these books have today.
Yeah, that is interesting. The only other time I saw that this season was a Panthers game. I forget who they were playing. It was the Browns. And it was like 2.5-point dogs in some spot, 1-point favorite in other spots. But yeah, BetMGM. Look, if you like the Jets, you don't even have to like the Jets today. If you wanted to get access to our tools, check out BetMGM and throw something down over there. Ben mentioned them. You're talking about, remember I said earlier in the show, right? If you're looking to do something other than the 5 free days and you'd rather get maybe 2 free months of all of our content, all of our tools, not just for football, but for every sport. So when football's over or while football's happening, you got basketball, PGA's back in action. I know you've been doing content on that. We got all of the tools for that. Everything you can imagine to help you build solid lineups across the board. I'm not even going to run through them. Every sport. All you got to do is use the link in the description or the one in chat. That's it. If you have $10 and you have, I don't know, 90 seconds, 2 minutes of time at some point, and you want to sign up and you want to get $240 worth of our subscription, maybe you're someone that's going, look, I've wanted to check it out. It's just, I don't play big enough stakes right now, or it's not worth it because I'm not where I should be and I'm still grinding slow stakes. Well, now you have all of the tools. So it's not like you actually have to worry about covering that on how much you're playing each day. You have everything. And all you need is $10 to put down on MGM. Just click the link in the description or in chat. You'll see how easy it is. You sign up, you put $10 in with the link. And once you do that, you just put that on any game. Any game. I think you put it on on props as well. That's it. And after that settles, you're getting 2 free months. On top of that, to ice the cake, even if you lose that bet, up to $1,000, could be 10, could be 100, could be 500, 1,000. If you lose that bet, you're getting it all back in free bets. So you have the risk-free bet, and you have 2 free months of Stokastic Plus Platinum. We're doing this because we want you guys to check out our tools because we believe confidently that you're going to win with those tools. And then you're going to stick around and continue to use them after you win a tournament or so, after you become comfortable and kind of fall in love with those tools and Discord and all that stuff. So check it out. Link in the description. You're talking 2 free months here. Everything on our site, including the lineup generator for football and basketball and our premium Discord. So we'd love to see you over there. And when you do sign up, hop in the Discord, say what's up. It's a great community. All right, let's keep it rolling here then, fellas. We got, actually, was there anything else on Miami that you had from a DFS perspective, boys, or should we move on?
Nothing for me.
Good to go. All right, let's talk about the Carolina Panthers and the New Orleans Saints. I will say though, Ben, with this, I'm looking at Carolina and thinking, all right, this game doesn't mean anything outside of the fact that they're going to play for Steve Wilkes. They all love that guy. Maybe another win helps him, throw his hat in the ring to become, not just the interim, but the full-time permanent coach here. If Dante Foreman doesn't play, that is at least worth talking about in the event, because he wasn't added to the practice report until Friday, which can make things a little weird. What if he doesn't play? Would you look to a 5K Chuba Hubbard here?
I think you could do that. I mean, we saw them a couple weeks ago against Detroit, a two-headed monster type backfield, and Carolina wants to run the football. Hubbard can catch the ball a little bit, and the Saints defense, there used to be a couple teams in the league, the Saints and the Bucks come to mind, where you just simply, you can't run against them. It really hasn't been the case as much this year. So I don't mind that. We obviously would need clarification on Foreman, because Carolina is a team, you know, I don't worry about their motivation. They got nothing to play for, but they'll go out there and play hard. So that could open up the backfield for additional touches.
Alex, what do you do with Carolina?
I don't see a ton here. Like, you gotta, like, I've in my experience, like, even if a team's been eliminated for a while and they like it's week 18, still sometimes you see some weird stuff. So I don't feel like great about DJ Moore, I guess, but if he does play a full game, I think he's pretty reasonable. And then Donta Foreman, I think kind of the prototypical decibel and back, but if he's out, like you're saying, there's possibility. I think that Chuba Hubbard would be pretty interesting. I do think Raheem Blackshear, though, has been playing pretty well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them be closer to even than people might expect.
All right. I'll get to Super Chats after we close this game out. Thanks to all of you guys for supporting this. Also, thanks to the 837 people that have liked this. We're crushing 1,000 today. No question. Even Ben is confident in this.
That's how you know.
That's how you know. That is how you know. You know it happened. Multiple people said they clicked it and they started
Yeah.
the trousers looked bigger.
Well, whatever, we can do a lot of things at this company, so whatever it takes.
All right. New Orleans. Man, I gotta say, looking at Alvin Kamara, I guess I'm just not as excited about him. And maybe I should be, because he has a pretty high score, pretty high optimal score in our tools today. It's at almost 20%, Alex, for Alvin Kamara. Now, if Taysom Hill, who was limited all week, if he ends up sitting, that's very interesting to me. But he had 14 carries last week. He's still such a vulture. Alvin Kamara just has had one or two really solid games all year. That's been it. So talk me through this one, because I'm kind of gun shy when it comes to this guy right now.
Yeah, I don't think being gun shy is a bad idea with Kamara. He's definitely someone that could get rusted a little bit. It's just really hard to know what to expect here. The other running backs on the team are David Johnson and Benjamin, who I have to assume aren't really like huge parts of the Saints plans. So I guess it's just like all comes down to like, do they want to play Alvin Kamara or do they not? And I don't really know. So I do think Rashid Shaheed may be popular today, but I don't know if he gets targeted quite enough to really justify all the attention he's been getting. I think it's just a situation where he's been running a little bit hot with efficiency. So like last game he went 6 for 6 for 79. Like that's not gonna happen on average. He's only not caught 2 passes in the last 4 weeks. So that's a huge regression candidate.
Yeah. And then with Kamara, the pass work, the pass catching volume, the targets, Ben, they haven't been there. That's my biggest concern with him. It's not even that he hasn't found the end zone all that often. It's that even Dalton hasn't really been throwing in the football much. And Taysom Hill gets worked in so much that every time he takes a snap, it's not going to Alvin Kamara. Yeah,
I mean, his paths to victory are clearly more narrow than years past. He's got 10 targets in the last 4 weeks. That's just unacceptable for a guy this good. And he used to be able to know, okay, I can live with the lack of TD equity because his PPR value is so high because he's going to get 6, 8, 9 easy receptions. And that gives you such a nice floor to deal with. And that's just not the case. Having said that, there's just not that many reasonable plays at these price points for a 13-game slate with a lot of teams resting players. So I get why Kamara's in the conversation. I'm okay with it, but I'm with you guys. I definitely see some red flags. This is not a plug and play by any stretch of the imagination.
What about the pass catchers here? Alex mentioned Rashid Shaheed. Of course, I'll point out Juwan Johnson, also questionable. Still tough spot to get to with a ton of confidence, right?
Definitely not confident. Shaheed has shown, obviously, they can use him. Look at the longest reception for him in these games, 35, 40, 68, 16, and 58 over the last 5 weeks. It only takes one, but as Alex talked about, it's really hard to rely on really limited target share and say, okay, he just needs to bust a 40-yard touchdown. Well, yeah, that goes a long way for any pay down option. Other than that, I don't know what else to really say for the Saints. You mentioned Juwan Johnson, red zone threat, had a good year this year, but it's not a great offense, and I don't think that changes today.
All right. Well, then let's move on. We'll hit a couple super chats here. James with a super chat said, Irv Smith activated off IR. If the Vikings gear down in the second half, is Irv Smith too cute of a play at the dead min? I absolutely think he's too cute of a play. Yeah, like, why would you activate him off the IR and then throw him into a meaningless, well, I won't say meaningless game, but if they're playing it as a meaningless game in the sense that they pull their starters, then yeah, that seems a bit too cute. Would you guys agree?
I would. They might want to get him a little work, but I just can't imagine they throw him into a situation like that.
He wasn't even producing when he was healthy. Like, he wasn't producing before there were any limitations. So yeah, I would probably get away from that. I mean, plus he's what do you say, 2,500? Just go to like Jelani Woods at that point at 2,900. Just go up a couple $100 to guys that you know are going to be on the field, even if they're also not in great spots. Okay, and then we had Jansen with a super chat. Lafayette and Alex, how do you feel about the over on Mac Jones and Joe Flacco? Well, our projections, I guess I'm speaking for Alex here too, have Mac Jones at 218.4 and Joe Flacco at 211, Alex. So we have them both, projected for marginally less passing yards than what he has the line at.
Yeah, I think the cases are totally different. Where with Mac Jones, this is a really difficult matchup, but talent that he's throwing to is pretty good. I don't know if the either overs I have a ton of confidence in, but yeah.
All right. How about Cleveland and Pittsburgh then? We'll talk about like possible spoiler here. I know Ben likes the Steelers this week. He can dive into that, but we'll start with Cleveland, 2.5 point dogs. Sorry, 3 point dogs now against Pittsburgh. Yeah, listen, they're going to come out there. They're going to try and knock off Pittsburgh and take away their chances of making the postseason. They don't have the highest their chances anyway, but it's still live. But Chubb, I think you're the one that mentioned it. Was it you that mentioned on Tuesday that ever since Deshaun Watson came in, Chubb's kind of like, we haven't even talked about him?
Truly, like not even playing him. He's almost an afterthought on a lot of these slates. And that's the price you pay when you're a decimal back and things start going south because you don't have other outs to bail you out.
And yes, Nick, Chig Okonkwo is a problem. That dude's going to be sick. I love him. But so do you have anything for Cleveland then? Like, do you look towards anything for Cleveland? I have the under on this game, by the way. I mentioned it to you on Friday's show on the Odd Shopper channel. I think this could be a crawling, fun to watch because it's a AFC North game, a meaningful one. But I'm not a huge fan outside of anyone. Najee's like the only guy here that I really have any interest in on either side.
Yeah, I have some interest on the Pittsburgh side. For Cleveland, I as you mentioned, I really liked Pittsburgh at 2.5 here. I think they're going to do their part to try to get in the playoffs. I guess you could go to Deshaun Watson and Cooper. But man, I was so disappointed. I know it was cold, but give me a break. Against New Orleans last week, against Washington, their coach doesn't even know the playoff scenarios. I'm not thrilled with it. I think that Watson is doable with Cooper and maybe one other pass catcher, but that's about all I can say. I agree with you. This could be a really low scoring, ugly, typical North game.
Alex, anything you see here that could be unique from a tournament lineup building perspective for either Cleveland or Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh is definitely the side that I'm really interested in because, well, they're projected for 21 points, which is pretty average, which is good enough for contrarian play. And Kenny Pickett and the Steelers, they're needing to win this one, so we got like the motivation. So going to pretty much anyone is pretty reasonable. Firemouth and Najee are the best priced of the bunch, but stacking up the team is an option as well.
Okay. Yeah, with Najee, you're just seeing the volume there right now. Cleveland run defense has struggled mightily. Their secondary has looked better, though. I mean, I know Joe Woods was on the hot seat early in the season, especially after that dreadful collapse against the Jets. But they have looked better. I think you see, Ben, a lot of work going to Najee Harris today, and I have no issues getting to him at a. You look at the price point. Look at the guys that he's cheaper than, right? He's on DraftKings. He's 400 cheaper than David Montgomery. He's 500 less expensive than Alvin Kamara, who, as we mentioned, isn't really getting pass catching work. Ramondre Stevenson, who was split opportunities with Harris last week, he's $600 more than him. I could go, up and down the list of why, while Najee Harris hasn't had the season that many expected of him, including us, he's definitely come on a little stronger lately, and his price doesn't entirely reflect that.
No, it doesn't reflect it at all. I mean, this is a guy, he's got game. Just look at the game log. He's got 20 plus carries in some of these. He's got 24 carries against Carolina. That's great. The next game against Vegas, he has 16 carries and 9 targets. Then against a Baltimore team, 22 more carries on the ground, 3 more targets. Like, if you're talking 25 total touches at flat 6 as a home favorite, it's hard to find better spots than that. He's going to be popular, and it's still Najee, but man, he really does jump off the page when you look at what he's been doing recently, and Pittsburgh has every single thing to play for in the world. They got to have this game.
Do you plan on stacking them?
I think you can do that because, as you know, I'm a Kenny Pickett guy. Deontay Johnson, Alex mentioned Freiermuth. This is my preferred stack. No, if you want to pay down, though, it's not an expensive stack, and that's one I say it every week, and it's not going to change in week 18. The top stacks tool is my favorite tool that we have. You can identify kind of some of that leverage. It's not just about raw points. Sometimes it's about how does it fit with the opportunity cost. And I think Pittsburgh as an aggressive stack in tournaments could make a lot of sense this week, just given how many options you have to pair up with Pickett.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. New York Giants and Philly. Remember, too, live before lock coming up after this. They're taking you all the way up to kickoff. There will certainly be some news. It should start rolling in at 11:30. So as it does, we'll keep you apprised of all of that. And those guys will break down any news or whatever, but also just go over the slate with a different look. And it helps us all. You got Eric Lindquist, Matt Savoca, Matt Gajewski, 3-man booth taking you up to kickoff. So don't go anywhere. Plus, Hall of Fame segment coming up. Everyone that's been inducted that had big weeks, or maybe you just want to get there, right? You just want to get there. That's coming up in between those shows as well. So we'll hand out some free subscriptions. And if you're like, yo, I want to get on there, I'm using the avatar, I just haven't had the win yet. Even you can get up there. Hell, you put it up on the screen if you have it, Tyler. Just go to stokastic.com/avatar. That's it. Use the avatar wherever. Finish top 3 in a field of 5,000 or more. Even if it's in the quarter arcade or the nickel, it doesn't matter. You're getting inducted and you're getting a free month. And the way I look at it, use that in conjunction with the BetMGM promo. Just get the free tools with the BetMGM link in the description. Get the free tools. And then you're rocking the avatar. Get another free month if you end up getting the win on top of that. All you have to do is use the avatar wherever it is you play. So, yeah. But anyway, I digress. The New York Giants, Alex, at this rate, I'm really not sure. 16-point dogs. Davis Webb is expected to start. I know that Saquon Barkley said he plans on playing, but that's only if he's allowed to play. So at this point, like, are we going to Gary Brightwell? Are we looking at Matt Breida? What the hell? Or are we just full out fading this Giants team today against the Eagles?
Yeah, I'm thinking that the inactives in this one will be like pretty telling. But I guess the rumor was that multiple starters will be inactive. but it's a 4 p.m. game, so we really can't leverage that information at this point. So I'm just going off the instinct that Breida and Barkley, Barkley being the workhorse back and Breida being a vet, will not see a ton of work today, and that leaves Brightwell as the guy who's going to get the rest of the volume. So I think Brightwell is pretty interesting.
Ben, what about you? Because I do agree. Like, if there was one spot I go to here, and I'm not saying I'm stoked about, I would personally rather play Jonathan Williams over Gary Brightwell at the same ownership. That is how I feel about this. They are 7-point dogs. They're the same price. Actually, Williams is 100 cheaper. I'm bouncing around here, but just we need to provide some context. I will, at least, because you may have a totally different opinion than me. But they're essentially the same price. One of them is at home as a touchdown dog. The other is on the road as a 16-point dog. And no Antonio Gibson. There's no Brian Robinson. Like, I would just rather go to Jonathan Williams here, who was already being used as a pass catching back before Brian Robinson went down.
Yeah, I agree with that. And you always have to kind of put it in context of who else is. Sometimes you're going to value because there is no value. In a slate like this, we got a lot of unknown running backs that could emerge. I was listening to what you said, but I'm not going to lie. I also was looking at, what the hell is S. Platzgummer? Never seen that name in my life for the Giants. Apparently he's a running back on the team. Shout out to that guy. Truly never seen that. But yeah, the inactives.
Wait, what's the name?
Do I have to repeat it? Just go to the Giants running backs and you'll see who I'm talking about.
Sandro Platzgummer, which is amazing because this is also the team with the famed Khalil Pimpleton.
Yeah, well, that guy, I seen him play a little football in college. This other dude, I'm not sure who he is, but
good names though.
Yeah, good names, quality names. There's 16 point. Like, this is where I think it gets tricky sometimes to conceptually grasp. It's just like, oh, they're a big underdog, just like Washington and just like Baltimore. No. They're 16-point underdogs. That's a little different. Like, that is in a huge gap between them and every other team. So I worry exactly what we have with the Giants here. Obviously, they've got bigger things going on than winning this game. I'm gonna take a pretty limited approach with the Giants today. I just don't know how we really hone in on much.
The old Gummer is from Innsbruck, Austria.
Okay.
Yeah.
A hotbed of NFL talent, of course.
All right. Let's talk about Philly then. Alex, huge favorites. There's always the risk that they get up early and then these guys get rested later, but they're 16-point favorites in a clear month. This is as much a must-win game as anything, because if they win this, they lock up the 1. If they lose this game, they could fall all the way to the 5th. This isn't like a Giant or a Vikings 2 and 3 limbo. This is 1 to 5 seed, home field advantage plus the bye, locked up, and then road game playing in wild card weekend if they were to lose.
Yeah, and it's almost inconceivable that they're going to lose this one.
But
it's NFL though. You never really know. It looks like they're minus 1,500 to win. But you got to think that they're not going to ice their players until the win probability is like 99 plus. So I think we can count on these guys to play hard. I do feel like Miles Sanders, I almost prefer him with Gardner Minshew at quarterback, because Jalen Hurts is getting more than half of the goal line carries. So that does make it a lot tougher for Sanders to get there. So my instinct here is to maybe be under on Sanders, and I like the other guys, but I guess I don't feel like that's right. Sanders is a fine play. I guess, you feel confident in all these guys.
Yeah, I like, look, Hurts comes back. Who knows? Maybe the shoulder's not completely right, but it's better than Minshew against likely a large swath of backups, Ben. I still like the stack here. The only difference now is, like, if you're stacking Hurts with Brown and Devontae Smith back in week 8, it's a whole lot cheaper now than it is now, because Devontae Smith is not cheap. So I think Goddard comes heavily into play here. The biggest concern for me, and I could be completely wrong on this, But Miles Sanders has been a bit banged up the last 2 weeks, limited at practices, sitting him out once in a while. If there was one position, and I may have mentioned this to you on Tuesday, if there's one position where the Eagles can go, hey, we can kind of give this guy a break, it's Sanders running behind that great offensive line. Where you go, we'll give more to Kenny, we'll give more to Gainwell, we'll give more to Boston Scott, and it probably won't hurt us. That's why Sanders actually scares me more than guys like Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert do today.
Yeah, I mean, I think that point's well taken. And it's also, as you mentioned, when they win this game, they're going to have a bye. So like they can make sure to secure that, and they're going to have plenty of time to rest some of these guys, but they have a deep rotation at running back. The stack jumps off the page for the top stack school, the highest probability. You mentioned it can be a lot of salary to allocate, but it's hard not to like the Eagles in this spot. They're going to be ready to play. You know, they're going to win the game. If we're talking no-brainer offers on the sportsbook side, this is the type of minus 1,500 book spot you look for in the NFL. You don't get these too often. The Eagles, it's almost inconceivable that they don't win this game.
Yeah, last time I did that, it was Dallas against
the Texans. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ultimately, people still got their money. Let's not bury the lead. Your account has that money in there, but it's never easy. I'll give you that.
No, for sure. You know, it was easy today, getting to 1,000 likes, boys.
We didn't get there yet.
Stop it.
I'm going to unclick. Watch this. We're going down one. You see that?
Why would you do that?
No, just to keep it fine. I put it back. Back.
All right. You're right. We're not there yet, but we got good people here. Good people here, not self-saboteurs like yourself.
What do you mean? I'm the reason we even got here today, because I took a much, it's my new 2023, new me. Laffy knows. I just have a bright outlook on society now. No complaining.
None of this could be further from the truth.
It's just a real, I
feel like you've
well on
worse.
Everybody. Yeah, I think I actually have gotten worse.
Appreciate you guys, though. It means a lot to all 1K plus of you. Even for those of you watching that haven't done so, we don't hold it against you. 3,600 people. As long as you're here hanging out, that's all. Maybe subscribe, but all right. Alex and Ben. Alex first, then Ben, because this is an important spot. Then I'll move on. Favorite options for Philly, favorite way to play this, and then for you, Ben.
I'd say Goddard's my favorite. Maybe Hurts himself. He does get so many of the goal line carries that if you do stack him up with Goddard, AJ Brown, or one of the other options, then you're not losing too many times due to other guys getting rushing touchdowns. So Goddard, I think, is one of the best at tight end this week.
All right. Ben?
Yeah, I definitely see that. If you can get to a combination of this Eagles passing game, even if they cover the spread and they're gearing down, they're the type of team, and maybe I'm trying to split this a little too neatly, where I think they can get there in 3 quarters. Like, you could see Hurts and these guys have a huge game and then ease off, and it's still very, very important that you roster them.
Okay. Dallas and Washington, 1,100. Yeah, we're just crushing. Everyone heard what's going on. They wanted
New Year's resolution.
So yeah. Dallas and Washington. I mentioned, Ben, I actually think Williams, if he really is, if he really does get that type of ownership, even with Sam Howell starting, I think if I'm going to a real cheap running back, he would, knowing what we know right now, knowing with the information that we have, I think he probably gets a good amount of work here. On the Dallas side, it's more so par for the course. Do you pay for Pollard or Ezekiel Elliott? Are you going to CeeDee Lamb today against Washington? It is technically a meaningful game for Dallas, just because if on the off chance Philly loses, these guys are playing at the exact same time. Dallas can take the NFC North. They can take the top seed, which would be, NFC East. That would be huge. So it is a very, very big game for them, even though the Philadelphia Eagles are big favorites at home.
Oh yeah, it's a big game, and I do expect Dallas to play. You've got Dak and Lamb, and you mentioned that backfield, so I'm not really too worried about that. They're a healthy 7-point favorite on the road here. The Washington backfield, I want to pass it right back to you, Laffy, because what do you think? Because you mentioned Williams. The only other healthy back, it seems, is Jared Patterson, who he's someone that has been there for a little while. Obviously, no real work this year. Do you have interest in him as well? They're basically the same price. So do you think that Williams is running clear ahead of him?
I do think Williams is running clear ahead of him because he's still the number 3. It's not like it's not like Gibson was the guy all year. And then now it's Brian Robinson, who is like a clear backup and they could go to the 3. It's like both the 1 and the 1A are out and you've got the clear 3 in Jonathan Williams. So sure, could be completely wrong on this one. I would assume that Patterson gets involved, but I don't know. I think Williams certainly profiles as the guy who gets the large majority of work here.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with that, and we've seen him catch some passes. Obviously, McKissick isn't there either right now, so it's really 2 guys. I think you can look there. I'm not sure. Like I said, I know we don't have time for this. I'm so disgusted with Washington, with what they did last week, from Wentz to Rivera to all that. I don't have a lot to say. My poor guy, Terry McLaurin, who I love. Just wish he was on a better team. I think I'm going to stick to the backfield and not much else.
Okay. I'm the same way. What about you, Alex?
I don't feel great about Jonathan Williams, to be honest, because I mean, he's like a 28-year-old guy. Like in running back terms, that's a little bit on the old side. So it's not like he's some guy they really have to evaluate. Like neither of the other guys really are, that big in the plans of the Commanders either, though. So Jared Patterson's the only guy that's like young relatively. I think he's like 23 or something. So yeah, he's 23. So I do feel like this is murky enough that if Jonathan Williams is popular today, it seems like he's one of the more popular, like kind of no-name guys today, that I'm not afraid to be a little bit under on him, but certainly a reasonable play.
What do you have for Dallas outside of what we just talked about? Anything you really like?
Dallas, I'm really worried about because if I understand the situation right, if Philly and San Francisco both win, then Dallas's result isn't meaningful. So I do feel like there's a pretty high chance of both of those games getting, or is it either of the two?
It's just Philly.
Oh, it's just Philly. Okay.
Because if Philly wins, Dallas can't win the division. Niners got the division. Bucks, Vikings, and Eagles would have it, which would place Dallas in the 5 seed.
Okay. Well, regardless, these games are concurrent, so I think you could see a situation where there's some scoreboard watching and they pull the Cowboys players at the end of the game. And since Philly is such a big favorite, that seems more likely than not to happen. So I'm just a little bit nervous about Dallas today, but wouldn't blame anyone for going there.
No, you're right, though. It's entirely possible that the scoreboard watching takes place here. But like, we have no idea. Maybe they just play it through. They play it the exact, all of the 4 p.m. games are at 4:25. So it's not even staggered like that. It's weird. There's no doubt, but let's move on here. Favorite plays from this game. For me, it's still, and I disagree with the boss man here. It's still Williams for me, just because I do think that he will get the amount. I don't love him, but he's 4,300. So if you need something cheap and you're paying up, maybe like a full out Eagles stack, this could make sense. Ben, top option for you in this game?
Yeah, I mean, is that by default? And
yeah.
I'm fine with the Cowboys, guys. I think they're just, as always, talented players that you can get to.
Anthony Brown is starting, by the way. Tyler Huntley is inactive for the Baltimore Ravens, which seem to be trending that way anyway. All right, Chargers and Denver. Ben, I'll stick with you for a second here. This is one where we actually can't really talk about it. I can set it up for you, and we can talk about what to do if Baltimore actually wins. But if Cincinnati, who are almost double-digit favorites, win this game against Baltimore, then the Chargers have locked up the 5 seed and face Jacksonville on Wild Card Weekend. That would likely lead to them not playing as many starters. We already saw that reflected in the line movement from -3 to +3 over the last couple of days. That's what we're dealing with here.
Yes, and we're playing the if game. Talked about this on the First Look show. It's very, very difficult to figure that out. Also, they're in Denver. Like, say what you want about Denver, and I've said plenty. playing in Denver against that defense isn't the most ideal situation to begin with. So it's a game that you would think a new team entering the playoffs with all that talent would be pretty damn cautious. And these guys are not priced for anything but all systems go. And I worry about that. So I'm really planning. Alex made this point already, a great point about, how this stuff can correlate to some of the things. And I think a lot of people are not going to react. If there's something crazy in the Cincinnati game, certainly there's going to be major leverage on the Chargers. I don't think that's going to happen realistically, but if it does, you really got to be ready to react. And I will be, hopefully.
Right. Yeah, you have 100% have to be ready to react to this, and we'll see how it plays out. Tyler, move that sidebar, please. Alex, what are you doing with the Chargers right now?
I'm just fading them for the moment, just because it's going to put you in a position where you're going to have to make a ton of late swaps anyway. And since the more likely scenario is the Chargers aren't going to play for anything, I'm just going to assume that's the case until it's not. Oh, wow. Mark Andrews is inactive today. That seems like a bombshell.
I should have bet the Bengals. God.
Yeah. Any Isaiah Likely interest?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's going to be a good play now for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't have other pass catchers like DeMarcus Robinson and Deshaun Jackson. Likely actually becomes kind of interesting. What's he priced at? Actually, I should probably look at that first. 2,800. Any thoughts?
Yeah, my thoughts are I'm a moron because I stared at this at 9 and 9.5, and now it crossed 10. But yeah, I mean, listen, it likely is a young, talented player. Certainly he worked pretty well when Andrews was hurt earlier in the year. He had some good on the island games. He was part of some showdown lineups. So I have no problem with that. There's a lot of cheap tight ends, and I think he's in the mix now.
Okay. Hey, thinking about this too, Ben, Denver is kind of uniquely equipped anyway to deal with an offense like this, because the Chargers have a very unbalanced offense. They just throw a shit ton. Denver's strength is definitely in the secondary. I understand they've had some ugly game, like the Rams got, beat them up. A lot of that was Cam Akers, and then they faced Kansas City, but twice. What if the Ravens, just quickly here, what if the Ravens do end up losing this game? Are you going to got to throw it out there?
No,
right?
I know.
Are you going to Eckler? Are you looking to the passing game? Is there any? Gerald Everett has an incentive. He needs a handful of receptions, but he's just been completely a ghost in this offense lately.
Yeah, I mean, Eckler is a fantastic player, but he's almost 9,000. That's a lot of money to go here. And we saw, this is a divisional game. Denver played them really tough the first time, and I expect nothing different. Even when you talk about the swing in the spread, wasn't like it was a huge spread to begin with as a road favorite for the Chargers. Now they've swung it to the dog, but I don't think it's a guarantee where it's like, oh, the Chargers are going to choose to play, and now they're just going to start lighting up the scoreboard. So I would have more interest for sure, maybe in an Allen or Williams on the outside, but it wouldn't just suddenly overhaul it, because I really do think Denver's in a good spot here, both offensively and limiting what the Chargers can do.
I agree. What about Denver though, Alex, when it comes to Latavius Murray? Any interest in Denver here today?
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of Denver, particularly Courtland Sutton, just because I feel like he's too good a player for the price. And I do feel like Denver will be slightly motivated by, they just fired their head coach, and they want to, they have a little bit to prove that, at least it was his fault and not theirs. So if these guys have a good game today, that would go towards accomplishing that. So going to Russ Wilson wouldn't be crazy, but Judy is kind of expensive, so the stack gets a little bit unwieldy, but Courtland Sutton's looking pretty good.
All right. Adam Schefter just tweeted, Week 18 starting quarterbacks include Anthony Brown, Nathan Peterman, Sam Howell, Skylar Thompson, Davis Webb, Sam Ellinger. Pick your spots, boys. We picking spots with Denver, Ben?
Yeah, I think you can. We saw, Russell Wilson resurgence. All he has to do is score a couple times on the ground, and everything is just fine for your lineups. But I do think you can look to him. you got Judy, you got Sutton, Chargers team that who knows where their motivation is going to be. You can do worse than that. Slight favorite at home. I'm okay with it.
Me too. I don't mind Murray here. I don't mind Denver, especially if Chargers end up not playing Bosa and not playing a lot of these key defensive starters. You know, if Derwin James is out, could open things up for sure. I don't think it's the worst play here. Close out the season on a high note. If you're Denver, Hackett's gone. Won't do
I like Denver in the betting markets for what it's worth. Like I will be betting Denver today if / when Cincinnati wins.
Yeah, me too. And hey, it's not even like they're playing for first round draft positioning. Like
no, they screwed that up already.
They're playing with the house's money at this point. Yeah. But okay. Okay. Let's keep going. Arizona and San Francisco. Before we do that, we had a super chat. These super chats are kind of brutal. Race fan, thank you. $100. And by the way, we got about 10 minutes to go. So I would politely appreciate the support big time. I don't want to screw anybody over here. So no more super chats until live before lock, because we won't be able to get to those. And we don't want you to just lose money for no reason. He says, okay, single entry, $100. Burrow, Najee, Walker, Chase, Diggs, Shaheed, Conklin, Dortch, Commanders. I mean, that looks fine. DeAndre Hopkins is out. Robbie Anderson's out. So Dortch probably fine here, even though McSorley liked him more than Blau did. I think that looks fine.
I have no issues with that. Watching defense is a little
that's an odd one, yeah.
But it's a defense, and I'm just going to take Lovey if I can. We had one more super chat that just came through. Who will be the highest scoring FanDuel player, regardless of price, position, or ownership? From Ian. Looking at our projections again, that's the best place to go. Jalen Hurts is the guy who shows up. Okay. I think that's probably warranted.
Cool. Thanks, Ian. All right, 2 games to go. Arizona and San Francisco. Arizona, Alex, they're 14-point dogs here. They have an implied total sitting right around 13 points this week. So not great at all. No DeAndre Hopkins, David Blau starting. Robbie Anderson is not a big deal, of course, but he's another receiver that won't be out there. James Conner is also out. Their implied total has fallen to 12.5 in some spots.
Yeah, I think that 12.5, that's pretty miserable. But at least some of the guys who will be out there. With James Conner out for a lot of the last game, it looked like it was Corey Clement who kind of stepped up a little bit. I just don't know if there's enough there to really justify playing him. But Marquise Brown could get a lot of targets. Dortch is the one guy I think I'm going to fade just because I feel like people are going to be chasing, and he's not going to be under the radar, and he's not even that cheap anymore. So I think an under makes sense there to me.
Okay. Yeah, it's not great at all for Arizona, Ben. I know you mentioned earlier in the week, maybe you take some shots on a couple of these guys, just given how inexpensive some of them are. But yeah, with no James Conner, no Hopkins, is there any value? Is there enough value that arises from this to overcome the insanely low total, to overcome Blau at quarterback, overcome a great Niners defense?
Probably not. Arizona's it's been pretty bad. I will say I thought Blau looked all right last week. Now we played Atlanta. This is a lot harder. The one other guy, and again, talk about chasing. He was virtually unowned last week. Trey McBride, who is a young player that's going to be part of their future. He did have 10 targets. This was a absolute monster in college, a top end receiving target type tight end. So he's 3,300. It's clear they're going to want to get him the ball. Can they effectively? I have no idea, but he's another guy for the Cardinals. I think people will look to just because he exploded last week.
Look, there's a lot of tight ends that are pretty cheap this week that you might just have to take some shots on. Like Hunter Henry with no Jonnu Smith, Isaiah Likely, even though Anthony Brown's at quarterback. You mentioned Trey McBride. I agree. San Francisco, Ben, Deebo Samuel's back. So now you've got, this team for the first time in a long time is healthy.
They're healthy, but again, they're 14-point favorite in a sub 40 total in a game. I don't know. I would be pretty shocked if we see like super volume for top end players. This is a team that seems always to have somebody hurt. Debo's coming back. McCaffrey is not hurt per se, but he's also, he's a running back in the NFL who takes a lot of damage throughout the year. I just worry about how often, given, they're already on Purdy, it seems like they'd be very cautious here. That's just my take on this. So I worry about San Francisco just knowing how long of a season it's been. And I do want to just say this. I read this and I think this is absolutely unbelievable. The week after you play San Francisco, teams are 0-15 this year. How crazy is that? It just shows what that defense does to opponents. The week after you play San Francisco, not one team this whole year won the game.
Okay, Eitan.
Yeah, well, at least this is from this year. If it was our man Eitan, it would be in the 70s. The Niners defense didn't allow a safety a couple months after Thanksgiving, but the point still stands.
I get what you're saying. I do. It's funny to me. Yeah. If he's watching right now, he's loving that. JK, did we mention Dobbins is out too?
Yeah, so Edwards and Hill and Drake.
Yeah. And who knows if it might just be Drake. Like, who knows if they give Edwards a lot of work? My assumption is no on that one too. Alex, you want to wrap up San Francisco for us before we close it out with the Rams in Seattle?
Sure. Yeah. I think all the concerns about guys kind of sitting when they seal up the game, that's pretty justified. The 49ers defense is expensive today, but they look like a great option. With Deebo Samuel coming back, that kind of takes away from guys like Ayuk, Kittle, and Elijah Mitchell being back definitely detracts from Christian McCaffrey's rushing. So a week ago when Christian McCaffrey was a little bit less popular compared to his odds, I think he made a ton of sense to just kind of lock in. But this week it's a little bit more murky. I think he's a good play because they're definitely motivated to win, and he's got a good workload, but it's definitely not a lock.
All right, fellas, let's wrap this up. And by the way, before we do, thank you to all you guys that have hung out with us all season. We got almost 4,000 people watching right now. It's been we love doing this show every single week because you guys make it worthwhile. Yeah, you've just been great. You supported the show and been with us. We'll be here for the playoffs. Don't get me wrong. We're not going anywhere, but these seasons can be long at times, and week 18 can get pretty wild. So thanks for hanging with us and helping us sort through all the bullshit here in week 18. I'll tell you something though that is not bullshit before we get to this last game. The fact that No House Advantage currently has 36.5% filled on their biggest, what is it, 15K up top again today, Tyler? 5K up top? 15?
Yeah, 5K to first, 15K prize pool.
Yeah, 36% filled. 438 out of 1,200. No House Advantage, been an awesome sponsor all year long. They just changed the $50 first match deposit bonus to a $100 first match deposit bonus. And if you use the link in the description, you're getting that. You're taking it. The overlay is the biggest thing regardless. Like, say what you want about any promos or deposit, but like whatever, getting the overlay every single week is massive, which is why so many people are playing over there. And they're doing this by design. Like, Ben, they want you to come check this out. That's the whole purpose. Like, hey, let's provide some overlay. They can also play against the house where you hit all your picks, you 21 extra entries, but they want people to check the overlay out here. And in doing so, they're going to get people to sign up and win money, whereas DraftKings and FanDuel never overlay.
Simple as that. It's a new site. They're willing to give some money out to get in the door. And the thing is, I just want to say this very quickly. Our tools cater to this site. So if you're saying, man, I would love a new site, but I'm not going to learn a new format. I don't have time on Sundays. I'm super busy. My state has betting, blah, blah, blah. We have the tools. We have the projections. We have everything you need. You're looking to build your bankroll. It does not get easier than No House Advantage. I know a ton of you are on there and have enjoyed it this year, but there's still time to get in. Just look at the math. The math tells the story.
And your boy Alex Baker built the tools. They're free over at Stokastic. No House Advantage. Yeah. No House Advantage optimal lineups tool. No House Advantage player prop projections. You're just building lineups. No learning curve. It's the same stuff that you've researched and listened to. All of that is entirely applicable. Static props, they don't move. Over unders. The ones you like the most go at the top of the lineup. They get the most points. The ones you like the least go at the bottom. They get the fewest. You're just building lineups. They even have a multi lineup where you can create multiple lineups. They have that over there. It's awesome. Check it out. No House Advantage. Links in the description and in the chat. Also, use the tools like Ben said. They're free. They're going to help you win money and take advantage of this overlay. All right, let's wrap it up. We'll toss it over to Live Before Lock right after this. I will keep this one short, fellas, and toss it over to you as we close out with the Rams and Seattle. Kenneth Walker, great play. 5.5-point favorites. I'd love to see them lose this game so we get a banger tonight. But Kenneth Walker, great play. For what it's worth, Tyler Lockett, questionable, but expected to play. But I still like Cam Akers on the other side. They're giving him an insane amount of work. He's playing 75+% of snaps every week. Not a ton of pass catching involvement, but in a divisional spot, if this game stays close, Cam Akers will be one of the guys to do it. It's unlike me to say I like Cam Akers, but I do like him in this spot. So, yeah, those are the two running backs here. You don't have to play them same lineup and everything, but I like both of them at their 6K price points. Alex, what are you doing on both sides of this game?
Yeah, Seattle has to win this one, so I really like all their skill players because they've been a pretty productive team in general this year. So going to stack makes sense. Doing like Metcalf, Lockett, especially Kenneth Walker, those all are good plays. On the Rams side, Tutu Atwell, Van Jefferson, and Brandon Powell are all guys that have been getting a good workload, and they have pretty good prices. And Tyler Higbee might throw him in there. But yeah, I think you can't really go wrong given the prices on those guys.
How about you, Ben? You know where Alex and I are at. Where do you stand on this one?
I'm with you guys. I really see it the same way. You know what Seattle's motivation is. We know that Akers is kind of in the Najee bucket of like just what a resurgence late in the year. And I think that both running backs are going to be popular targets. So got a lot of opportunities here. One of the better games on the slate.
Appreciate you guys. Awesome year. We'll be back with you wild card weekend. We ain't going anywhere. No, sir. Shout out to Tyler for producing this one. Stick around. Eric, Matt coming up next for Live Before Lock. And thanks for getting that. We'll crush that 1,200 likes. In the meantime, take a minute. Watch the Stokastic Hall of Fame segment. Check out all the winners inducted into the Hall of Fame, rocking the Stokastic avatar. All right, guys. Good luck. Peace. We are back from the holidays. Happy New Year's, everyone, and a very happy New Year's to everyone that's about to get inducted into the Hall of Fame here and get their free month of Stokastic Plus Platinum, $120 value. You want to get involved? You want to get up here, inducted into the Hall of Fame, have us do all the bragging for you, and get a free month of Stokastic Plus Platinum? Easy. All you do, go to stokastic.com/avatar. Download the profile picture. Use it wherever you play. Then tweet your wins at Stokastic HOF on Twitter. Finish top 3 in a field of 5,000 or more. Boom. Free month of Stokastic Plus Platinum. You're in and you're getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. Or you can come on back and we'll do it again. Let's see who we got on the board this week. Some huge winners. First up, That Stunner. This guy just crushes all the time. Actually tweeted from our handle. Great call by Ty Schmidt using the boomer bust tool to identify Donovan Mitchell as a strong option in NBA last night. Looks like a lot of people listened. Yeah, 100K first, second, 30K, third, 10K, fifth, 3K. And then a Stokastic avatar sitting right there. Wicked Mumbles in 4th place as well. Follow that up with the 4-point play. You got That Stunner at 15K and Wicked Mumbles second with 62.50. Big night for those two fellas rocking the Stokastic and the old school Awesemo avatar as well. Logan Grew. Luca is a god, just like the guys behind the Stokastic projections. Also, shout out to the analysis. Great analysis from the best today. Thanks, guys. $20,000 win to Logan Grew, rocking the new Stokastic avatar. Looks good, man. Congratulations. And then Scott Vetter, very simple man, at Stokastic HOF, $15,000 win in the $150,000 fair catch, followed up by Wayne Hoggs. How about Wayne? 10,000 third place. Took down my first NBA top 3. I'll snag that free membership indeed. Laffy, ship my money. Thanks for all you boys do. No, man, thanks to you. Appreciate it and congratulations. And then Lord Malachi, been watching content since 2020 bubble season. Picked up a PGA, MMA, NASCAR win, along with MLB, NBA, and NFL. Appreciate you guys a ton for what you do. Mama, I'm in the Hall of Fame. You've now been inducted, brother. And how about this from Lord Malachi? What a sweet thought here. Special shout out to my guy, Josh Engleman. Positive energy and thoughts your way. Josh is back, baby. Josh Engleman's back in the house. Colin Crampton, not a top 3, but hopefully still Hall of Fame worthy. Huge night thanks to the rare Awesemo DFS sighting on NBA Live Before Lock. He was with us on Friday night. And I'm glad to see that helped out old Plubert here with a $10,000 win. We got a lot today. Zach McMurray, what a way to start out the new year. Binks in 2 different contests. Shout out to the boys over at Stokastic. Best advice and tools in the DFS industry. Thanks, man, and congrats. 3,000, 3,500 in the shot, and then in the 2 different Sunday shots. Love to see it. Juan, how about Juan? Sorry, a few days late. Didn't know you were giving out free membership. Yes, we are. Just got to meet the requirements and rock that avatar like you're doing. You guys are the best. He says $1,000. Well, 4-check hockey action. Congrats, Juan. And then can't say that name up top. We'll go to Hugo Seth, 68, because that would be uncomfortable. $1,000 win here in the 15K single back. Shout out to Stokastic and the YouTube squad for turning my Washington into a Cleveland. I even made a Twitter for you folks. Congrats, man. Next up, you got Jerry. All right, Jerry, popped my NBA cherry last night. Super proud DFS moment. Thanks for all the awesome daily content. $1,000 in the mini max. Love it. First place to Jerry and Eric Johnston.
Something like that. Good morning. Welcome everybody to NFL Live Before Lock, presented by No House Advantage. I'm Eric Lindquist, excited to be talking through Week 18. Gonna be a wild one, gonna be a crazy one, but first, hit that like button if you haven't already. It goes a long way for us here on this video and helps us be able to give you all the analysis that we do week in, week out. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. We're not going anywhere. We got the playoffs coming up, but end of the regular season kind of feels like a milestone celebration here with the law firm. I got Matt Savoca. I got Matt Gajewski here. Let's start with Mr. Matt Gajewski there. College football extraordinaire. Probably going to come in handy today. How you doing, my dude?
I'm doing great, man. Only one college football game left. It is tomorrow, but you mentioned it. Week 18, we've got a lot of motivation concerns with a lot of teams, which means it almost has a preseason feel to the slate. So I'm excited to dive in.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I want to go to the game tomorrow or not. It's in LA.
Why wouldn't you go to the game?
I don't know, because I really have no rooting interest here, and I have lots of responsibilities in my life, Matt Gajewski.
If you have like the resources, you should definitely go. It's going to be a sick game.
Yeah, but you can't even tailgate there. They're not allowing tailgate.
That is BS.
That sucks.
If they did, that would be what I would be doing. Matt Savoca, NYU extraordinaire, my guy. How you doing?
Anthony Brown, Nathan Peterman, Sam Howell, Sam Ellender, Skylar Thompson, Davis Webb, they're all starting quarterbacks today, just as the Lord intended. So I couldn't be doing better. No, this is going to be so fun. We just got some huge inactive news from the tight end position out of Baltimore. So yeah, to say the least, inactives are making a difference in this week 18.
Yeah, so I thought I was doing some smart kid things. I bought about 30 Mark Andrews cards. I thought, you know what? I'm going to play a lot of these deep roster formats on Rainmakers. I'm going to play all the Mark Andrews. I thought he was like just a lock to be the guy. George Kittle got priced through the moon over there. I'm like, you know what? This is going to be perfect. I'm going to have the one pass catcher that I actually believe in. I'm going to thread him through everything. And then I get a guaranteed playoff game next week. Oopsie, that's not enjoyable. It's Isaiah Likely season, more than likely. Let's you, Mr. Boca. How you thinking? The absence of Mark Andrews is going to affect this football team that I guess they're not even worried about playing for anything.
I guess so, but the backup is 2,800. Isaiah Likely, who is a good receiving tight end, is playing against a Cincinnati defense that, yes, is pretty good against the position. They're actually 6th in adjusted fantasy points allowed, but this receiving core is based around the tight end position, so you have to assume he's going to be heavily involved. you still hope that he finds the end zone, but it's rare that we can talk about a 2,800 salary tight end with a true 10 target upside. That's what we have today.
Yeah, it's a tough one to get away from now. It's completely changed the way that I'm building out my lineups. Really frustrating, actually, because I was kind of locking in Mark Andrews in a lot of spots. Anything you want to add to that, Matt Gajewski? Anything else in actives in general that you want to discuss?
Not really too much. I think most of what we saw was expected outside of the Mark Andrews thing.
Yeah.
Seems like Baltimore's just very content playing with a wild card spot, regardless of any improvements they could possibly make in their playoff standings. So I think that's really the big one. Otherwise, Savoca mentioned it at the top. All those backup quarterbacks that are playing, we already had that news. So it's nothing too impactful coming through the wire right now.
Yeah, I mean, seeing all the Dolphins, I mean, Teron Armstead being out, not exactly helpful with Skylar Thompson back there. I think it makes the Jets defense look a little bit better. You miss him. That's a huge miss. We saw what happened. I mean, it was against San Francisco without him, but regardless, got completely demoralized there. And the Jets, not exactly a bad defense going to Miami there, even with nothing to play for. That's something I'm paying attention to because, again, the Dolphins were a team I'm just a lot higher on than I think the field is at the moment. They do have Xavier Howard and Bradley Chubb back defensively here. They're going to be scoreboard watching lots of things that are going to be falling where they may. But I guess Miami, if you do have that New England loss, they're in. So a very interesting thing. Lots of dynamics here. And from the get-go, there are going to be things that we can't account for. Matt Savoca, Matt Gajewski, myself, we are going to see some randomness happen today. And I'm looking forward to that, but you kind of have to embrace it. Play smart, play responsibly, but play quarterbacks. Here we go. Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts. Oh my goodness. I absolutely love getting up there. I think everybody else does too. We could see higher ownership than the 13 and 22% respectively going their directions. Jalen Hurts, Philadelphia, playing for that 1 seed. I prioritize him a little bit more. Matt Savoca, between Allen and Hurts, are you with me? Is Hurts your priority?
Yeah, it just looks that way. You know, if you want to nitpick, you can. In the big board, though, Hurts is our number one quarterback, especially at the top end. It's where our tools are pointing you. No one's going to say move away from Josh Allen, but it's pretty obvious who of the two has the harder matchup this week. Say what you will about the Bills coming out, with emotion after what happened last week, but I still think you have to trust the projections. The floor and ceiling is just different for Hurts. One thing I will say about Allen, if you just look at the efficiency numbers, he actually should be scoring even more. You can point to that red zone turnover issues he's had this year. But look, the guy runs, the guy passes for a huge amount, and he's got rushing touchdown upside. It's Hurts by a nose for me, but not by much.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more pronounced. Obviously, the things that have been going on in Buffalo for the last week, pretty crazy and tough to comprehend. But Josh Allen, maybe he does go out and just put up a 40 burger, and it's just in a celebration of football, celebration of life, and things of that nature. But Josh Allen, how you doing over there making your decisions, Matt Gajewski? Are these top two guys? How do you get away from them on today's slate?
Yeah, I have more Hurts than Allen. Just with, I think, the
Same.
motivation factors that play into both of these teams today. Philly's in an impactful situation here. Essentially, they can take down the 1 seed with a win, and whatever else happens if they were to lose, a lot of the other teams need help. So Philly definitely playing for something. Buffalo's not really playing for something, so I wouldn't be surprised if you see Josh Allen, depart the game in the third quarter, something like that, the fourth quarter, which is enough risk for me to break that tie with Jalen Hurts overall. But then, it's maybe the weirdest quarterback slate we've had all season long, considering all the backups. I have a lot of interest in Joe Burrow in a really impactful game, honestly, in the early window here. He's kind of in a weird pricing spot at 7,300, where, Baltimore is essentially laying down. So I'm curious what that does with Joe Burrow's projection. We've now seen them jump to being massive favorites in this game. And it's an impactful game for Cincinnati, even if Baltimore decides they don't really care what the outcome is. So I have a lot of interest in Joe Burrow. Otherwise, it's a lot of really dusty quarterbacks today. You're going to see a lot of guys below 6K that are actually in play, which is typically what I like to do in DFS.
Well, a lot of times on these shows, people are like, why don't you cover FanDuel? FanDuel needs love too. No discrimination here, squirrel. That's how it needs to work out. But here's the thing. On FanDuel today, there's another quarterback that has to be discussed and kind of falls into the top end, I think. And that's Aaron Rodgers and the late night hammer. There is the return of the 5:20 p.m. football game, 8:20 for you Eastern time people with an actual real time. I find it very difficult to get away from an Aaron Rodgers on FanDuel in a must-win kind of situation. They win, they get the 7th seed. There you go. Matt Savoca, I have tons of Aaron Rodgers. Am I crazy for running it back this week?
You're not. Look, the Detroit defense has been up and down. At the beginning of the season, they looked like they might be one of the worst secondaries in the NFL. They have had times where they turned it on. Mostly the faults that they've had in the second half of the season have been against the run, but I'm absolutely fine with Aaron Rodgers. If you look at our boom bust tool right now, which has, of course, the Green Bay Detroit game included on the FanDuel side, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, and Aaron Rodgers represent the optimal quarterback nearly 50% of the time. And when you add Joe Burrow into there, it's getting close to 60%. So I think we've mentioned the chalkiest and most obvious plays already. Aaron Rodgers going off against Detroit in a must-win game does not sound crazy to me, especially at home. I like that play a lot because we got the option over there.
Yeah, it could also turn into some Jared Goff. You're going to need Seattle to lose in that situation, so they would be playing for the overall playoff spot there for that same 7 seed the Green Bay is. They're only 6-point dogs, and what we've seen from the Rams lately is that they're playing 100% and going after things. So it wouldn't completely shock me. It is on the road. We're going to talk about Seattle a lot in the position spots and maybe even here with Geno Smith, but Matt Gajewski, outside of the top end guys, again, those are the 3 teams I know with absolute certainty have crazy motivation. Joe Burrow, obviously, as well. I think the difficult one for me to try to figure out what to do with today is Minnesota. My Minnesota Vikings, Kirk Cousins. We know the pass catching acumen of Justin Jefferson, of TJ Hawkinson at the tight end position. It just seems like a spot where they should be prioritizing health over stupid records. Like, I don't know, another 200 yards, like a single season record when you've added a game to the schedule. I hope that they just put him on the sidelines and put him in bubble wrap and get ready to go here, because I'm worried we can't even win a first round game, let alone get to an NFC championship game and worrying about home field advantage, this or that. But Matt Gajewski, how do you feel about Kirk Cousins and the rest of these like questionable quarterbacks?
Yeah, I think he's fine overall. You mentioned the motivation factors. He's playing the Chicago defense, so matchup definitely works in Kirk Cousins' favor. But how much of him do you see out there? What kind of game plan do you see? Those are questions for me. And ultimately, he's priced at a point where I'm kind of inclined to just go down a little bit further, because you're still paying $6,500 for him. There's 4, 5, 6 quarterbacks today below 6K that are all in play because of the inactives we've seen just with the week 18 structure that I might take a shot on. And a lot of these guys are rushing quarterbacks too. Kirk Cousins doesn't offer any of that. So I think it's kind of just matchup propelling him forward, and he does project well. So, I mean, if you want to play Kirk Cousins, completely fine. I think you need to get different elsewhere, but I think I'm going to be going a little bit cheaper at quarterback.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go really, really cheap. Talked about the Miami Dolphins. Skylar Thompson, I have some interest in. Sam Howell, I have some interest in. Again, you're trying to just flip the script and find somebody that can pop on this bottom end. And it seems as though you're getting anybody that you possibly want. Now, Anthony Brown into the fray. I can't get that crazy, I don't think. But let's just go and open up the entire board, Matt Savoca. Is there any quarterback not pulling any kind of ownership that you have interest in taking random shots on today?
So Kirk Cousins would be on that list. If he's really going to be sub 4% ownership, then we're going to have a positive leverage score, which we currently do. Brock Purdy is another one who's got a great matchup against a decrepit Arizona defense, sub 5% ownership. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but could we go to Russell Wilson, who also has a positive leverage score, is going to be sub 4% owned? I know that's not the totally off the board preseason style quarterbacks you might have been thinking of, but we don't have to go there necessarily. If you open up the board more, I'm interested in Thompson as well. Ellinger is on my list. And then it gets really dicey after that. I have like a couple sprinkles of Desmond Ridder.
Ooh, Desmond Ridder. For me, there's one guy with motivation in Mac Jones that, again, I feel like I'm kind of leaning towards Mac Jones, Skylar Thompson, teams with things to play for. Those two are obviously in direct correlation to each other. They're playing at the same time, so it's not like you're reacting to it the same way Baltimore. The impact of that game will affect what the Chargers end up doing, but Matt Gajewski, Skylar Thompson, Mac Jones, those are kind of my two cheapies along with Sam Howell. Why don't you tell the people a little bit about Skylar Thompson, Kansas State, Sam Howell, a little bit about their college football pedigrees? Because I don't know. I don't really know about them. I just know that they're cheap and I want to play them.
I mean, they both run, and Skylar Thompson runs more than Sam Howell. So that should immediately entice you. He played at Kansas State, which is kind of this really slow, run-heavy offense. And he was more of a game manager as a passer here. But, I mean, we're talking about a third-string quarterback anyway. I don't care what he does as a passer. If he's going to scramble, that's where he's going to make you money, which is, I think, impactful anytime you're looking at these backup third-string quarterbacks. And he definitely offers that. Sam Howell's a bit more of a pocket passer, but he has plenty of rushing chops himself. So I'm interested in Sam Howell as well. All of these backup quarterbacks, I want them to be able to run. Otherwise, we're talking about really questionable passers here. And even with the Buffalo game in general, like that game doesn't have a high total. None of the games have a high total here. So it's not like you're picking one game environment out where something stands out. I think you really want to lean on the sort of player personnel that these teams have and the skill sets that the quarterbacks have. So looking at Sam Howell and Skylar Thompson and their ability to rush is big for me. They're two of the cheaper quarterbacks that I have a lot of.
Yeah, I'm getting to other guys like Brock Purdy a little bit. My guy from Iowa State, he's at 5%. Deebo Samuel back in the fray. We'll see. I think that's definitely going to affect pretty much every skill position player going around here, his return. And I don't think that can be properly factored in with such a small sample size we've had with Purdy there. He's obviously had this connection with George Kittle, and they're playing for that 2 seed. So, or potentially the 1 seed. Very, very unlikely at a minus 1,500 favorite here for Philly. I'm getting to a little bit of Kenny Pickett. I'm getting to him with Pat Freiermuth, who I think is a tight end we'll definitely be talking about. But that kind of rounds out my quarterback interest for today. Matt Savoca, anything else that we haven't discussed?
Geno Smith against the Rams. It looks okay in the tools, and the ownership looks a little bit high compared to some of these other players who are going against bad defenses, but he is in the top 7 of our projections at the quarterback position. Don't think it's crazy against the Rams defense that is actively shutting down as this season comes to a close.
Yeah, totally. And the motivation is very, very obviously there. Matt Gajewski, anything else you want to discuss at quarterback?
Not too much. I do have some interest in some of the other cheap rushing QBs. You mentioned Ridder. I like him. I actually have a bit of interest in the Ravens situation. I know we talked about likely a little bit at the start, but Anthony Brown is a quarterback who also can run. So I have some interest in him as just a cheap flyer. But otherwise, I think we hit on most of it.
Yeah, there's no David Blau for you against San Francisco. Your boy Jared Stidham carved them
that's
up last
exactly
week.
what I was just going to say. After Stidham last week, I'm cautious to bring that kind of enthusiasm to our third string pocket passers.
That's why you're so flatline. You're staying in your pocket today. You're like back to normal.
Yeah, I got
Jared Stidham confirmed the future. The future. No, he's not. He's terrible. Let's be serious.
He's our future XFL MVP.
BetMGM, everybody. If you guys are in a legal betting state, congratulations. Yay for you. FU California. But I'm telling you guys right now, the best offer we have going right now, BetMGM, 2 free months of Stokastic Platinum free when you sign up in the video description box below. So go down to the bottom there, click on that link, and get yourself set up with BetMGM. They give you up to $1,000 risk-free bet. They're going to give you an opportunity to get a ton of good stuff. When you use the promo code Platinum Sub, or sign up in the video description box below. Either of those will work for you. Get your 2 free months of Stokastic Platinum free. That will get you all the way through the rest of the NFL season here at our lovely site. Think about that. The Super Bowl covered, AFC, NFC title game weekend, which is just the absolute best. Wild card weekend next week. Every single thing you could possibly want in the NFL from now until the end of the season will be covered. You'll also get NBA, NHL, PGA is underway. The Sony Open, the first one. God, I hate that picture of me. But either way, you guys get every single thing that you could possibly want. Stop it, Tyler Zander. Stop it. I'm trying to be professional. We're just looking. God, I hate the picture. Hate it so much. But BetMGM is where you want to be signing up. 2 free months. Get access to it right now. Sign up in the video description box below. I am dead inside. To the running back position we go. I don't really have anything to say. I can't defend this one. We've got some interesting options here. Let's start at the top with Christian McCaffrey because he's 9,300. Matt Savoca. We have Elijah Mitchell back in the fray, and Elijah Mitchell is the boy of Shanahan. They absolutely love this human being. He's pulling the most ownership, and I have 0% of Christian McCaffrey. Am I a bad person?
It's not crazy. Look, I was just doing some like end of season efficiency stats, seeing over the last 3 seasons, who at each position has really outperformed expectation. And let's not get it twisted. Christian McCaffrey is better than every other running back on the planet when he is at his full health. And he is now with an offense that can exploit defenses in the best way possible. And the defense he's playing against this week is 32nd, dead last, against the running back position in adjusted fantasy points allowed. If you want to make the value call and say that 9,300 is too much, we have a touch squeeze possibility. And there's just so much uncertainty because week 18 is weird. That is absolutely a stand you can make in tournaments. But this dude looks great on paper. He should honestly score more than 20 fantasy points. If he gets to 30 or 35, he's really going to hurt you if you fade him at the level you're saying, Eric. But it's not a crazy idea. We have great value options.
Yeah, it's 9,300. And I get raw points can be very, very important on a slate like this. And, I'm in the NBA DFS streets every single day, thinking about how to handle Luka Doncic and Giannis Antetokounmpo and Nikola Jokic and those guys when you have value. But how good do you feel about the value today? Because there's guys that I just find it hard to project that could play 75, 80% of the snaps and look great, or just barely see the field and just completely sink you. And when there's that kind of uncertainty, I get it. Maybe finding ways to take shots on them, but I don't see a clear path to being able to fit Christian McCaffrey into what I'm doing today. Maybe I change my tune here as I finish out building out. Getting Isaiah Likely, playing Trey McBride, playing some of those tight ends. Maybe some double tight end might get me to a little bit, but as of right now, I just can't get there at 9,300. But the rest of the board looks pretty fascinating in terms of guys that are pulling ownership. We've got Kenneth Walker in that Seattle must-win spot for them. Najee Harris there in another spot where Pittsburgh's still alive for the playoffs, going to be playing it straight up, has started to see more of that workload over Warren once more. Miles Sanders, 16-point favorites now at this point in time against the Giants. Who at the top of the board, Matt Gajewski, are you getting to the most at the running back position?
Yeah, I think McCaffrey is fine. You mentioned the concerns with the running back. It's just never going to be a feature back workload for McCaffrey when everything is in place for that team. They like to use multiple backs. So Eli Mitchell, I think, does siphon things off. But with McCaffrey at the top, I think it comes down to a decision in a lot of lineups, at least, especially cash games, because you're probably playing Hurts. Do you want to play Justin Jefferson or McCaffrey? Now, if you're playing tournaments and you're playing any of these dusty quarterbacks, it's not really hard to fit them both, but you also have to navigate the ownership. So I think that is what you're really working with McCaffrey, especially on a slate where a lot of studs aren't in spots where they're extremely motivated, and McCaffrey and Justin Jefferson are. So I think it's kind of a roster dynamic with both of them, how you want to approach the expensive studs, because there's so few that people are playing that maybe their ownership gets funneled even higher than where we have it. Otherwise, like it's a weird slate. Week 18 is really weird. You're looking at the running back position, and the second and third highest projected running backs are Kenneth Walker and Tyler Algier, just straight up over Joe Mixon, over Najee Harris, over Dalvin Cook, which is absolutely wild to say. But I think these guys are going to be owned for a reason. You mentioned the Seattle game. This is a spot that's must win for them. Atlanta, I mean, they're not really playing for much, but Algier is kind of playing for a job every time he steps on the field. This is a day 3 rookie at this point. Like, he could get replaced at any point in time. So we talk about motivation a lot in terms of what these teams need to win, but there's also a lot of motivation at the player level for some of these guys that are essentially practice squad caliber players. And that's what Algier is.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Algier come in with a lot more ownership, and I get it. He's at 900 yards. It's kind of that in-between number where a guy like him, who just came out of nowhere, truly came out of nowhere, 1,000-yard season could change the entire complexion of his career going forward. And That's something that I think actually from a motivation standpoint, it's they haven't been shy in terms of giving in carries, 17, 18, 20 there. Cordarrelle Patterson, we've seen him be, when healthy, pretty dynamic over the last couple of years, which just kills me as a Vikings fan. But either way, Tyler Algier, I think they're just going to have him out there. I'd find it pretty unlikely if you saw less than 17, 20 carries in this kind of a spot. I think it's pretty likely he gets a large workload against Tampa Bay with nothing to play for. Sounds good to me. I'm willing to be firing that one up here because, again, 100 yards could go a long way for that young man. Cam Akers, they've been playing these games pretty straight up. Coming off of the Achilles, he's really, really started to look more like the back that was promised from a year ago. Torn Achilles will do that to you. But anybody else for you, Matt Savoca, at the top of the board pulling ownership before we get into some real deep flyers?
I think Dalvin Cook counts at the top of the board. I mean, he's
Sure.
playing the number 28 defense in adjusted fantasy points allowed to running backs. We have him positively leveraged in our tools. I think Cook counts as a top of the board running back this week. Mixon is another one where if we like Cincy at 10.5-point favorites against a Baltimore team that's just ready for the playoffs, apparently, then I think Mixon, despite the possibility of Samaje Perine mixing in, I think he looks okay. And even though he's so-so in our boom bust tool. After that, yeah, Akers, Miles Sanders a little bit against a Giants team who's clearly just benching everyone as well. That's really the end for the top of the board here.
Yeah, I think now we get to get really, really weird. My favorite tournament play today is Ramondre Stevenson. I don't think that'll come as a surprise to anybody. I am chasing my losses from the last 2 weeks. We saw him basically go into a 50-50 timeshare here. I do think the fact that he had 2 fumbles in week 16 and lost one of those probably factored in more than I thought going into week 17 with Damian Harris getting back. But there is no doubt that he is the more dynamic back. He is the better pass catching back in a negative game script. And they ended up in that Miami spot. And I think they just ran it with Damian Harris because that's what the game script indicated. They ended up pretty comfortably taking that, even though it ended up just a 2-point game. I have tons of interest because I think it could flip very easily where the better back, the more dynamic back gets a lot more work. Definitely the pass catcher between the two. Matt Gajewski, talk me off the ledge because I have all the Ramondre Stevenson.
I mean, I've been right there with you losing money on him the last 2 weeks. So absolutely no issues with Ramondre. I think now you're also getting him at lower ownership, just considering the complexion of the backfield. And when they're in competitive games, you mentioned it, you'd expect him to see more work. He's the clear pass catching back. So love Ramondre. And I mean, we have to spend our salary somewhere. Yeah. If you're paying up at receiver, it's probably Justin Jefferson. If you're paying up at quarterback, it's probably Hurts. But if you're not doing either of those things, it's either McCaffrey or where else are you going? I mean, Ramondre looks about as good as any of the stud running backs on this slate, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm paying up a lot at wide receiver there for Tyreek Hill, who I think is going undervalued. Stephon Diggs, who's getting very properly valued. I find myself kind of doing that. And now tight end becomes a little bit more of a punt than what it was before for me. I thought 5,400 Mark Andrews was the clear way that I was going to spend some salary. No more am I doing that. TJ
Lindquist,
Hawkinson,
they're calling Ramondre your new MVS. Are you comfortable with that?
Please stop. No. There will never be another MVS. There's not a single person besides my wife who has spent money the way that MVS has spent my money in the course of the last however long. Love my wife very much. She's a lovely lady. I hope she's walking the dog right now.
That's terrible.
I don't. It's just what it is. Cool. Yeah, here we are. Rest of the running back board. Anything that's super interesting that nobody is playing, like nobody can click on Austin Eckler today because you would assume Baltimore's going to get the doors blown off of them at this point in time. I find it difficult to click on David Montgomery against the Vikings, even though shout out Iowa State, he should still be a guy. I mean, we only saw 6 carries against Detroit. Maybe that was just because of the negative game script, but I can't really take a shot on that, considering he's pulling like 8%. I guess the other guy that I might have some interest in is Eli Mitchell. He's a flat 4K. Flat 4K. They're massive favorites against Arizona. Arizona 32nd against the running back position this season. If it's not going to be McCaffrey, I better have some Eli Mitchell in my life. That guy is showing up a lot for me. Matt Savoca, anything else on the running back board that you want to discuss?
Well, I think that's just solid strategy too, because you started off the running back conversation with what you're doing with Christian McCaffrey, and you can decide for yourself as a viewer whether you want to do what Eric's doing. But if you're going to take that leverage spot, then definitely play Eli Mitchell against that same bad defense at 3% owned or less. One thing I am going to take a look at is the possibility of one of these Miami running backs actually making something happen. What if Joe Flacco just falls on his face for the Jets? And even though the Miami offense is dealing with tons of issues at the quarterback position, they're able to run it out against a Jets offense that isn't able to come back. So Mostert with his speed. And the other thing I should add too, it's really tough to pass against the Jets, even when you are healthy as a quarterback and offensive core. So that is an off the board play I'm going to as well. We haven't mentioned Zach Moss, under 10% expected ownership for the Colts. Houston is still 31st against the running back position. That's somewhere I'll go as well.
Anything else for you at running back here, Matt Gajewski? I feel like there's just so many plays, but there's so many thin plays that it's like we can't discuss absolutely everybody. Anybody else you really want to highlight?
Yeah, I mean, the board is much larger, I think, than previous weeks because of the nature of week 18. Moss, I think, is probably going to be more owned than the 10%-ish where he's coming in. He's popping in almost every optimal. So he offers a lot of salary relief, and especially if you're jamming any sort of combination of Jalen Hurts, McCaffrey, or Justin Jefferson, you're going to naturally end up with players like Zach Moss. Mm-hmm. So he pops in a lot of optimals, which surprised me, but he's right there with like Tyler Algier. As far as plays that are a little more off the board down in this range where you could use his pivots, Jonathan Williams for Washington, he's 4,300. Gary Brightwell for New York, he's 44. These are uncertain workload situations. Teams that don't have much to play for, especially New York, they have essentially nothing to play for. And Brightwell's a backup for a reason. Do they just take a completely neutered game plan and run him into the back of the offensive line 26 times? That very well could happen. And he's not coming in with really any sort of ownership here. Matchup is a concern. Philly's got a great defense, but at 4,400, I almost don't care as long as he's going to be the one seeing the volume.
Yeah. All right. We got tons of super chats to get caught up on. Let's do that. We'll get ourselves over to the wide receiver position because we're going to have ourselves a ball over there. Eric Traub, 499, hashtag Team Eric. Do we want to mess with this Ravens backfield at all with Dobbins out? Any feel on the Panthers backfield with Foreman playing now? All right. So lots to dissect there. Obviously, Chuba Hubbard was somebody that I thought was going to be interesting. He is no longer interesting for me in any way, shape, or form. But the Ravens backfield, they've had so many guys that have been rotating in and out of there. Matt Savoca, they've had Mike Davis, now defunct and gone, but specifically Kenyon Drake can mix in alongside Gus Edwards. It's just a sloppy situation. How do you feel about any Ravens running back as massive dogs here?
I guess if you wanted to go to a player like Gus Edwards, you could, because he's probably going to be pretty low owned, even though he has a chance to get a majority of backfield touches. But what does that really mean for this Baltimore team today? You also have Justice Hill possibly mixing in. I did see some tweets earlier this morning. It looked more speculative than anything from a beat writer over at the Ravens, saying that maybe they are showcasing Justice Hill before he probably joins a new team next year. That would obviously put a wrench in our plans. And not to mention, since he is number 8 in the NFL against the running back position, I don't think it's a place you have to go, but it's worth discussing. I think it's a large field play only, Eric.
All right. Gotcha. Let's do the next one here. Matt Gajewski, excuse me. First time. Ring the bell. Zachary Arakilian. There we go. FanDuel high dollar. Higgins, Hill, Gus, or Chase, Waddle, Ramondre. I see Gus and Ramondre. I think you know where I land on those two specifically. I like the Waddle side too. I like the Chase side. Pretty much everything is pointing me at the second one, even though I do like Hill and Higgins as well. Who is your preference there, Matt Gajewski?
Yeah, I like the second side. I'm with you.
All right, cool. Super easy. Race fan, $22.99. DK single entry, Matt Savoca, London Metcalf, or Chase and Dortch. Yeah, Greg Dortch pulling some interest from the people.
I'm done with Drake London. Give me Chase and Dortch.
You're just done with an all caliber, all body wide receiver out of USC who plays on a football team that wants to run it 60% of the time.
We'll try again next year.
Okay.
I've lost
that's
enough
fair.
money.
I love him so much. He's going to be
He's a
very
good.
good.
He should be
He's
good.
so good.
Yeah.
He's sick.
He's disgusting. Thank you,
He
Matt
was on the
Gajewski.
USC basketball team too.
Yeah, he's just a monster. He's an absolute monster. Cool. That is our super chats. Let's get to the wide receiver position here. We'll talk a little bit no house advantage. Well, let's do that now. Let's do no house advantage now because I want to check in on the overlay and decide if I need to be jamming some contests here right now. And I think that that's probably a good thing to do with 36 minutes here before lock. We've got Tyler Zander behind the virtual glass doing a great job today, pulling up everything here from No House Advantage. And Tyler, he knows why we like No House Advantage so much. And it is flat out because overlay is the best way that you can build and sustain a bankroll day in, day out, week in, week out, year in, year out. Start the new year off right and get in the best site you possibly can for your bankroll. 54% full. I know that Lofty was talking, was just short of 40% before. This thing is not going to fill. 648 entries out of 1,200 in that $15. Pretty difficult to beat that. And hey, they have the $5 option. If you want to just get your feet wet over there, 47% full. So a great opportunity where that one probably isn't going to fill as well. You're going to get $100 first match deposit bonus when you use promo code Stokastic. So STOKASTIC. Look at that. I can spell. If you can too, go utilize that promo code there at No House Advantage and get $100 when you sign up, put in $100 as well. So whatever it is that you decide to put in, add 20, you're going to get 20 back. First match deposit bonus. They're playing player props over there. And hey, you might not feel like you have the time to devote to put in the work over there. Guess what? We did it all for you. Go to Stokastic right now. In our free NFL projections page, we have free NHA, NFL optimal lineups, and No House Advantage projections completely free to you. Copy, paste, put those in play. Other people are not taking advantage of that right now. And so if you are one of those who do, you're going to have a distinct leg up. Now, don't play anybody who's out. Don't play anybody who is right now inactive because you are just going to get a 0. So don't click on Lamar Jackson thinking you're being cute and taking an under there, or same thing with Mike White there at the top of the page. Simply copy paste the lineups that are there and win yourself some money this second at No House Advantage. And if you want to be playing, I know that there's a lot of sites that have player props where you can play 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 players all together. Here, you can play up to 5 player props and you can up to 21x your money. You head to the Versus the House tab that has soccer, NFL, college basketball, NBA, NHL, college football. If you have a niche sport that you are into, you have an opportunity to make a ton of money over at the Versus the House tab. So promo code Stokastic, get yourself $100 first match deposit bonus, use the free projections, and win yourself some money. Check out nohouseadvantage.com right now. Or check out the app too. They've got a great app that you can sign up for over at Google Play and the App Store here with Apple on that new Pro Max that Mr. Lofty bought. You have the same thing, yay for you. But check out No House Advantage. And thank you so much to them for being the sponsor all year long for all of our great football shows. We really, really appreciate them. And you will too, because overlay, tough to beat. To the wide receiver position we go, my friends. Oh my gosh, I have a ton of expensive wide receivers. Tyreek Hill, nobody wants to click on. I love it. Jamar Chase doesn't seem that, people, he's not going overlooked by any means, but still like clicking on him. CeeDee Lamb, this Dallas spot, I think is one of the more interesting that exists on the slate, and I think we'll break that down. But Justin Jefferson pulling 11.8% ownership. In the same way that I'm not playing Christian McCaffrey, I can't get to Justin Jefferson today. Matt Savoca, what is your game plan with somebody who needs 200 yards to break the single season record? I don't think you should be putting him out on the field, period, today.
I think that would be the rational way to handle Justin Jefferson. If we knew he was playing the whole game, if we knew for a fact that this team was going for the record for him, like if they had, you remember when the Golden State Warriors were getting close to that wins record and they were very vocal about the fact that they were going to try to get the record, then I'd be playing Justin Jefferson all in. I don't think he's going to play the full game. He could still torch Chicago with a couple of huge plays. I think 11% ownership where we have him coming in today is fair. He's positively leveraged right now. I'm just not sure I'm going to trust it. I think it's okay to fade in the same way we're talking about McCaffrey. It's just not the only way to play it.
Yeah, it's definitely not. And I just think Minnesota's pulling a lot of ownership. And again, this is the team that I'm the most connected to and that I understand, I think the most, and I bet against the most this season kind of unsuccessfully. But regardless, Matt Gajewski, I mean, it's just a huge decision point because he does have the ceiling. I just am pretty much taking everybody else at the top of the board besides him. What are you planning to do with JJ?
Yeah, I think he's fine. And I really like your approach, Eric, because you have to spend your salary somewhere. There's so many values this week that if you're running like an optimizer, you're naturally going to walk into McCaffrey, to Justin Jefferson, to Jalen Hurts, and deciding who you want to play of those three in particular, I think is key on this slate. And you guys all mentioned the motivation, so I won't go into that any further, but there's certainly pivots at the top of the board. Jamar Chase for a Cincinnati team that is a lot to play for. I mean, a lot of people are playing Jalen Hurts and they're playing him by himself. You could just go to AJ Brown, who has a decent amount of ownership. Like both Jamar Chase and AJ Brown are coming in with ownership, but I'm not seeing anything that's exorbitant. None of the players at receiver are even above 20%. So you can certainly build lineups with these players and these studs and get different elsewhere pretty easily, I think. So I have no issues with pivoting, especially at the top of receiver, which it sounds like you're doing a lot too. Tyreek Hill's another player I like.
Oh, just in love with Tyreek Hill. The Skylar Thompson, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle triple. Nothing spells week 18 like disaster. I mean, that is just, I'm so screwed. It's not
Feels
even
like
funny.
Preseason.
Oh, it does. But you know what? YOLO, baby. 2023, new me. Let's go. Feeling okay about T. Higgins, about your Jamar Chases here at the top end. But Matt Savoca, who are you going to be paying up here at wide receiver for?
So I think I have a little bit more respect for the Jets secondary than you guys. I'm pretty, I've got a couple chances on the Miami receivers, stacking them up with Skylar Thompson, but I ultimately think that the Jets secondary you could argue is the best in the NFL. They're number one in adjusted fantasy points allowed to the wide receiver position. Tyreek Hill or Waddle, they can go off. I would much prefer Higgins, or if you can get up to Chase, going there. I don't have zero AJ Brown if Jalen Hurts looks good in our tools as well. And as good as New England's defense has been this year, they're actually 21st in the NFL, below league average against the wide receiver position. I think Stephon Diggs has a chance for a huge game as well. So if you want to spend your salary at the top end of the wide receiver position and you don't want to play Jefferson, I actually think you have legitimate 5 or 6 options. We haven't even gotten to the CeeDee Lambs or Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf. I think they're all viable as well.
Yeah, well, let's kind of break them down a little bit here. What do you think about the Cowboys today? Because we didn't even talk about Dak Prescott there at quarterback, and this is a team that obviously has a lot of implications on where they could fall in terms of the seeding today. As I have my little notepad thing here, they could get the number 1 seed. They could also fall to 5. That's wild. That's a wild kind of discrepancy. But they're going to be able to react to some of the things that happen. Obviously, the Vikings, if they win, there's a lot of difficulty they're looking at there. Philadelphia should murder in that early window of games too. We'll see how much they want to just play CD and Tony Pollard coming off of being dinged up a little bit. And we'll see. We'll see for sure. But how do you feel about CeeDee Lamb and the Cowboys?
I think this team has a chance to dominate. Washington's defense has been the part of their team that has worked this year. They're top 10 in the NFL. They're top 10 against the wide receiver, but I still think CeeDee Lamb getting down to him at 8,200 makes a whole lot of sense. Again, especially if the team has a lot to play for. I don't quite like Lamb as much as I like players like Lockett or Metcalf personally, and I have Lamb ranked below Higgins, but we're still talking about a player inside the top 10 of our wide receiver projections, sub 10% ownership. Obviously, the efficiency is there. CeeDee Lamb is a player that needs efficiency, though. He's not going to have like that 13, 15 target game. It's not really in his range of outcomes.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm probably with you there. I feel like we've got some other options as we move down the board. And you know what? Let's just do this. Matt Gajewski. Is there some wide receiver that you are just over the moon to play that is coming in way lower owned than you expected? Because I've got a guy, and I'm sure that we all kind of have a guy coming in today that we just expect, that we would have expected to have more ownership. than what they're coming in on. I've got a guy. Is there anybody that you just need the people to know right now that they need to have in their lineups?
First off, who's this guy?
Well, can we just get there?
No, I want to know if
Go
it's
ahead.
the same as mine, so I want to hear you say it.
Go ahead.
No, who is it?
Why are people
is he
not
near
playing?
the stone minimum?
Yes.
Near it or at it?
No, not even close to the stone minimum. Sorry.
Oh,
yeah,
geez.
I'm a liar.
You are a liar. Come on, man.
Yeah, I wasn't listening to you. I'm just sitting here waiting for you. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, so we're not on the same page there. Anyway,
Please tell us this guy so we can fade. No. Why is nobody playing Deebo Samuel?
probably because of
Why-
the injury, honestly.
What? But why would they play him in week 18 if he was still dinged up and they're not going to go out there and try to test him out and give him some run?
I think like five touches is totally in his range of outcomes, Lindquist. Like I think it's
Oh,
just like to get his feet under him for the playoffs because that's better than not touching grass until the playoffs start.
You could touch grass. How about
Don't
that?
touch
Matt Savoca?
grass.
No, it's fine. I just think you're looking at guys in the 6K range. It's like this team still has something to play for. And I got to imagine, they're going to go out there and try to assert themselves here a little bit. I just think that he was probably good to go last week. I think they're just probably like, let's test run it. And as you said, it's whatever. He's 6K. It's not like he's 7,500 or 8K here. I think they probably give him some extra run. I guess I'm just finding any way to get away from Christian McCaffrey and some of that ownership that's coming up to him there. I am playing all of the Deebo and I'm playing all of the Eli Mitchell at the Stone Min. I think I'm just going to be broke today, but that's fine. Matt Savoca, let's go to you, Matt Gajewski. Is there somebody that you just need the people to know first that they're firing up? I do not want to play Garrett Wilson at 5,100. I'll throw that out there right now.
Neither do I. He's close enough in salary to players like Deebo. I also like the Seattle stack. Again, I'm going back to it after losing all my money doing this the last couple of weeks. So Metcalf, I think, is an interesting pivot at 6,700 if you're trying to stack that game. I don't know about stacking the game, but you're getting owned pieces on the other side. Like Tutu Atwell is going to be owned. Some people are going to play Cam Akers, but I like the Seattle passing attack. And Metcalf is not up in that elite tier of receiver, but I think he has the talent to be at least named amongst those players. So he's somebody I'll mention at 6,700.
I'm getting just torched in chat right now. I can't wait to come back
For
next
what?
week for throwing out a play on a week 18 that is just fantastic. Being called a toddler. Eric has
Why
horrible
are they
takes.
torching you? I'm the one
I
that
don't
said
know.
Jarrett Stidham sucks.
You just put up 40 against the 49ers. That was in his range
It
of
wasn't a
outcomes.
hot
Exactly.
take
Why
at
are they
all
torching
until
you?
last week. It
Why are
wasn't a
they
hot
torching
great.
you?
I don't know. That's a great question. But you know what? I'll take it. I'm a big boy. Matt Savoca, how are you feeling about the wide receiver position in this mid-range? Because I think there's a lot of places we can go, lots of shots we can take. I want to know your favorites.
Okay, so I have Ayuk as a positively leveraged play,
Let's
and so
go.
that's what would bring me away from a player like Deebo Samuel. I am taking shots against this Arizona bad defense. I just happen to be leaning towards Ayuk at 6,800. I think that's very fair. Jacoby Myers is in a tier kind of below in salary at 5,100. Buffalo is not quite as elite against the pass as you might think they are. They're creeping up there, though. They're 7th in adjusted fantasy points allowed to the wide receiver position. Still, Myers is positively leveraged this week as well. And then what about if you want to go somewhere in between those two players, Jerry Jeudy at 6,300. I know the Chargers defense is tough as well, but I think people are kind of done entirely with Russell Wilson and this offense. And I think they might actually show out in a weird week 18. I'll get there as well. Deontay Johnson, Cortland Sutton on my list as well.
They're on your list of the best things in life.
Deontay Johnson has like a historically cold season on the line
Unreal.
here if he doesn't score a touchdown. But I think I might try to go there anyway.
Yep, I'm definitely playing Deontay Johnson. I'm definitely on board with that one. Matt Gajewski, sounds like you had somebody at the punt position. Ricky Shaheed is pulling a ton of ownership, 4,200. I get it. I don't know if I want to necessarily go there. I'd much rather go the Olave route if I'm going to play a chalky New Orleans piece. We've got punts like Quez Watkins, who, if they end up by a bajillion, maybe he gets a little extra run. That's something that's well within the range of outcomes. Greg Dortch, I think people saw him torch the last couple of weeks and decided that was something that they wanted. I mean, 10 targets, 4 catches last week, just what in the world? But Anybody in the punt sub 4,500 that you need the people to know they can get some salary relief with?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys on this slate. They all have questions, but there's a lot of guys you could play, and you probably feel better about them in normal weeks. Rashid Shaheed, you mentioned, it's just New Orleans doesn't really want to throw the ball. So you are navigating that risk, but he projects really well, stepping up for them. And then down the board, I mean, Chris Moore still projects well. He's at 4K. You have Tutu Atwell at 3,400. Is he the Rams' number one receiver? Like, he very well might be. All 150 pounds of him. And there's plenty of options down here. Greg Dortch, slot specialist extraordinaire. He's going to catch maybe 6 or 7 balls and fall down immediately, but that PPR volume is going to get you there. Brandon Powell is an excellent pivot off of the 150-pound Tutu Atwell that nobody's going to play. He's the stone minimum. There's like 6 or 7 guys we could just name off down here.
I love agitated Matt Gajewski so much. You just
Which
hearing
one
your
got you?
opinion about players just being tiny and sucking and all these things. It's pretty
Tutu
funny.
Atwell is like smaller than my mother. She's like a 620-pound lady. Imagine Tutu Atwell in the weight room.
Just struggling with 135. Just
Tutu Atwell is.
Yeah. Him and DK Metcalf played the same position in the NFL.
Yeah,
They're going to be on the same field today. It's wild. It's wild. Matt Savoca, I don't know what to do. Should we just end the stream now with 20 minutes to go?
Yeah, just roll music. That's it, producer Tyler. No, we can talk about some other spots. I actually think New Orleans somewhat makes sense. Carolina, their secondary flirting with the worst in the league right now. Rashid Shaheed, is that a crazy off the wall play at 4,200? I also have this Chris Moore, Brandon Cooks, an idea that maybe we could see some type of ceiling performance against Indy, though their secondary is still the best part of that team. And then in a situation where Pittsburgh does need to show up offensively, I'd rather take chances on a player like Najee Harris, but George Pickens at 5K I think is okay as well.
All right. People are saying Tyquan Thornton. We have a lot of things. We have also a lot of super chats. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to the tight end position. We'll keep it rolling. Jorge Yacomi, good to see you, my dude. Given it is the last week of the regular season, plus there might be sitting some players if they are winning, would you still go double stack 2 wide receivers on some teams? I have 2 wide receiver on a lot of teams. Most of them have something to play for. Skylar Thompson and that disgusting one. But curious, Matt Savoca, anything that you're doing specifically in terms of single or double stacks today?
It's still a team by team situation. If you're making rules in something like Fantasy Cruncher, we're still using the same positive correlations we know and love. So double stacks perfectly viable, even for these quarterbacks we know little about in terms of their ceiling potential.
Yep. Anything that you want to talk about there, Matt Gajewski?
I mean, it's pretty easy to double stack this week, especially if you're playing some of these dusty guys who have mid-price receivers. You know, like just for example, I'm not saying you should do this, but if you're stacking like the Rams team, what is throwing Brandon Powell at the stone minimum really doing to your roster? You're probably jamming Justin Jefferson, McCaffrey, like Jamar Chase, everyone else around him. So I think it's actually easier this week than other weeks.
Yeah, I think it probably is too. Because also, if you get that one team that's actually playing full out that you didn't expect, or, you know, you get that full blast potential game where, you know, Diggs Davis, we haven't seen that happen one time this year. And I feel like if you play out 25 slates of football, Diggs Davis both get there and it just jams and smashes one time, which we're due. Some people would call it we're due in that regard. So something I'm paying attention to for sure. In some of my lineups, I do have a lot of single stacks, probably more single stacks than I've normally had on certain weeks, just because I think that there's a lot of ways to get different and you don't have to be perfect. But yeah, if you can get that double to work, probably makes more sense to be doing it this week. Now that I'm even just thinking about it out loud, whatever, we're done with the wide receiver position. We go to tight end with 17 minutes to go. Hit that like button, please. It goes a very long way for us here at our show, but we got Mark Andrews off the board now. I think Isaiah Likely is likely to be one of my highest owned players. I can't imagine a scenario here as I'm finishing up my lineups in the next 7 minutes, 10 minutes, where he's not going to be just because of the punt nature of it. think we've talked about him enough, but I'm going to open it up to you, Matt Savoca. At the top end of tight end, guys pulling ownership. We've got Dallas Goedert, Pat Freiermuth, Tyler Higbee, David Njoku, some guys with stuff to play for, some guys who don't amongst those names. Who are your favorites to get to?
I think it's unequivocally Dallas Goedert. If you look at our tools right now at the top of the board, he's below Kittle and Hawkinson in terms of actual salary, but the ceiling is right there for this team. And we believe that Philly is going to come out and play in this game with that 1 seed on the line. The Giants are 24th against the position this year. We've got him straight up the number 1 projected tight end. And just being tight end 3 in salary means he's way above salary-based expectations, way above in the positive leverage category as well. If you need to get down to a player like Higbee at 4,400 or Freiermuth at 3,800, totally understand it. But Goddard, I think straight up looks better.
All right, we go to a couple more super chats here. I needed to catch up on these. Zachary, he's back for more. For the stream, FanDuel, Moss, Higgins, or Mixon, Waddle. Which one do you prefer, Matt Gajewski?
Is that a 2v2? Where's the
2v2? Moss and Higgins or Mixon and Waddle? I like the second one a little bit more.
same? I like the Waddle side.
All right, and then Matt Savoca.
I disagree. I think I want Moss
you do?
Higgins. I think so. It's close.
I was going to do the alternate thing where I gave you each one, but you know what? I'm glad you let him know that we're consensus, that it's not a consensus. There you go. 2-1. I slightly lean the second one. My Big Mike NY21 is likely the value tight end of the week. Well, I mean, that's pretty opportune timing. We're talking about tight end here. Matt Savoca, is he your favorite punt tight end?
There are other places to go, but yes.
Yeah. Cooey Boonham. Let's go. Matt Gajewski, favorite punt tight end.
Yeah, it's likely.
Yeah, there we go. All right. Am I all caught up on super chats, Tyler? Looks like I am. Nope. More?
Yeah,
I've got
check your
more.
Slack,
Okay.
buddy.
I'm checking my Slack. Hang on.
Yeah.
It's taking a second.
Yeah, our guy Liker, he's been hanging out for a while.
There we go. Liker. There we go. Last man in, Stevenson or Metcalf. Oh boy, you asked the wrong guy because Metcalf probably makes more sense. Oh, but I'm going down with the ship. Ramondre, and I can't suggest somebody do something that I'm not doing myself. Matt Gajewski, your favorite between the two?
Ramondre.
Your favorite, Matt Savoca?
Metcalf.
Yeah, it should be Metcalf, but I'm a sick person. So there you go. Ramondre, please let me be right one time. Let's go to the rest of the tight end position here. Matt Gajewski, your favorite tight ends to get to are?
Well, likely for sure. Honestly, I want to talk about this for a second. Because of the late news nature to this, I think there's a pretty good chance that he's not as owned as he should be. At 2,800, he projects extremely well. People that have already made their lineups and been consuming content all week might miss this news. I think there's a really good chance that he's just flat out under-owned, even though he's still 2,800. Like anyone who was building with an optimizer prior to 10:30 Central Time, 11:30 Eastern Time, they don't have likely. So I think you could potentially get some leverage even with him being decently owned. So that's the first thing I want to say. Do you guys agree with that, first off?
Yes and no. I think a lot of the people playing week 18 because of the crazy news nature of it are probably people like us, like a majority, I would think.
We got some degens this week. Yes.
Yeah,
That's true.
it's such a wonky week, and I think it's very hard to clear cut. Also, people who had fantasy football leagues who are playing, year round around that, and then also play DFS contests, maybe they disappeared as well. I think there's going to be more people reactionary to news this week than any other week. I think that makes it more likely that he ends up a popular option, but could also be very, very wrong about it. I'm trusting the tools right now. He is not as popular as I expected. I do have other tight ends that I like to punt with. Hunter Henry, Trey McBride, who's starting to come into his own. Excited it took everybody being out for him to show off what he's good at, which is catching footballs, but such is life. They need to fire somebody, but that's fine.
They will.
They are? You think that's like a lock? Because they should.
I think Kingsbury's gone, yeah.
Good. Cliff, man. Jump off no, don't do that.
Anytime you can hire a failed college football coach and make him your NFL coach, you got to do it.
Did Patrick Mahomes have a 500 record with Texas Tech?
No, they were like 5-7 his senior year or his junior year, whatever he was when he came out.
That's a fireable offense.
I think at this point, yeah, we're looking at like you underperformed with Patrick Mahomes.
They had like 6 NFL receivers too. Like it was egregious.
Yeah, it's just absurd. Anyway, tight ends to get to. we've got a lot of options here. It's going to be a lot of correlating with my quarterback here. Juwan Johnson kind of popping up the board now a little bit. That's kind of a surprising one as I refreshed and looked at things. Kittle, obviously going to be a part of my portfolio, considering I've talked about every other 49er not named Christian McCaffrey. So, of course, watch Christian McCaffrey put up 40 today, right in my ear hole. But Matt Savoca, favorite other tight ends to get to today?
Favorite other ones, Njoku we mentioned, Freiermuth as well, and Tyler Higbee. Those would be my three favorites. I know those aren't quite as off the wall. I think Njoku has a chance to have a good game against a Pittsburgh defense that's quietly struggled against the tight end position. And I think this has a risk of ruin with Nathan Peterman, but I will go back to Cole Kmet against the Minnesota Vikings, who are 31st against this position as well.
Oh, God, we're terrible at it. It's for sure. Anyway, punts. We kind of covered most of them. Akui Bonham, Hunter Henry, you'd have no Jonnu Smith there. We've got Hayden Hurst back in our lives from Cincinnati. That's always nifty. I don't really know what else to talk about. Jordan Akins is somebody that I've heard some talk about. Jelani Woods. What are we doing here with the rest of these punts, Matt Gajewski? Get us out of this position.
Yeah, Jelani Woods is fine for Indianapolis. You just have to go in knowing that they're probably going to run two tight ends regardless of who's active and who's not. But as far as just raw projection goes, he's very, very close to likely. So if you're just looking for a 1-for-1 swap and you have the $100, I think that's completely fine. But there's a number of pivots I would look to down here. Albert Akwe-Bunam is a guy that could play a much larger role than we're expecting. We just flat out don't know with Akwe-Bunam. We've seen all the media clips this week about the coaching staff kind of ripping the previous head coach. You know, like, we have a really athletic guy. Not sure why he's been active why he's been inactive the whole season. But ultimately, you should have questions about his talent. But outside of that, I mean, he's going to be on the field at 2,900. And if you're looking for a pivot, I think he's completely fine.
Matt Savoca, anything else?
We mentioned Hayden Hurst.
Sure did.
Okay, I'm good.
Yeah.
Jordan Akins,
yep,
I have him in one.
Who do you like, Eric, among these cheap tight ends?
Among the cheap ones, I mean, hard to get away from Trey McBride. I think he's just very, very good. You and I play college DFS. Well, I didn't play it this year. I played it last year. Trey McBride, come on now. Like, I love this man.
Colorado State wagon.
Just an absolute wagon. So just firing him up. I think that makes it pretty easy to click on. Isaiah Likely, Hunter Henry talked about the case for him as well. The last guy I'm going to throw in is Donald Parham. I don't think anybody's going to click on a Charger. Nobody's going to click on a Charger. Who's going to click on a Charger today? I'm going to click on a Charger because I think Donald Parham was talented. XFL legend, Donald Parham, if you will. I think that he's just an athletic freak and going to actually see the field. That seems nifty. Last guy, Colby Parkinson, I have in some lineups here as well. We've seen some volume coming in. They've been down a couple tight ends in Seattle. He comes into the mix. Now has seen 4 and 7 targets the last 2 weeks. It's a must-win spot, so maybe not as much volume, but they've needed the last 2 wins, and he's been on the field a bunch. So there you go. Colby Parkinson, last guy I have any interest in. It's going to be a gross day. It's going to be a gross day. As we go to defense to round out our show. Well, actually, no, we have super chats. Got to get these in. Viddy C, $10. I know you just left wide receiver. Sorry, you should be.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare you? Greta Thunberg. Heard very little about Amon-Ra today. Opinions, is that not a great spot for a top wide receiver? Possible pivots and late swap eligible. So that's going to be a FanDuel only question. My concern is that Seattle wins the football game and Amon-Ra doesn't play very much. I will be looking at shorting him pretty much everywhere that I can in the event that you do not get a meaningful football game outside of, Mr. Williams, they're going to try to get Barry Sanders' record or something. I don't know. But Matt Savoca, how do you feel about Amon-Ra?
Honestly, I think he's a great play. We only have him available on FanDuel, but again, just looking through some of the efficiency stats for these young players right now, Amon-Ra has a chance to really be an ascendant player. And I think every time he steps on the field now, we have to assume 8 targets is the floor. And Green Bay's defense, while good, has been exploitable at times.
Anything else to add to that, Matt Gajewski?
The only thing I'll say is Dan Campbell doesn't really strike me as the guy who's benching his starters, even if there's nothing to play for.
No, I that's kind of the other thing, but I also, it's Amon-Ra, somebody who's had a concussion later in the season, has had some injury concerns, had some things pop up, and he is your star. Like, I think you could probably let everybody else play besides your star. Like if the Vikings played Justin Jefferson, just because I was trying to play spoiler or something, I would lose my damn mind in week 18. Like I would lose my mind. And he's that caliber of a wide receiver. So I have a little bit of apprehension, but yeah, Campbell's a crazy person.
Love him for it.
I know.
Fighting kneecaps every day.
To defense, I think there's a lot of ways to go. I've talked about Miami throughout this entire thing. I still have Jets defensive interest. Hard to get away from having a little bit there. Eagles playing, I don't know who from the Giants. That'll be enjoyable to watch. 49ers against, I know who, but they're terrible in Arizona. Lots of places to go at defense. Your favorite for tournaments today, Matt Savoca, is?
Favorite for tournaments is the Bills defense.
Oh, interesting.
I'm definitely playing a few of these narrative lineups where the Bills come out unquantifiable. Just going to throw it out there and just say that they come out shot out of a cannon, destroy New England. I think that is absolutely in the range of outcomes today. New England 23rd against opposing DSTs this year. Mac Jones has risk of ruin is really all that's saying.
All right.
For you, Matt Gajewski, your favorite defense to get to is?
I'm going to take shots on defenses playing these bad quarterbacks. So like Houston, for example, playing against Ellinger. Nobody likes the Houston Texans defense, but are they going to be played at all? And do they have a path to fantasy success playing against a backup quarterback themselves? Sure. So I'm definitely mostly playing cheaper defenses against bad quarterbacks today. And Houston's one I think you could actually get to, contrary to maybe popular belief in what we're typically doing with Houston.
Yeah, they're difficult ones. Guys, 100 yards and a touchdown, our very last 100 yards and a touchdown of the entire season. Looking forward to today. It's going to be crazy. We all know the uncertainty, but hard to get away from doing 100 yards and a touchdown and having it not be something that is off the board. I want an off the board 100 yards and a touchdown call from both of you, starting with Matt Gajewski. Who is it going to be for the people today?
Jerry Jeudy.
All righty.
I mean, you said off the board.
I love it. No,
That's
I absolutely love it. That's way off the board. That's off the board.
Garrett Wilson.
You had to go against me. You just had to.
Miami's defense, not good. Joe Flacco could go out throwing 60 times.
Yeah. Well, we all know Ramondre Stevenson is a lock to go 100 yard and a touchdown. Probably, 50 catching too. That'll be nice. But I'm going to go way off the board here for one. Deebo Samuel. Nobody's going to play Deebo Samuel. I'll play him. That seems like fun. I think he gets more work than we might expect. Him, Eli Mitchell. Let's go. Both of you guys. Keep Christian McCaffrey on ice. Get ready for the playoffs. Let the other guys do some work and get some leg work in. But this has been an enjoyable NFL regular season.
Eric,
sometimes not financially.
Eric, real quick, rapid fire super chats. I sent them
Oh,
to
there
you.
we go. Yep. Anthony
yeah.
Davis. Sorry. Thoughts on Jonathan Williams, gentlemen?
Yeah, he's fine.
He's fine.
He should get a lot of the touches. He won't have the whole backfield to himself, but again, against a team in the Giants completely laying down, absolutely fine to play a workhorse running back.
Riley Teixeira, FanDuel Smallfield, Stevenson and Aaron Jones, or Chase and Williams? You're asking the wrong guy. I am definitely the first one. Matt Savoca, how about you?
Same.
Matt Gajewski.
Same.
DM Brian 007 member for 12 months. It's been an honor and a pleasure this season, fellas. Thanks. No, thank you. And Anthony Davis, $50. Great football season. Best I've ever had. And it's thanks to you guys and the rest of your team. That makes us very, very happy to hear. It's been an enjoyable one. No doubt about it. Looking forward to today. Going to be a crazy one, but I'll let you guys do a little bit of a send-off here because, we're heading into the playoffs. We're not going anywhere, but it's another regular season in the books. The second one you and I have had the enjoyable pleasure of sharing together on this Live Before Lock show. Matt Savoca, any final words for the people?
Just so grateful to be a part of this. This season especially, guys. Love you all behind the glass too, Tyler. And just thank you so much. Chat outrageous every week. Let's go win some money to close out a great, great regular season.
Outrageous is the right way of putting it. No doubt about it. Mr. Gajewski, any final words for the people as we get out of here?
Yeah, thank you everyone for being here and letting us do what we love. Really appreciate it. Pay attention to late swap, but otherwise we'll see you guys in the playoffs. Let's make some
Had to throw in the late swap thing at the end, didn't you?
Always. I'm carrying the torch for Savoca. He didn't say it.
Yeah, that's right.
Guys, this was an absolute blast. Appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for another fun season. You guys are the best community, the best people in the chat. You hold us accountable sometimes too. Never a bad thing. I'm all right with it. Thank you to Tyler Zander behind the virtual glass. Looking forward to a crazy, crazy week 18. Late swap, late swap, late swap. No doubt about it. But until next time, playoff edition, wildcard edition, Matt Savoca, Matt Gajewski, I'm Eric Lindquist. See you next week.